All right. I think we're here now. Part 3. Let me fetch you guys the link as we get people to come on in.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Part 3.
Part 3.
No theories of any kind here.
Nope.
Only facts. As you know, facts don't care about your theories.
Hold up, I'm just gonna shoot the link to Twitter before I start playing.
Sweet. Thanks, Ron. All right.
Yep.
Aiden, it is a console by Vim. That's what it is.
Yes, my 1080p Game Boy Advance, provided by my good friend Vim. You should all meet him sometime. He's really cool. He's got a lot of video games.
It's MGBA. But yeah, no, what Ron said is correct.
That Vim is a cool dude.
Yes, indeed. Hi, Tommy.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I think I'm doing all right.
That's good to hear. Me too. I'm really excited to see Ron play Metroid Fusion.
Great.
Yes.
Harain, how are you?
Yeah.
Okay. And Alec will be coming back soon, I think. Hopefully. We'll see. He's maybe doing some errands or stuff. Okay,
Oh,
Ron.
I didn't continue by accident. That was...
False start. That's okay. You can just reset.
No, let's just go to the final boss
It
and
might
call
actually
it
be
a
a second for
stream.
the audio when the stream catches up.
True.
This is definitely not MGBA.
All right, here we go.
How long have I been gone for?
Hey! Maybe over an hour? But we literally just started Fusion 2 seconds before you came back.
Oh, that's a relief. Like I was.
Also, probably not. Also, not going to be reading chat, just because.
We'll read it for you. Don't worry.
Yeah, because I'll be playing, and I don't want to have I don't want to have Fusion on screen and then a second video of Fusion that's like behind.
Oh, don't worry.
Distracting
All
me.
you have to worry about is playing. I'll take care of all the technical stuff. You're good.
I'm
So
going to
I've
get
been
up and
muted
get
the
myself
entire
a drink.
time.
Stay hydrated.
Like I was talking to you
Okay.
guys, and I thought you guys were responding, but thank God I was muted for an hour. I said something really stupid about a YouTuber, so I'm glad no one heard that. So
Oh, okay. Yeah. Remember our... Okay.
Oh,
Well, that's fine. But I'm sorry to hear about that. But
it's okay. It's better that way. Congrats on 1 minute and 31 seconds. I mean, 1 hour and
talked about
31
how-
minutes.
yeah.
You talk about how much of a hack fraud IKG Productions is.
No, it's just like a much bigger YouTuber, you know. It's like, you know, the one we call the Blues Clues of video game analysis in a joking manner. It's like I like the guy, but you know,
I
Yeah,
know
I
what you're talking about.
yeah, we won't say their name.
Anyways, from
Voldemort.
what I can
Yeah.
hear, I think the stream sounds all right. So if anyone in chat thinks otherwise, we can always bump up the volume. But I
Excellent.
think you've just been really good on the eyeballing without hearing it.
Woo!
How loud it needs to be. Which
Comes
is-
from experience.
Right, it's very impressive. Right, we
Thank you.
really haven't had to adjust it.
Thanks.
Alex talking about Voldemort's reviews.
But in other news, I beat Triple Deluxe. Like, well, this time I got all the sun medals and whatnot. But it's like I like the part where you're pulling out this curtain and it showed all the Kirby sprites from Game Boy Adventure and Super.
Oh, yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
like, oh my god, I love this. They even had like a 1-to-1 64 avatar. I mean, character model. I said avatar. What the hell's wrong
It's
with
an
me?
actual 3D avatar. That's all.
Actual 3D avatar.
So, Ron, as we're learning about the story here, so I'm sure people watching this are familiar with Fusion, but what is your thoughts on Fusion? Like, what are your experiences with the game?
My experiences? Well, it's actually the first Metroid game I fully beat. And I really liked it my first time playing it. I went a good amount of time without playing it, and as a result, I guess that love started to wear off, and I chalked it up to just being like a recency effect. But playing it again, it's like, no, it's really good. Like, really, really,
Welcome back.
really, really good. Like my favorite Metroid game right now. I think Dread might be better and like mechanically, but just something about this game and like its story and atmosphere and progression and storytelling too. It's just really does it for me. And the design's also really tight and it's a really smartly laid out game.
I couldn't agree with you more. I love Fusion. Tommy, what are your thoughts on Fusion?
Something I was actually going to interject, but I feel very, very similarly about this odd allure of Fusion. I mean, I am going to be running Dread, and Dread is definitely my most played Metroid game, but there's something about Fusion that is just an enjoyable to play, to experience, to look at. It's a very nice Metroid game, and I think it's very much more than a sum of its parts. Usually you say that when the parts themselves are not the greatest, but in here that's absolutely not the case. Fusion is a great game from the narrative to the controls to the art style, and when they're all put together, it creates a really nice and awesome Metroid experience, an experience in general that is just really good. It's really fun to play, and it's great to enjoy. And for that reason, Fusion it's in an odd place for me because, again, I absolutely love how Dread controls, but there is something about Fusion that is really special that I don't feel any of the other Metroid games have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what about you, Alec? What are your thoughts on Fusion?
Well, you see, Fusion just fails to understand the nuances of Metroid game design, and therefore it is an abomination compared to other games that came before.
Thanks, Nerdle. Thank you so much.
However, Other M is a masterpiece.
And it's great because Alec is a well-known and respected reviewer, so I'm going to be immediately trashed for my conflicting opinion.
Yeah, take
Hooray.
back everything that Tommy and Ron said so eloquently. Alec was right.
Oh no, the
Well,
reviewers are
seriously.
ganging up.
Fusion, it's linear. There's not barely any opportunities to like sequence break, but that's not a deal breaker for me. I mean, it is great and it's preferred for a Metroid design philosophy, but there's
This
so much you can
specific
do in
game
this
would be
game.
worse.
It's incredible.
If you could sequence break, this specific game would be worse. It would go completely clashing against its tone and theming and what it's trying to do.
There is a sequence break like improvement mod, quote unquote, but it's just like
That's
I
not
don't
the
know. I
point.
haven't tried it yet.
Sounds like a Super Mario Sunburn kind of improvement mod.
Might
But
be.
it's really not the point of this game.
Well, think about
You're
it.
trying to
Why
take
do you think
Metroid Fusion
level
and make something
designers make a game linear?
The people who made Super Metroid,
Right.
Sat
Why
down
would the
and made
people?
this.
Right. Why would the people who made Super Metroid
and then they made Zero Mission after
choose
this.
to
Is that
make a
pre-rendered
linear Metroid
model?
game? There has to be a reason. I think the game presents its vision extremely clearly. It's hard to
And
play
again-
Vision. Sorry. It's hard to play Fusion and not understand what the game is trying to do. You know what I'm saying? It's extremely clear. So I'm glad that discussion point has mostly faded away with time. I just don't agree with what those people are saying, and I think they have the wrong idea about Metroid Fusion. And I'm glad that it's had a renaissance in the last, 5-10 years.
It's not like they were embarrassed with the design of Super Metroid and decided to go in a different direction, because they immediately went back to that kind of design with Zero Mission.
That's
Yeah.
right.
It shows a deliberance with Fusion. They wanted Fusion to be different. It wasn't just like, maybe we didn't do it right with Super Metroid, or we want it to be more like this, more restrictive, we don't like the sequence breaking, or that. Like, no. It was very intentional.
Right. And as
And
much as
out of
Oh, go on.
respect of the previous titles, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, as much as Super Metroid was revolutionary in refining what Metroid 1 and 2 did first, and expanding that tenfold, I mean, incredible scope and polish, like Tommy and I were talking about. But think about how risky and just interesting the vision behind Fusion is. The fact that we're even seeing this right now, this full monologue from the silent character telling us how we feel, and this isn't like gibberish stuff, like
We just
like-
praised Super Metroid for shutting up after the intro with zero dialogue or text.
which was very effective for that game, exactly.
Yeah.
But
And
but
then this
here's the
game
thing.
does
I would
this.
improve upon.
Here's the thing about
but-
here's the thing about Samus's dialogue in Fusion. It's not fluff. This is like real emotional writing, and I have to thank the
Yeah.
translation team for this as well in 2002, because this could have gone much worse. In fact, arguably, it's worse than Other M in 2010, which is not great in terms of English script specifically, which is its own thing, right? This game, it's not just fluffy stuff. She's not just telling me things. She's telling me how she feels about what's going on and what her thought process is. That, to me, I found so captivating. I would go as far to say that I'm a Metroid fan today because I played this game first and I got to understand this character. It wasn't the gameplay that actually got me in. It was Samus's monologues in this game. I couldn't make that up if I tried. I'm dead serious. That is the reason I'm here. So I wanted to praise that very specifically.
Absolutely. It's
And hence you can see why I also appreciate Other M, for similar reasons.
okay, IKG. What we do is we flip the script and make it so that Other M is a loved game on the internet, but Fusion is hated for the same reasons instead.
Is this like a which reality would I prefer?
Nah, we're just gonna do it. We're just gonna make it happen.
Oh, okay.
that's
I guess
that's
all
a
right.
monkey's paw.
Well, I guess it's easier if I don't have a say in it.
It's funny. We're gonna.
It's just happening.
That is going to be
Okay.
incredibly difficult.
I'll be there and I'll be all pomp and say I liked Other M first. I liked it before it was cool. I'll be the one to say that.
I liked it before it was cool.
Yeah.
My God.
We're gonna get a narrative that Other M fixed Fusion or something.
All right, now we've gone too far. Now we've gone too far.
Even in hypothetical.
Yeah, even
Go back.
hypothetical, I'm like, what?
Go back.
Like, I may like Other M, but I think I'm reasonable. Holy smokes. Other M does everything that Super Metroid did wrong. Like, no. No, that's nonsense. Anyways, I feel like
So
I'm talking too
everything
much,
about
but
Fusion, and that it screwed up and fixed it while doing everything else better. You know what sucks? Reading. You know what doesn't suck? Voice acting, which Other M has. Therefore, it's better.
well said. Well said.
It sounds like a real argument that like a 15-year-old who's trying to get into game reviewing would say.
So,
I only
Ron,
get to see Samus's ass when I die, but in Other M, it starts right off some shots of it.
jeez. I mean, you're not wrong, but
Oh
Whereas Other M,
So-
Other M has voice. The chat Other M with voice acting. The version Fusion with text. They expect.
Hey, I know this
they
boss.
expect me to
So I
read.
do want to ask, Ron. I want to ask, what are your thoughts on Arachnus as a first boss in this game?
Pretty good, I think. I think he's functional. They don't have too deep.
I actually have one thing about Arachnus that I think is worth noting. In the context of this being the first 2D Metroid game since Super Metroid, there's one major overhaul to the movement mechanics that they introduced and want the player to know. And they make sure that they know how to use it well enough in a boss fight before they go into the rest of the game with it, and that's ledge grabbing.
Mm.
Yeah, actually, that is a good point.
They make sure with this boss fight that the player understands ledges right from the get-go, which is a pretty good idea.
Not too loud. Slightly loud. Okay.
I mentioned that this game is really smartly laid out.
I'd also like to point out that Ron is fighting the first boss of any kind and has 2 energy tanks. Which is nothing like other 2D Metroid games.
Yeah, that
This
is
game
rare.
gives you
That
a
is rare.
lot of E-tanks. I believe it's 20.
And there's a
Most
good
of any of the 2D
there's a good reason for that.
games. It hits you like a truck.
Yeah. Long before Samus Returns and Dread existed, Fusion had the most like overly noticeable, just high damage output, and for story reasons, which is really cool.
Like right after this, they made Zero Mission, which has 12 energy tanks. You know, and this game has 20.
I heard like a theory of like how if you cripple your main character, like cripple in like a alliterative sense, where you take away their a special ability they've had for a while, and just like tell a story of them overcoming the odds without what made them special beforehand. You know, like when Spider-Man lost his Iron Man spider suit in like Homecoming.
Well, not the Iron Spider, but yeah.
That's basically what Fusion is, you know. It's like she loses her armor that we've had for a while in Super, and not only that, that very special ability is hunting her down. So this story is really compelling and being just like good versus evil sense.
She literally overcomes her technology and her tools and wins on the basis of herself, not...
Exactly. Her power doesn't come from the suit. I mean, it helps significantly, but Samus will always be Samus. No matter what cheap imitations come before her.
Yeah, I definitely will try to not be overly comparative to Other M, but I do want to highlight something I think both games do well, actually, and that is...
In defense, Other M did it to itself.
Well, what I think both games do really well is creating a situation in which Samus has to overcome odds beyond just raw power. It has to do with respect and authority. It has to do with the environment. It has to do with the greater politics of the Galactic Federation. And it has to do with the SAX, which is not just a powerful enemy, but something very psychologically damaging. And one thing that I think the ME just didn't quite hit as hard as SAX was that psychological element, because it's a mirror of Samus that speaks to her in a very different way, and it communicates things differently to the player. Of course, I love the ME, and I think they did a great job with what they were trying to, but that's the one thing that I think makes SAX still unique, even after all of this. And I think Other M was definitely less successful at creating an authentic set of these deeper challenges for Samus to overcome, mostly because it just gets a little muddled by its own ambition. Although I think it's still largely successful. I think Fusion is very clear, it's to the point, and it's more polished overall. So I just wanted to give Fusion some credit for that, because I think it's a really engaging aspect of the story, is overcoming this doppelganger. But it's not just any doppelganger, right?
One footnote I actually have is that we were talking about like our favorite sectors and in this game earlier, and one thing I noticed about this one is that this was basically just like a mini version of Metroid 2's gameplay loop, basically, and the rest aren't really
hunting
like
down each of the
it's supposed to resemble SR388, and it actually plays like Metroid 2, but
that's a great observation. Yeah.
Also, I just want to point out before we run out of opportunities that the things blocking the fans have a little GameCube on them.
Wait, I didn't notice that. Hold up.
I don't think I knew that.
Let me...
Yeah, you just look at the massive rebel that you have to destroy, and there's a GameCube on it.
Like in the texture work?
Yeah.
That's awesome. I like the GameCube.
Huh. Oh, was it in the upper right of that one?
You're ahead of me, so.
Just right, just a little bit. I think I saw it, because it looked like it had like the part where the sticker is on the top.
Yeah, it's the one in the upper right.
That's really cool.
I absolutely didn't notice that.
Yeah, I didn't know that all these years.
They have a GameCube in there.
That's fun.
Hey, well, Metroid Prime came out the same day. So,
yeah.
What a day to be alive. I wish I was a Metroid fan and I was old enough at that time to get Metroid Fusion.
Dread and Prime 4 came out the same day.
Oh my god.
Seriously, I'm pretty sure there's like 2D Metroid fans who are like, what about us? I mean, sure, I'm glad it's in 3D now, but I kind of want a sequel to Fusion, you know? So...
I find it funny that people were both less excited for Fusion and also more pessimistic about Prime 1. And then Fusion eventually became a fan favorite and Prime 1 was revered. So, like,
Yeah, both games won in the end.
Prime 1, like, is a great game, don't get me wrong. I mean, it has to be. It's Metroid
yeah, that one has the
Prime.
GameCube in the upper left.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Oh my god, I see it!
yeah, it's a GameCube.
It's a fossilized GameCube, just like the one in my closet.
I know that probably makes no sense to the viewers who are like, what's a GameCube when I'm viewing it behind and then they hear my voice even more delayed from there, so it's like, what?
It's such a simple thing, but I really find it satisfying to absorb the X and the
Same.
sound it makes.
Oh, the sound of the X getting absorbed by Samus is so nice. It's very satisfying.
Yeah.
It's so unfortunate. This is the only time in the series the X parasites show up.
Yep.
Yeah, dude. Right.
It'll never show up again.
No, never again.
Ever.
It's really nice that the entirety of the X were contained in this BSL research station and in the planet alone. So when Samus, invariably blows something up, all of them get taken out at once, right?
Yeah,
Very helpful.
I'm really glad that they
no
were all
metal.
eradicated.
You know what's interesting? What if there was a
Watch those
reality where
memories.
in the end of Metroid 2, like, Samus stays on the planet a little longer than expected, and like, an X-parasite, like, sneaks onto her ship, and then the whole galaxy's just in complete danger.
Also, imagine being Mercury's team who came up to say, hey, can we make a remake of Metroid Fusion? And Sakuba was like, I'll think about it. And after working with him for a while, he's like, okay,
Alright.
so I have an alternate pitch for you. Instead of making a remake of Metroid Fusion, you make a sequel.
Nah, too good to be true. That never
They-
happened.
Just imagine being them,
Never
you know?
Right?
No, the
No,
game
it's-
Tommy's
it's
going to
like-
play is actually a midquel. It takes place between Other M and Fusion.
Who
So-
put that
mid-call.
logo there? That was supposed to be AM2R.
Ah.
Metroid Dread never came out. That was a myth.
Metroid Dread. That doesn't sound right.
Metroid Dread, what are you talking about? Wake up, it's 2007. Go play Prime 3.
Yeah, Metroid Dread will come out the same day Half-Life 3 comes out. I mean, come on.
Right? Come on, guys.
Come
That
on.
game's just a myth.
Yeah.
Come on, the Prime 3 log was just a joke. It was just a joke. It wasn't real.
Hey, do you think if Metroid Dread were to come out, do you think Samus would go complete Metroid?
I mean,
Nah.
they started in Fusion. They
True.
set it up in this game.
That's true.
I wonder if she'll like if her human
absorbs
form will
that
slowly
X, she
turn
was, like, fine.
monstrous. That'd be sick.
What does she turn into Silux?
I mean, like, she got Chozo DNA and she didn't turn into a bird.
That is a fair point.
Is Silux human or an alien?
They're all aliens.
An alien
The,
of some sort.
hunters.
All the hunters are in the Prime series are aliens, but
There's
It's
not
like,
a single
why is this
human
one
hunter
off
besides Samus, I
bounty
believe.
hunter just
yeah, Samus is the only human being. Yep. I would be interested in a future game, maybe exploring, maybe even Prime 4, like other human bounty hunters, because there's still only been one. I think that would be interesting.
Galactic Federation seems to be predominantly run by humans. So,
'Cause-
and Rogue.
And
I don't-
Anthony and Other M is more or less what I'm talking about, but just like
he's
like
not
that
a
role,
bounty
but like that character role, like that Anthony had. But what if they were actually a space bounty hunter with Samus's abilities or similar abilities? You know?
But I also kind of want to see the Galactic Federation have non-humans in it, kind of like the manga.
Well,
Yeah.
that would be interesting too.
Because, like,
Well, I mean, didn't they
It's really-
recruit Gundrada, Gore, and Rundus? So...
well, they hired them, but they're not members of the Federation.
true.
Yeah,
That's
like-
true. Yeah.
Like, in the manga, Samus's unit in the Federation had aliens in it.
Hmm.
Who just from completely different, species.
I always felt that like Prime 3 was very human centric, which is a huge problem
Hey,
like
Box.
sci-fi.
And for Sector
Prime
2,
3 is human-centric
Sector
because
2
the
where things
Federation
get
is
interesting.
human-centric.
I actually like how Prime 3 is very Federation centric because I like what they do with it.
And to be fair, Norian is the only human planet you go to.
Right. You spend most of the game not there. I wonder if I can trust this.
You also go
computer,
onto
too.
Galactic Federation ships, to be fair, but
Yeah, like abandoned ones.
But Sector 2 is actually where the guesswork gets a little harder, starts to get kind of hard. Well, obviously not like too hard, but really but good. Good, from like a good place.
Yeah. For sure. This is where they start to expect more out of you, I think.
Hey, Context Code. Good to see you.
Oh, context.
And welcome back, Lazy Clay Gamer.
one of the smaller Easter eggs I rather like, IKG. You remember the landing site in AM2R?
Yes.
They have a
the
lot
GFS
of Federation.
one?
Yeah, they have a lot of references in there to various depictions of the Federation.
Right.
From like Prime to Fusion, but they have one subtle other M reference.
I think I know the one. What was it?
In the hidden save room, they have one of those power bomb doors that pop out an enemy.
That's right.
I forget what they're called.
Yes.
They have one of those just in the background of that room.
I've noticed that. That was a sly other M reference. I like that. I like that Milton celebrated the entire franchise. I thought that was really cool. And he did it in a way that didn't feel like too fanfiction-y. It felt...
I adore the way
it felt
he
right.
created blocks.
Yeah.
In a way
really
that
cool.
doesn't get in the way of pacing of 2D Metroid by making it an automated process. That you can just ignore, you know?
Lacy Clay Gamer has a question. If we do get a Metroid collection, how would you feel if each game changes slightly differently depending on the endings? Oh, okay. So I think they mean like almost like a new game plus. Like if you get a certain ending, you like unlock something. I mean,
or the subsequent games.
Or what? Like, don't save the animals and fusion changes?
I imagine that's what prompted the idea in the first place, specifically, right? When we were talking a lot about not saving the animals and ruining the rest of the run.
I feel like that would be
ruined my run.
really... I feel like that would be not very good from a player standpoint, because it would basically mean, oh, you wanted the good ending in this game? Well, too bad. Not only will you have to like replay this game, you'd have to replay the game before it to get the right ending to be able to play this game, and like something they wouldn't know they did wrong until the very end. It's like, what?
see that's where you get into like Shadow the Hedgehog territory, with how that game's structured, and we know that didn't end well.
Except each Metroid game takes longer to play on its own than a Shadow the Hedgehog route to begin with.
True.
And you're stacking those games on top of each other.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I think
that's a great idea.
Are active.
For that reason,
the-
there is something novel about the idea of playing a Metroid game and like you don't save the animals, so Samus just dies at the end of Fusion. But I think that would just be more frustrating to players than interesting.
Yeah, imagine if there's like an ending text scroll. Despite her best efforts, Samus perished in the battle for Zebes. The galaxy will never know her heroic efforts, or some shit like that.
Oh, okay. So they clarified. I think they mean like endings that change. That okay. So actions that change the ending of the game. So like games with multiple endings. I think that would be a fine addition to Metroid if it was a more linear style game.
Yeah,
I think that could work well. Yeah.
I would like that for more of a new game rather than existing games on a collection.
I mean, yeah, I'd be fine if a new Metroid game came out and had something kind of like that. I mean, Resident Evil already has a similar structure to Metroid with its short runtime and world structure. And Resident Evil has multiple endings based on what you do. Like, did you make this character survive or did they die? You know?
But I guess
So,
to
like,
use Fusion
it was
as an
fine.
example, you could, you know, if you don't, or Super, if you don't save the animals, then, oh wait, but the game already kind of does that. There is a slight change, so.
Other M, like, imagine something goes wrong and Adam, something goes wrong with Adam in a previous sequence, so he's not there to see that you're going to Sector 0, so you go to Sector 0 and end the game early and die.
That would be horrible, but like in a cool way. You know how you do that? The deleter got to Adam. So if Samus didn't stop the deleter during that boss fight, then the deleter kills Adam, which means Adam can't stop you from Sector 0, so Samus dies in Sector 0.
I
That's
thought Adam
dark.
was the leader.
Oh, don't even.
Fan theories to
I'm
the
so
max.
sick of other M discussion online. Oh my god. Some people actually thought that's what they meant.
Really?
That Adam was the deleter. Yeah, that was
No,
definitely
I
the
meant
whole
it was
point
a
of
pun
that.
on the leader. So,
Samus was suspicious of Adam at the last moment because she didn't know what else to think. He wasn't actually the deleter.
Yeah.
I didn't actually think that was a real theory. I was making a pun on the leader.
I don't even think that was a theory. I think some people just don't pay attention to Metroid Other. I don't know what to tell you.
I was just making a horrible dad joke.
That's okay.
And
Horrible dad
it was
joke,
still
like
better than
Adam
apparently what
dying.
some people
Wait.
believe.
I do have a theory that like MB
Imagine
is actually
Adam in
Mother
a
Brain.
neutral tone of voice making a dad joke at Samus.
Samus.
Sammy.
Samus, Aaron. Or should I say Samus, you can.
Ah,
Adam,
That's
that was
terrible.
horrible. Why would you say that?
bad.
And you just see the slightest impression of a smirk on his face. Just the bare minimum.
Grinning maniacally.
Like the great IKG Productions once said in my Megman 1 video, don't quit your day job.
Why would you bring that up? No, that's funny.
It was it was relevant.
It was. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Alec exists to make dad
Damn.
jokes at IKG.
Yeah.
And then Anthony's just like, the hell are you talking about?
So they decided to bring back hoppers from Super Metroid, but make them shoot spikes at you.
I like it. It makes them more threatening.
They already did a shit ton of damage,
Is
and they were
Kraid
big
like
and
an
hopped
evolved
around. So now it's just like,
version
yeah, I also have projectiles. Oh.
Someone help!
More like
More
Samus
like
Karen.
Karen. Oh, you can't see me, but I'm dabbing.
She very much wants to speak to the BSL stations manager.
Who even would that be at this point?
I have absolutely no clue.
The one
They're dead.
The
They're
one
dead.
scientist you see is just an X, so they all died.
Yeah, I
Right.
was just gonna say.
Yeah, they're all the actual scientists are dead.
Goes up to the SAX. I want to speak with your manager.
It's like, well, Samus, you were a little late to talk to any of the humans left on the station.
Adam tells you to stay in the room, and she says, I want to speak with your manager.
Calls up Galactic Federation Command.
Then the
I like
the
this
navigation
boss.
doors lock, the rainbow locks come in.
You
Like,
can't do this to me.
This
I
is one of my
started
favorite
this company.
bosses in a
Yeah, I
Fusion.
started this company.
you know how
Really
much
neat.
I sacrificed?
Samus just starts dropping a shit ton of power bombs in the space station.
Also, yeah, I really do like this boss. It's
Me too.
but the mechanic of shooting just all the way up inside of it from below is really interesting, really fun.
It is. You have to make sure that you're horizontally spaced just right.
Right.
Yeah.
It gets harder each time because each vertical segment's more narrow than the last.
Right.
It takes
also
blasting
falls
missiles
fast.
up an
Ron, that was
alien
excellent.
to a whole
Faster.
new literal level.
Ron, you've been playing very nicely. Very nice.
Mhm.
It's good.
So come on,
you.
jump ball, really?
Sometimes I would die after a boss because I couldn't defeat the core. I'm like, I hate when that happened.
I've had that happen with a few bosses.
It happened with Dread too. I'm like, I miss when bosses just died.
The beam cores are... Ooh, they're spicy.
Oh, yeah, beam cores are something.
Ugh, I ate too many tacos.
Yeah, tacos.
Sounds like a you problem.
Yeah.
Skill issue, in fact.
It's raining tacos out on the street. All you can eat.
It's raining tacos. Hallelujah. It's raining tacos. Amen. Oh wait, that doesn't rhyme anymore. It's like, oh.
You messed up, done goofed.
I gauge you taking
Bum,
the classic
bum.
meme song and making it not a meme anymore.
I knew what you were referencing.
I know.
I just chose to
I just chose to not endorse this behavior.
run, run, run. Okay, you're safe.
Run!
Could you?
I-
I just had a crazy idea. Could you imagine if someone made like a ROM hack of Metroid Fusion, but told someone to play it and didn't tell them they changed anything? Except the SAX can now roam everywhere. Because like, imagine the shock on your face, and you just see them follow you into the main sector too.
Right.
Like just like
Instead of randomizing the game, you randomize the SAX.
Oh gosh.
I'd play that actually.
Actually, I would play that too.
That would be
What if
really
more-
fun.
That would be
more
really
than
fun.
that, The SA, it's
I would
not just
play
that
that.
the SAX can show up in random rooms. As long as it doesn't soft block you, it can destroy random doors.
Oh.
So you might have to take like different routes. That would be interesting.
It's fun. That very.
You might be running away from the SAX in a random room, and then a door is locked that you didn't expect to be locked, and it's like chasing you. It's like, oh!
And that is such an interesting spin on a randomizer, but it absolutely embodies everything that a randomizer is, right? And that's using your skills of a game and making those on-the-fly decisions on how you progress. Coming into a room with the SAX suddenly chasing you, and half the doors no longer go to where you think they are, absolutely keeps that idea in mind and creates a new
The SAX
experience.
could
with
also
it.
tear open new doors. Like, what if, like, the SAX decides to tear open a door, and you're next to it, and it just goes boom, and then through the door, you're on the other side of the wall. It's like, ah!
Then yeah, that basically is Resident Evil.
Alright, so what this is telling me is that tomorrow I'm looking into whatever tool they use to make ROM hacks at Fusion.
So what's
That would be
happening
so
is
cool to
tomorrow
have.
Tommy plays Resident Evil 3.
I've actually never played a Resident Evil game.
Me neither.
Only one I've played through
I want to,
is
though.
the original and its remake.
I played most of the series. Like, a lot of people don't know I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. I kind of took a break from it for a while after just being burned out from playing the lesser entries in the series, but it's like, I am a huge fan of like the fixed camera angle ones, except for Zero. Zero was kind of rough, and I don't really like the original version of Resident Evil 1. I just think that's a bit too rough around the edges.
Oh, right. But remake is kind of just better. Remake is incredible.
Remake is my all-time favorite Resident Evil game.
Remake is an incredible game.
Yeah.
It's great.
I definitely
It's
want to
seriously
try the
crap
Resident
on
Evil
me.
games at some point. I actually have a few on Steam, thanks to some Steam sales.
Also, you know what we've talked about before of like if we had to put pedestals of the best video game remakes ever made, things like Zero Mission and things like Pokemon Heart Gold.
Mm-hmm.
I would add to that list Resident Evil remake. Is one of the best video game remakes ever made.
I mean, yeah,
Agreed.
It's
it's
incredible.
commonly cited as such for good reason.
The only thing I'd say would like outrank it would probably be AM2R, but that's just me.
And to ours incredible.
Here we are, Sector 4. Favorite
Yep.
sector.
Most of our
AM2R.
favorite sectors, actually.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Yours as well.
Sonic Triple Trouble is also I'd consider one of the greatest remakes I've ever played.
I still need to play that.
It is incredible.
You
It's
know what? I actually really like how this works around the GBA screen space. Like having the drop here with such small screen space seems like it would suck, but you see these
The chains.
chains.
Yeah.
The chain. Yeah, I've thought about that before. The chains are such a genius choice.
That is smart.
Yeah, and it makes sense.
It makes it
They're
so
here.
that you're not just blindly dropping. The fact that there's
Yeah.
a chain there means you know, and you can also just barely see a crab there. So
Where
like,
we dropping, boys?
you know there's a platform because there's a chain and there's the crab. So it's like,
Right.
okay, I don't need to see the platform to know it's there.
Environmental storytelling or subtleties or hints or whatever have you in Metroid always tends to be very well done like that. And right, it's just we particularly talked about it, I think, a little bit in Super Metroid with how it does in fact teach you about all these secret abilities. Just they're still, harder to find than, like, oh look, I picked up a speed booster. This is how I use it.
Right.
It's got all those tools necessary there for you to do it, but it might not be terribly overt until you take a look at it and you're like, oh, that's what these chains are telling me. They're telling me that there are these blocks right underneath them and I can drop just fine.
These are the kinds of things that remind you Fusion was absolutely made by the same people who made Super Metroid and with the same
Right.
level of care.
Oh,
You're
for sure.
absolutely correct.
They
Yeah.
didn't lose that touch. They just
Yeah.
redirected it into something else, and I love it for that.
Pretty much. That's
Me too.
basically how I feel.
Also, we're at 10 viewers. I want to thank everybody who's watching this live. We're on the 4th out of 5 games in this, and we've still got a lot of content left, a lot of discussion to be had. But yeah, I want to thank you guys all for being here. So, yeah.
I'd also like to say, I not that it looks bad, but every time I look at this game, after looking at Zero Mission, I go, wow, this game looks better. Like, really good, and it came out earlier in the system's lifespan. And it's got such great environmental design and everything. I love the aesthetic of Fusion.
Meanwhile, like Samus Returns came out late in the 3DS's lifespan. It looks like crap.
Nah.
Whoa.
Whoa!
Damn fighting words!
But yeah,
Samus
this
Returns' foregrounds are kind of blocky, but the backgrounds look amazing.
I
Yeah.
have a friend who just doesn't really like the how the graphics look.
Hey,
on,
Super Pink Gamer. Long time no see. Thanks for joining.
and with
Welcome
the app
to the
Pink
stream.
High Five.
Yes,
wave,
I
rather.
love that
Unfortunately,
emote.
we
That's
won't
cool.
have any of
Yeah.
the games with a pink suit for Samus in this stream. Closest we get is the Super Metroid Gravity, but that's gone.
True.
And really, how pink is it?
Hardly
Oh,
pink
Hey,
at all.
friend of yours, Evan.
A little pink. I mean, I guess there's some pink on the official art for the Fusion suit, but it doesn't look like that in game.
Is there?
Yeah, the red sections are pinker in the
Ah.
official art. You also might notice that the visor is blue in the official art, but in game it's green.
I did notice that.
Is bomb jumping easier or harder in this game?
It's impossible.
Harder. Impossible, actually, even.
Possible.
Not
Impossible?
beyond, like, 2 jumps or something like that.
I don't know, guys. All I'm thinking is that impossible is just another kind of possible.
I think it's still harder in other M.
Impossible is just another kind of possible. No! I forget where that quote's from. Why am I forgetting it? Is it Dragon Prince?
It
I
is.
could've swore
It's
it was like
Claudia.
something Impossible's dad.
Yeah,
would
yeah,
say to
that's a
her.
Claudia quote. Okay. My gut said Dragon Prince, but I couldn't remember.
And you, dude, you had it for such a good reason. Dude, I'm so glad we have a very similar taste in animated shows like that. That's a very nice surprise.
I tried to get into Dragon Prince. I just couldn't. I hear it gets
Prince isn't
better,
perfect, but it's
I
rather
just
nice.
couldn't really get into it. Maybe I'll give it
Also,
a
the
run.
animation definitely improves after the first few episodes.
It's not even that. It's just like the first episode just did nothing for me.
I think the first episode's pretty good. It's not the best episode, but
All right, Ron.
Ye-
Here we
yeah,
go.
Gleaming Rose. It's a Fusion looks great.
Yeah, Gleaming Roses definitely has a very, very valid point
Hey,
there.
Flaming Rose.
How you doing?
Friend of yours?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's especially a friend of Box's.
Oh, okay.
Welcome, welcome.
I've interacted with her in text chat a couple of times, but that's about it. She has some interesting opinions.
Some
chill.
could construe that to be a negative.
Yeah, hooray.
I meant that in the positive sense.
Sure you
tisk.
did. Sure you did, buddy.
Unlike IKG, where I mean it in the negative sense all the time, just a bit.
You know you love me, hooray.
Yeah. Love to get your goat. Nah, it's more fun to do it to other people.
Wow.
I still do it.
I can't stand this boss because you can't really see where it's coming from.
I hate it, especially because you can start learning where it's going to come from based on where it's moving when it disappears. But
yeah, but still.
I like the AM2R
Yeah.
version better.
well, yeah, the AM2R version is more dynamic, more interesting, and gives you enough space to see it. So like
True.
That's true.
I was actually disappointed that it wasn't featured in like Samus Returns at all.
It would have been cool.
But maybe it's supposed to be like
Maybe in Area
prehistoric,
5 it could
like-
have been there, since there's a lot of water there.
yeah, no, like it's implied to be from SR388 because of what creatures are on this ship and all,
Yeah.
but it's never explicitly stated.
Oh, Super Pink Gamer says, I've been meaning to watch Dragon Prince. It's been on my list since I've now finished Owl House.
Yeah, Harane and I
Ooh,
are
Owl House is
massive
really
Owl
good.
House fans.
Who's excited for the second special coming in January?
Happy New Year, Lazy
yeah.
Play Gamer. We'll see you later.
See,
Yeah, Lazy
Have a
Clay,
good
thanks
night,
for
Lazy
thanks
Clay.
for being here pretty much all day.
Yeah,
It was very
your support's
nice.
been awesome.
Yeah, and all the various questions that you had were very very unorthodox, but fun things to think about.
Yeah, especially when we're getting into topics that we weren't supposed to talk about on stream.
so what's your favorite Metroidvania X? Me every time. So this gets complicated when I consider Zelda's a Metroidvania.
Right.
So
Oh,
honestly,
yeah.
by my own definition, I can't think of a reason that like old gen Pokemon like Fire Red is not a Metroidvania. It fits the
Right.
definition to a T.
I gotta admit, I really wouldn't normally say that Pokemon it fits a Metroidvania, but right, your Pokemon do get very certain abilities that complement very specific roadblocks in the
That's
in the
how
map,
you progress.
right?
And
Like,
old
cut,
gen's
rock
not even
smash.
determined by gym progression. The only thing it blocks is your ability to get to the Elite Four, which is literally the same as the statue in Super Metroid.
You know what? You're all right about that.
Like that's it. That's all the gyms do. Everything else is tied to like your HMs to get access to each area, which are ability-based progression that are also useful as combat tools with your Pokemon. Like that's just Metroid, and it has the same interconnected world structure with the exploration gating and like secrets to find. How is that any different?
Which it really isn't. It isn't at all.
No, that's the thing. You know?
It's right. It's just. It really is just unexpected to come from right like Pokemon Metroidvania. What are you talking about?
I'd say the newer games aren't because at some point they basically abandoned that structure, but like
Unfortunately.
I also am not sure where you would call the cutoff, because it's not like they did it instantly, it was a gradual process. But at some point, you could draw a line where older Pokemon games are definitively Metroidvanias by that definition. You
It's
know?
just so fun.
And I mean, they are. I can't
Absolutely.
object to it. It would be hypocrisy to my own rules, and it makes sense. It's just weird. Oh god, it's Gold Crab.
Gold Terizo, we skipped him.
So. I do wish we could have a Pokemon game bring back the Metroidvania structure now that they've abandoned HMs for, like, the ride Pokemon instead. Wouldn't technically be a Metroidvania in the same sense that, like, something like Dark Souls or Resident Evil isn't a Metroidvania, because it's not ability-based progression, but, like, it's still the same kind of world structure, and that's really what I think matters more in this case. And HMs were really annoying in the, like, you know, putting them on a Pokemon, taking up a move slot, most of them not being very good in combat,
Yeah.
and needing to keep that Pokemon with you. That was just tedious. Honestly, I think it actually just works better when it is detached from your ability set and is its own just exploration tool detached from your combat tools. In Pokemon's case.
It really is, because like I would, it's absolutely a common term when you describe some of the older Pokemon games. But HM slave, You have one Pokemon that you shove all your HMs on, so that when you need to get by something, they're in your party, and everywhere else, they're gone. Just how it is.
Yeah, because it's just annoying, you know?
Right, like, I really don't want to, like, right, like, take up, oh, yeah, like, I don't want my Charizard to have Fly or whatever, right? Like, when it can have a bunch of other moves. Instead, right, I mean, right, or, like, I'll put Cut on my Zigzagoon, so it doesn't have to go on, right, like, an actual Pokemon.
Too, because a lot of the HM slaves, especially Zigzagoon, are actually good Pokemon, but because they're compatible with all these HMs, you're encouraged to use them for that instead. Especially in Gen 3 and 4 in particular are so HM-centric, that you kind of just need it.
You really are super encouraged in those games to do it, right? Because, I mean, again, you are compromising so much power in the rest of your team by not doing it. And it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, so I feel like the ability-based progression kind of was not the part that I liked in that, but I do like the world structure that came with it.
Yeah, right. As you said, or summarized, kind of remove the abilities ties to HM specifically, and introduce them in a way that doesn't really require them to be attached to a specific Pokemon, and then it becomes it becomes a lot better.
Just basically the ride Pokemon mechanic, but actually design the world like you did in the older games, and boom.
Yeah, and
there you go.
In chat, Context Code is echoing similar thoughts, saying something like, "That's why I liked exploring in older Pokemon games and the Metroidvania feel overall, and with the quality of life in general that they've added in recent games, it would make the Metroidvania structure flow very well."
Mm-hmm.
So it would be, right, recently, with particularly Arceus and then Scarlet Violet, Pokemon has finally branched into that open world structure. And I think it would be rather interesting if they were able to mesh the two. I doubt they would, but
yeah,
that would be rather
more
interesting.
In going in the open world direction, which is valid.
Open world has
Totally
been something that Pokemon has needed to capitalize on for a very long time.
Yeah, and I mean, despite all the technical issues with Scarlet and Violet, I've heard that people who've played the game really enjoy how that new structure is implemented, and it looks genuinely like a good direction for the series.
That is exactly how I feel whenever I hear someone online like play it or talk about it. I'm constantly like, they have so much cool stuff in this game, but it is 100% bogged down by the myriad technical issues, from frame drops to very barren worlds to the graphical glitches.
Honestly, things just not working.
Exactly.
It's in a terrible state.
It's so unfortunate that this game is not visually polished, because almost everyone I talk to, they have great things to say about the Pokemon and the combat and the exploration, and they think it's a really fun game, but then you kind of like continue playing it and you're like, wow, this is the most engaging PowerPoint I've ever interacted with.
Right. I've even heard some people say that I've heard even some people say that it's the best game in the series if it weren't for the technical issues. That's high praise.
Like the Pokemon's been struggling so long with difficulty, where either they were like quote unquote difficult, and by that they mean grindy, or they were easy, but really it was just they just removed grinding and now there was nothing left.
Right.
You know? From what I've heard, this game has the best difficulty philosophy of any of the games so far.
That's what I've heard too. Yeah.
It's genuinely challenging.
So here's hoping that they stick with it and we can just hopefully get a more polished experience next time.
Like, it sounds like they're doing everything I wanted with Pokemon when I dropped it. It's just, like, they're not doing what I want. They're not making games that I want to play because they have these problems, and now they're doing the solutions.
I really hope that, I think Nintendo's like forced march of like a Pokemon game a year has really impacted Game Freak. But right, that requirement almost of this, like, right, and that's an unyielding requirement essentially that they have on Game Freak in particular.
Increase Game Freak's resources or hire
exactly.
a studio or anything.
And I know Game Freak in the past has said they prefer working with a smaller studio, or like a smaller team, not a smaller studio, which I absolutely understand. But also, right, Pokemon is one of the largest franchises in
literally the
like right
media
period
franchise
period
ever.
period.
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 And right, and it's like,
full stop.
and it's so it's so frustrating to see, and like in here, like an otherwise amazing game like Scarlet and Violet that is totally it's 100% bogged down by this time frame that they're forced to work on.
Right.
Because if they had more people working on it, or just more time with the same team to polish the game, that is what it is lacking. It is lacking polish. They need bug
Arceus
fixes.
came out
They need
the
optimization.
Same year, and Game Freak made that one too.
Right.
That's
Arceus-
way too much.
I was
Yeah.
literally talking with someone about this the other day. I think January 28th is when Arceus released, and then right like a couple weeks ago was Scarlet Violet. What the heck? That is insane.
Can you imagine the pressure and workload on the team? I mean, seriously.
There's some Pokemon fans who are really harsh on Game Freak right now. Like, oh, the Game Freak sucks. The games they're making are bad. They're not good. They're not fit. Like, honestly, I have no qualms with Game Freak. Everything they've been doing is fantastic, and all of the problems feel like they just didn't have the time or resources. Game Freak seems like they're doing everything they goddamn can while still trying to improve, and I have nothing but respect.
Yeah.
This game, I think.
Because they listened to feedback from Sword and Shield. They
Like,
really did with the design of the game.
Like, everything they're doing is listening. But then you see what the Pokemon Company is doing with the release schedule and, like, the resources they're given. It's like, why?
Money.
It's infuriating.
It is.
I'm not even like a real Pokemon fan, you know?
It's funny.
And it's
Context Code is about to echo the exact same thing, saying that's why, as an actual fan, the newer titles are infuriating. I have a friend who owned it, and he said the technical issues and quality of life are fighting one another, and that's absolutely the case, right? Harain, you were saying you didn't you kind of stopped Pokemon because they weren't making games that you like, and now they are making games that you want to play, but the myriad of technical issues are directly contracting, or they're detracting from that better experience.
The situation with Scarlet and Violet is like a much more severe version of how I would describe the situation surrounding Sonic Frontiers. Like Sonic Frontiers,
fans
I
are
have
actually getting jealous of Frontiers.
Yikes! Wow, that's a paradigm shift.
Yeah,
But, like-
Frontiers, from what I heard, is a lot more polished.
Oh,
than-
it is. But Sonic
Oh,
Frontiers,
But it's a hell of a lot better.
it's a
than
very
this.
similar story though, even though the execution is much, I will stress, much better. I do think it's a similar case. But hey, at the very least, Sega has reportedly, Sonic Team actually has reportedly been on a hiring spree.
It is, guys.
That's
Also,
good news.
First- The
and
first
by the
hint.
fact that they're willing to make a new final boss for Frontiers, they're willing to go in and work with this game.
Yeah.
Pokemon's not going to get that.
And a
Frontiers-
whole year of free DLC of stuff that doesn't necessarily feel like it was missing.
Pokemon Company is basically just going to put Game Freak on the next game. That's it. They're not going to say, okay, but now finish Scarlet Violet. No.
Right.
They release this game, they're done.
Yeah, I gotta give serious props to Sonic Team and Sega for actually allowing them, because Sega's just like the Pokemon Company when it comes to Sonic. They're on the top, and all they do is they hurt their developers. We've seen it. There's been literal reports of it in the case of Sonic Team. They're very outspoken when they can be, but it's like Sonic Frontiers getting a whole roadmap of DLC next year is awesome, and it's all free. It's all free.
They had the didn't Izuka have to fight for that extra year of development
Yes,
for Frontiers?
Izuka's put his job on the line
Jesus.
to get another year for Sonic Frontiers, and I would argue the game's still not quite finished. It's polished, but like they definitely cut corners when you get to the end game content. So I'd be terrified to think what Frontiers would look like if they couldn't get that year. It would. I'm pretty sure it would literally be Sonic 06 too. It would have been
Yeah.
the same. It would have released in the same state. There's no way. There's no way. So can you believe it? We barely even got this. So you see what I'm saying? It's like the Pokemon Company situation, just not quite as severe. But it's frustrating as a hardcore Sonic fan.
It is.
I still like Frontiers, and I'm excited for what's to come with it. But The management's got to get better. And yes, here we are in the Nocturnal.
Frontiers is almost nothing but good news for the Sonic brand and the quality of the games. It's just...
It's great that a 3D game can say that again. It's been a while. Coming as a fan of 3D Sonic, it's been a while.
What are you talking about? You say it's the best Sonic game since... or Sonic Team game since Lost World, and, like, it's only the second one they've made. Forces was just one game.
Yeah, that's...
One game.
That's
and Lost World
true.
was 9 years ago. Oh.
That's the problem. Yep, exactly. Yeah. But you are correct. Fake Harain, you are correct.
Back to Super for a moment, but I absolutely... Or, not Super, Fusion. I absolutely... Super Fusion of the games. I absolutely...
yeah, the mod that's coming out.
The color palette in here, in those previous rooms, of the yellow border with the purple, like, base color, I love it so much. It looks so...
Those colors
so
are
nice.
complements to each other, and, like... It makes it really strike out. It just really sticks. But it's such an unnatural palette that it's, like, kind of...
Unsettling?
Yes.
You never really feel quite, like, safe or at home.
Right,
And
something simply just doesn't feel right about those colors. Like, kind of like, I think to a lesser extent, but we had talked about it before during Samus Returns.
This is the location of, you know.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes, it's for good reason. But yeah, I just really, really enjoy that, like, the initial segment of this sector. I really appreciate those colors.
I do too. Again, it really does fit. This is where the Federation's dirty laundry is. Well, at least a large portion of it.
Yeah, they were just kind of like, yeah, it's you kind of hate that we have to send Samus here. She's kind of like, you know, the one person you can't have finding out about what we're actually doing here.
Nice morph ball jump there with the spring ball.
Yeah, that was very, very solid.
Very nice.
Yeah, we're back to the color for...
Yeah, I can... Yeah, I'll probably kind of just train myself to intentionally get caught in most of these and still scrape by.
I mean, it's been working well.
It's kind of a fun feeling. You do have to be careful in this sector because of those blue icy
Hate those.
eggs. Yeah. Oh good, these will give you some refills.
It's funny, they're like the Metroids in some of the other games, but they honestly do more damage.
Yeah.
Oh yes, good RNG with the
Wow. Yeah, one missile.
Right, that was very good RNG.
Excuse
now
me.
for one of the worst bosses in the game.
Yeah, I guess it's not that great. It struggles with screen real estate, I think.
It does, and it's also kind of just nothing, as you're about to see.
It's just a big Korax.
I mean, this is how I fight. I just use the charge beam, and just...
Right, just randomly fire at it, and
Yeah.
you'll hit something eventually.
Right.
And by staying in that central platform, like, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna charge around it anyway, so, like, you don't really have to dodge that much.
Yeah, that's smart, Ron. Just staying in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just how you do this.
Yeah.
It's such a boring fight, and it's not even really, like...
It's not hard, it's just kind of poorly made.
Yeah.
It's
Inoffensive.
off
Which is
screen
a-
half the fight.
Right.
That's true.
It's barely fully on screen at a time. Which is a little
If it's
unfortunate.
fully on screen, you don't have room to be anywhere because
Right.
it's that big.
if it is fully on screen, you've been hit.
Right.
Like, there's not much else you can do about it.
Right.
Very soon.
Survive extreme temperatures, but only the heat.
Objective, survive.
Yeah, I gotta say, Hurrian's changed my mind about this color scheme. I actually really like how, like, it looks.
Right, we really hit the nail on the head, I think, when we were talking about it earlier, with how it's such like an eclectic collection of colors, but for whatever crazy reason they work.
I know. Yeah.
And it's like I don't understand at all
I think
why this random half rainbow works, but it
I
does.
think it just makes it feel sick.
I think
Mhm.
Hurrian described it
Where
as
Samus
nauseating.
Is sick, yeah.
Samus is not well, and you don't look well.
Oh man, I'm at only 40 minutes of in-game time right now.
Well, this is the suit you wear for the largest runtime of the game.
You're doing great,
Yeah.
Ron. Keep it up.
Yeah, about I think it's close to 40 minutes of IRL time as well. A little more.
Mm-hmm.
But
Probably
Doing very-
more, because of like the intro text and
But-
whatnot.
point
Like-
being, we're doing very well in Fusion so far. You haven't really had any hiccups anywhere either.
Yeah, you just wait till Nightmare. Or
Ah.
the SAX.
Oh.
Or...
Nightmare especially
mean-
is hard.
So, did Ron beat the game yet? Hey, he's a knock. Nice.
Is it not? Welcome back, Alec.
Oh, hey, Alec.
Sorry about that.
You're
We
good.
just got that arm in that one room, just sitting there from the ceiling.
Yeah, Alec, are you a fan of this yellow and purple color scheme that is around a lot of knock? I mentioned it in the past that I really enjoy it.
I do, because it gives like a kind of a spooky Halloween theming.
Yeah.
It does.
You know, like nocturnal. That's why it's called knock.
Yeah, I always thought like if you equate it to like Pokemon or like other typing, like this would be like the dark type sector, you know? Like there's a grass
Sure.
area, a fire area, a water area. This is
Yeah.
like dark, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I like it. It almost feels like it could fit like the arc, as in like Final Rush or Final Chase. In a
Also,
way.
what the fuck, Fusion, adding in fucking mimics into Metroid?
Right? Like, come on, dude.
I hate. You know what are the worst mimics? The ones in Dark Souls that actually instant kill you.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. So, dude, holy shit. I was playing Dark Souls 1 for the first time a couple months ago. I did end up wanting 100%ing that game. But I ended up playing FromSoft games, like their entire, all of like their Souls-like games, in reverse release order. I didn't intend to happen that way until I did Dark Souls 3 and realized what I was doing, and then I was like, you know what, I'll finish it out. And so Dark Souls 1, the first like 6 or 7 chests that you encounter throughout the world are real. They are real, they have an item, they're good. And so
Yeah.
I open the last one, the like 6, 7, 8, whatever it is, and I'm like, okay, maybe they don't have mimics. The next chest I get, literally 5 minutes later, is a mimic, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I was like, oh, I guess they just don't have mimics here. Maybe it was right addition in the later games. And then the very next one in the next couple minutes, and I was like, are you kidding me? Dude, in the very next day, it just tore me to shreds.
You take it away.
They say Dark Souls is perfectly designed.
Yeah, you can tell which one are mimics. They have a slight difference with their chain or something.
Mhm. It is true.
Dark Souls is cringe. Armored Core is based. Based on what? Dark DNA Dragon?
No, cocaine.
Oh, not again.
I
I thought we left this at Samus Returns.
Solid base.
I thought we left the coke at Samus Returns.
Samus is on coke.
Sam's
Samus,
Yeah, look at-
Never mind.
Look at
Samus
his
is coke
gameplay.
addiction. Coke addiction returns.
Look at the speed booster.
Oh.
Samus, speed booster Samus is clearly on some kind
Oh
of
god.
She's
Yes,
on
heavy
right.
drug.
Also, it's a nice detail, but I love how it does stay with you when you go down elevators. And I like how Ron does that when he can, because I do that too when I play this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You can do it in Dread as well when you're going into elevators and
Is that
shuttles.
so?
Yeah.
don't think I've tried it in
Yeah, I mean, like they don't. It obviously doesn't. It doesn't persist
I believe it
after
works
you get
this
out the.
year.
after you get out of the transition, it doesn't. But as you're walking up to
But
it,
as you go up the
if
steps,
you are quick enough,
that's cool.
you see it.
Okay.
You know what? That's why Samus Returns sucks. It's the only one where you can't do that.
Damn.
Wow. Phase Drift would like to talk to you.
I mean, but look, really, how do you have a Metroid game without Shine Spark, without Speed Booster? How do you do it?
You don't.
Most Metroid Prime
They make
titles.
Metroid
Yeah,
One.
they
They're
suck.
Whoa.
they don't count.
Why do you think that? Why do you think I have all of the 2D games?
Fine then. I guess I have to
Come on.
accept Other M because Other M has it.
Yeah, and
I
I like
do.
it more than the Prime games. And
Oh, there's an opinion.
Well,
There is an opinion.
at least I can accept that opinion because it is a good game. So I can live with that.
literally the only exception.
Now, if you say
to
Metroid
the
1
ones with
NES
speed-
is better, then I'm like, what are you talking about?
Literally the only exception to the two games with Speed Booster being above games without Speed Booster on my list is slightly preferring Metroid Samus Returns above Zero Mission and Other M. That's it. If it wasn't for the exception of Samus Returns, literally it would be divided by Speed Booster and no Speed Booster.
Which is really funny. Really funny.
I mean, I have to admit, the Speed Booster is one of my favorite items, for sure.
I love the Speed Booster.
One of the best additions to the franchise. And Dread's version's definitely the best.
I
It's
want
so
a
fun.
Metroid Prime Speed Booster that makes the game play like Titanfall 2 when you get a Speed Boost or some shit.
Oh yes.
Prime 4? Alright, welcome to Sector 5.
Imagine first-person shine sparking where you stop, aim in slow motion to where you want to launch, and then go.
Hey Ron, you want to fight Nightmare now?
I
Yes.
do.
Okay. Well, you can't.
I'll fight him in Zero Mission.
What? He's not in Zero Mission.
Nightmare and Zero Mission.
Not
that'd
without
be it.
mods.
Oh, you got me there.
So you're fighting Nightmare with super missiles. Which do you have super missiles before you go to Nightmare?
Yes, you do. You do.
This is a slightly odd observation, but why are the waivers in this sector so large? They
I
are
love
massive.
They are massive.
I love how spiky they are.
That's a good point. Because we
I
just
think-
saw them in Super.
Yeah,
and they
in,
were like
right
pretty-
in Super, they're the
Yeah.
size of like Samus's head, a little bigger. They're-
I think the sprites for these enemies are generally a similar size, but Samus herself is smaller because she's only tiles tall.
Isn't she like 3 tiles tall in Super Metroid?
Yes. In every 2D Metroid game, except for Super Metroid, she's 2 tiles tall.
That's definitely
in
true in
Super, she's
Samus
three.
Returns.
Yep.
Definitely true.
It's true in Dread. It's true in the 8-bit games.
I never noticed that consciously before, but that is true, right? It is.
Yeah. And it's actually more complicated in Super because she's 3 tiles tall normally, 2 tiles tall when she's doing a spin jump or crouching, and 1 tile tall in Morph Ball.
Oh.
Yeah, that particularly, her spin jump hurt box being drastically reduced, is really, really beneficial for her. I know I mentioned it, I think, in a call, with everyone off stream, but there's a lead right or maybe it was this morning. I can't
I think
remember.
it
Might have been
Okay.
this morning. It might have been
I-
yesterday. I don't remember. But right, Super Metroid does have that ledge grabbing because you can uncurl midair by aiming, and her smaller hitbox or her box
her legs
becomes
extend
larger.
below her,
Exactly.
which makes you hit the ground sooner.
Yep, and you can snap to the floor by that the uncurling happening, which is really it's such a tiny optimization, but you snap to the ground and you can keep running. And it also is just really helpful for dodging things while you're in spin jump.
You know the in Green Brinstar, you know the collectible that's in the upper pipe that doesn't spawn those enemies
Yeah.
like the other ones do? That pipe is actually the most pronounced place in the game I can think of noticing the 2 tile difference, where normally you spin jump in there, either with a wall jump or the space jump if you come back later. And when you jump in there, Samus is too tall to stand up.
Oh, yeah, so you have to be in morph ball.
Crouch. You see her land in there with a crouching pose, so she's tall enough. The space is big enough for her to crouch in there. Because most morph ball tunnels you can't crouch in because they're
Yeah.
1 tile tall. But because this is a 2-tile tall space and you jump into it instead of morphing, it becomes immediately obvious that Samus has more room here, but not quite enough to stand.
Which is, as you were saying there, I feel like that's not something I consciously recall seeing pretty much anywhere else. Because you can't move there without being in Morph Ball.
But it does mean you can jump in there without needing to do a mid-air morph.
Which is quite nice.
Which, it's the little things.
It
I'm not upset or anything that the other games made Samus 2 tiles tall and simplified it or something, but like, you know, it's neat.
It's unique.
That is a fun little Shine Spark puzzle.
Quite a few of these in this game.
Up
Some
until
actually really cool ones. Nothing crazy like Zero Mission though.
Up until AM2R, Fusion had my favorite Shine Sparks in the series.
And then AM2R came around and did what AM2R does.
And
Yes.
just made an incredible speed booster, yeah. And then Dread happened.
Oh, man.
You don't like it? Dread's speed
I tore
booster?
the speed booster in Dread. It's the best in the series. Holy shit.
I'm hoping, there's one Shine Spark puzzle in Berenia that I messed up the last, 2 practice runs. And I'm like, I haven't messed that up in a very long time. I'm not feeling that, bro. Please don't happen on stream. But we'll see. The speed booster in Dread is so fun.
So fun. Yo, so we get Metroid Dread's gameplay, but they add back in Mock Ball.
Oh my god, dude. I would...
Ooh.
Imagine a game that plays like Dread, but it handles the Morph Ball the same way that AM2R does with Mock Ball and everything.
Please give
That
it to
would be-
me.
That sounds cool. Actually. That actually sounds really cool.
AM2R's more lenient Mock Ball is a lot easier to use freeform and creatively than Super.
Mm-hmm.
You can still do it with Super. It just takes a lot of fucking skill to use the Mock Ball creatively. Skill I don't have.
Ron,
So...
Ron, for some
What?
reason, when Nightmare Shadow went by, I thought of the MGS guard. What was that noise? I don't know why. It just popped in my head. I almost said it. And then I was like, what was
Wait.
that noise?
I haven't looked into fully why, but apparently in Super Metroid, there's anywhere from 2 or 3 frames minimum to input a wall jump to 10 at the maximum, and it depends on how you jump into a wall.
Yeah, that is something that I... At one point, I feel like I knew it, but that is an area of Super Metroid that I'm very unfamiliar with. That would be...
I'd like to see what the rules are for wall jumping in each of the games and the timings required. It's really simple in Mercury's theme. It's just spin jump next to a wall, tap jump. The only thing is that Dread makes it obvious, makes a unique animation for when you do it the earliest possible, but that's about it. It's still just you spin jump next to wall, you
Right.
can wall jump.
Yeah, I still like Samus Returns.
Alright.
Alright, Sector 3. Better shut it down before everything explodes.
Time for our first backtrack.
Yes. Is your objective clear, lady?
No,
The objections later.
I'm sorry. Because I'm a lady, I couldn't
Any
understand.
objections,
what you're
lady?
saying.
I don't have enough testosterone to understand you. I'm sorry.
Wow. Go,
It's
go,
pretty
go.
I'm pretty deficient in
Maybe
that
if I
category,
stayed
so
in
that
the
might be able to
kitchen
translate.
and started making babies like women are supposed to, my testosterone levels would rise enough to understand your point.
Damn.
Ah.
No saving allowed.
You see, it's funny because women's testosterone does go up during pregnancy. Anyway.
I like how the save room's disabled, which makes sense, but I just also think it's funny on a meta level, no time to save now. Let's go.
Yeah.
Dumbass. Go
Game
turn the
does
thing
that.
off. Don't save.
Game,
Are you trying to
game
save
does
with a timer on your ass?
Imagine if he saves at 0.01.
Soft lock your save file.
Yeah, I guess then you'd just be stuck.
Ooh, they should mod it so you can save during timer.
I can imagine that breaking all sorts of things somehow.
Yeah.
So let's consider for a moment the canon ending if the space station genuinely just blows up right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what happens? I actually did think about this more.
Anthony Higgs
Back-
discovers planet ZDR
Oh
and
god.
goes on a wild adventure through.
I was gonna say,
Planet.
I thought about this before Dread was a thing, and I was like, I mean, doesn't it just result in the X getting destroyed anyway? I mean, not the ones on SR388, but
Yeah. I mean, that's one good effect of this whole station blowing up right now. Yes.
it doesn't destroy the ones on SR388. But you know, at least they're all contained on that planet. But we
But
now
Samus.
know
You
because
can't
of
lose Samus.
Dread that they also were on that planet with Ravenbeak on ZDR. And Ravenbeak is not to be trusted with anything.
Right.
He is.
But it
he
also
is
would mean the eradication
nefarious.
of all Metroid DNA. It would just all be gone.
Yeah, I guess if Samus is gone,
It's
then
all on the ship.
that's true.
Yeah, right. That is a good point. Ravenbeak's his entire plan no longer functions now because there are no more Metroids to.
Huh. Right, and the ship is gone. Samus is gone. All right, you know what, Ron? Put the controller
What?
down. Nah.
Last
Just
galaxy
Explode.
in captivity.
We're taking
Metroid
away
Prime.
Tommy's
Your controller on the floor.
kidding.
Yeah,
it's like
I've
a
done all
mess.
this prep to make a fun route that showcases a lot of cool stuff.
Sorry, it was
We're
your,
just-
it
we're
was your
just-
idea, Tommy.
We're just rewriting the canon.
Well, actually, I kind of made your run impossible when I didn't save the animals. Like, Fusion
Yeah.
only gets
Well,
ruined
Hey,
in
you
the
might as
first
well
moment.
let the boiler room go.
Right? I mean, the animals aren't there to save you later anyway. Just get it over
Like
with.
that's the only thing it would affect in Fusion. is
Please,
the very
scientist, help
last
me.
moment.
I'm not a scientist.
Like, I'm sorry, Tom. Dread just can't happen anymore. I didn't save the animals.
No.
You know, I am something of an ex-parasite myself.
Think about the fact that there actually isn't a big canon difference between whether or not you saved the animals until Dread came out.
That's true.
Like, Samus survives the end, but that's the only difference, because the ship would still crash into planet SR388 and blow up both itself and the planet, destroying all the X-Parasites on both. With
Wait, Ron, where are you
just
going?
the difference is whether or not Samus is on there. That's it.
I was like, wait, are you gonna shut it down?
No,
Yeah, he
I
was-
was gonna let it blow up.
He
I
was
was
just
gonna
trying to
try and
go.
I was gonna let
He
it blow
just
up.
really didn't like that X-Parasite. It was never about the station blowing up.
Oh, okay. It's just that
No.
scientist.
Honestly, I think, honestly though, I feel like, I feel like if the game just ended at this point where like Samus just escaped and the BSL station just blew up, it wouldn't impact that much.
The only problem is SR388 that still exists with X-Parasites on it.
That's true.
It's
Well-
the only thing.
I'm partly joking, but it is strange that that's like the only thing.
Now, imagine if Samus never went to investigate the BSL station, and they kind of just left it alone.
Oh
This
yeah,
blo-
no, that,
this boiler room would have blown up anyway. But Samus
yeah.
would never have been at risk, and everything on the ship would be gone.
yeah, no.
But the space pirates could like get. Oh wait, they're dead.
The space pirates are gone.
Yeah, space pirates
Yeah.
are gone by this point.
That's the biggest plot ramification of Super Metroid, is the space pirates as an organization no longer exist.
Right. That's the
Yeah,
big thing
no.
accomplished with Super. Yeah. The space pirates who
They-
were prevalent all throughout Metroid 1 and many at Prime
talk about
1,
that a lot in
Prime
other
2,
M,
especially
actually.
Prime 3. And then you get to Super and they're finally eradicated.
They're just gone.
Even the space pirates in Other M turn out to be fraud.
Sabesians.
Yeah, just Zebesians. So
That's why she doesn't call them space pirates. People are like, why are they not called space pirates? Because that the organization's gone. It's just the species.
hooray, you're
Yeah,
trusting that
she's not-
people followed Other M's story.
He's not speciesist.
She's calling them Zebesians because they're not space pirates. Space pirates are gone.
Yeah,
Yep.
the space pirates are dead.
I remember the first time when you have to find the logo on the Zebesian you knocked out and it says Galactic Federation, I would audibly gasp. I think that was a really good, like, whoa. You know,
What?
like, what's going on
Federation
here?
is breeding Zebesians as bioweapons.
I'm
Wait.
not surprised.
Oh,
and
you're...
they still
Yeah.
show up in Other M with the X Parasite. Or not Other M, in Fusion with the X Parasite.
Wait a second. I was like, wait, X Parasite, another app. Wait,
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Wait
If
a
the
second.
Sapiens are mainly comprised of space pirates, does that mean they like coexisted with Samus and company for a while? But then like
It's
Mother
not
Brain
exactly clear what happened with the Zabesians, but the name implies they're from Zebes. A pet theory of mine, it's a lot of outside material claims that the Chozo elevated a lot of races, along with the Prime games saying that. My theory is that the Zabesians are another one of the races that the Chozo elevated, but when they elevated their intelligence, a lot of them ran away and formed a rogue band of pirates instead of another, galactic civilization, part of the Federation.
makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, the Prime games already imply that anyway.
And why did
They-
Mother Brain
They
betray
say that
them?
about the Luminoth and the people of Brio, that's what the Chozo did for them, right?
Yeah.
And the Chozo live on Zebes.
Yeah, the
and if
Luminoth-
the Zabesians are from Zebes.
The Luminoth have a lot to thank the Chozo for. But
So-
I like that it's still balanced and that the Luminoth also did a lot of things themselves, but the Chozo taught them a lot of things, which I think is still really cool. And people like Umos really appreciate that. I love Prime too.
I think that the space
Let's play Prime
Pirates
2
in its
instead.
entirety as an organization is born from the mistakes of the Chozo. Like,
Mhm.
the Zabesians are implied to be from Zebes and make up the main forces of the space pirates. They are trying to manipulate the Metroids, and their leader is Mother Brain.
And what about the
Guys,
space pirates?
All of these are
Prime
Chozo
3?
creations.
Still under an hour.
55 minutes. Ooh.
55 minutes.
I'm gonna
What
take
about
a
Space
small
Pirates
break.
from
Actually, I'll be
Prime
back in
3?
just a little bit.
You know, the space
However-
pirates are Prime 3. They're like lizards now. Are those like a different species?
I have no idea. The space pirates are an organization, so it's possible they're just a different species under the organization, but I don't know. I don't know. I never liked it that the Prime space pirates looked different because, they were always portrayed in the main series as being crab-like, and now they're, not.
I always imagine them as like a multi-species organization because like
They
since
never
early
show
on,
them
there's
being
been a
multi-species in
dragon.
any game. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Other than Wrigley being a major factor, all of the soldiers are all one species in every game.
what about Kraid and the others?
Kraid's probably part of the Space Pirates if the old manuals are to go by. But, again, he's also clearly not just a grunt,
Yeah.
All of the grunts seem to be of one unified species, which wouldn't really make sense.
Well, the Key Hunters are also said to be part of the space pirates as well.
I don't remember that any, but I could be wrong.
Metroid. Yeah. Space pirate.
I'd be curious where they say that, because, I don't think you're pulling it out of your ass or anything.
I'm looking at Wikitroid. They cite their sources. In general, the average space pirate soldier is tall and bipedal, though they favor a more hunched posture. However, beyond this, physiology has changed dramatically with almost every encounter, sometimes resembling crustaceans, insects, reptiles, and even avians. This has led many to believe that the space pirates are less a single species and more a loosely connected organization comprised of multiple different species across the galaxy. This is supported by the fact that members of other species such as Evers and Key Hunters are associated with the space pirates.
I wonder where the Key Hunter one comes from.
The fuck is an Ever? Oh, those things.
Very descriptive.
They're the little dragoons.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Wait a minute, how'd you save the animals, Ron? They're supposed to be dead.
God damn it, Ron. You can't even kill them properly.
Well, more like Harain failed to kill them.
I guess you're lucky for that one.
Not to mention the Talon Force space pirates
still
don't look
tried
anything
to.
like crabs.
He still tried to. We should still cancel Harain.
The animals don't try to save you because Samus tried to leave them to die.
Everyone, let's cancel Harain.
Ugh. So,
What?
the space pirates are dead. Got the Zebesians. And then we got the Zebesian X infected in this ship. So does that mean the Federation was still breeding them? Even after they were busted in Other M? 'Cause how else would they be here for the X to infect them? Also worth noting, there are no Zebesians or space pirates of any kind in Metroid Dread. Technically, Samus Returns has one with Ridley, the leader of the space pirates. And, Zero Mission has them. And so Super, and this game has the Zebesian X infected. But there's just nothing in Dread, unless you're gonna count Kraid, I guess? But that one's hard to, is that the same Kraid anyway? Because that's a little weird. So why did Ravenbeak have Kraid there? Was he trying to use Kraid as a bioweapon?
Not sure.
How's the chat?
Last thing was Red talking about the space pirates being different species based on the Prime games having unique ones each time.
Yeah, even Federation Force had unique ones.
That is true.
Oh boy, we got Nightmare flying around. I mean, what's that shadow?
What does that sound?
Who are you?
No. Who? Why are you here? No. Why are you here? Wearing an eye patch. Yeah, it works better with IKG being here.
IKG, where are you? No. We're helpless without him. We're boring. Nah, we're not that boring without IKG. We managed to have the James Jonah Jameson jokes before.
True.
So how is it, Ron, playing a Metroid game that gives you power bombs not at the end of the goddamn game?
I was stupid. And I somehow got, stun locked by the, SAX.
I think that's just coming up on stream now.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yep.
Tommy and I are back.
Okay, so I'm reading up on Metroid lore. Samus had two dads.
Why are you? I can't
Samus
just.
had
Why
voice
are
and,
you here?
Why am I here?
Ravenbeak.
Why are you here, Ikeji?
Because it's my thing. It's my stream. It's our stream.
No, why here? Wearing an eye patch.
Stop. Only I can be. I was about to say Rosemary Pike. That's a completely wrong actress. Lee Merriweather. All right.
This is IKG's coming out video.
Guys, Ron just downloaded bombs.
I downloaded
You wouldn't
power
download a
bombs.
bomb.
I probably got like 10 Trojans from doing that.
He
But
definitely didn't download power bombs a moment ago and then died to the SAX.
Your FBI
Oh.
agent is just like staring at the screen like, dude, what the hell? I'm right here.
Whoop whoop is the sound of the police.
Bleep, bleep,
The sound of the police.
bleep, bleep.
I just
Your
think of
FBI
Brooklyn Nine-Nine when I hear that because of that montage they did.
Ron, your FBI agent's actually just a fusion critic who doesn't believe that you should download missiles.
there, I did it far cleaner this time.
Wait, you took like 1 or 2 hits of some.
Yeah, but like I died last time.
Yeah.
You got stun locked by the SAX last time.
Yeah, we what was it? Evan and I were like just tuning back in as that happened. Which I think that was your first death in the game.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, that's
very
great.
good.
That's a good. Yeah, that's great. But Ron, I have a question for you. Why are you here, wearing a helmet with a visor?
Forgot that was in the montage.
Whoop,
I first
whoop.
heard it.
What's the sound of the police?
Who does that song?
I don't even
like
know.
that.
I've
I
only
like
heard it because
the-
my coworkers like to listen to 90s rap music, and I hear this one frequently.
Well, there you go.
I like that Samus's dialogue or monologue scenes have the correct colors for her suits, but then when you go back to gameplay, it's very obvious that the colors are off. Like, oh look, it's a dialogue scene. Her visor's blue. Back to gameplay, it's green now. Wait, what?
That's a good point.
Such an odd, like, disconnect from the
It's the
artists.
same with her. It's the same with her helmet being pink in the dialogue scenes and red in gameplay.
Right, it's also pink in the artwork, like on the border. If I had to guess, they probably changed the gameplay second, of course, and maybe it had to do with like visibility, or they just thought green. I don't know.
That, or they
Not sure.
were designing the sprites earlier on and finalized the artwork later. And just Samus's normal design has a red helmet and green visor. And maybe that detail wasn't finalized yet with the fusion suit being different.
That's possible. Though, isn't usually the artwork finalized first?
It's a hodgepodge.
Okay.
Here comes, guys.
Guess you can't be too sure.
Especially when they're redesigning the character like this. I don't
Huh.
imagine that was something that happened immediately and all in one step.
I like how the weird symbiote on Samus's suit is now like kind of orange now. It's kind of cool.
Hour and 2 minutes.
Ron, you're killing it.
Samus, return to your ship. There's a pest issue.
That's one way of putting it.
It's animals.
Huh?
Here we
Yeah,
go.
this-
The music track.
Huh?
So,
There
Adam,
it is.
why is it that you don't like people using bioweapons? I hate animals.
Roll other M credits. Da, 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 da.
It's at this moment Ron knew he fucked
That
up.
was it. It's not about ethics or anything. It's I fucking hate actors.
What do you think Adam Malkovich would think of the Emmys?
Keep our assets safe, lady.
Treat our lost assets with care, lady.
That was the line. That's right.
Hey, it's Ridley.
Psych!
Was Ridley.
Guys, it's Scott Ridley. Or Ridley Scott.
Fuck.
Oh my god, I
Fuck
said
that.
it
Ridley
backwards.
No.
Scott.
That was the frozen
I
corpse.
said
of
the
Ridley from
director's
Other...
name backwards.
That
Ridley.
was the frozen corpse of Ridley from Other M.
That's
Are those Genesis predators?
that's Ridley Scott who killed Samantha's parents.
No, that enemy is actually called Genesis.
Yeah, they were a big Sega kid back in the day, so they changed their name
Fun.
to Genesis.
Fun fact: that's what the origin of the secret boss from AM2R comes from the speculation of that enemy of what the fuck it's even supposed to be, because it doesn't show up anywhere outside of its X form in this game, and it's got the name Genesis, which implies like it's some kind of origin. So Milton Guasti imagined it as like some kind of primal creature that was like evolutionary basal to everything else on the planet, like a ancestor to them, still around today.
Yeah.
I really
So
like
made
the
it, like-
design of Samus's ship in this game.
Made it the,
I like
super
seeing it at the
boss.
start of Dread.
Purple.
too. Good continuity.
And
Yeah.
And, well, yeah, and at the end.
The gunship does also just, in addition to the color, which purple is always a fun color, the gunship's like design itself is also just really cool.
Yeah.
it looks a lot like the Prime 3 one.
I can see it. I can see it.
Especially
Yeah.
with like the landing structure with the extended prongs.
Right. That does remind me a lot of Prime 3. Speaking of which, I like that all of the Prime games have their own design.
Also, Prime 3s and this one are the only ones I believe that you enter from the bottom.
Other M's you enter from the bottom.
Right, which is weird because it, like Prime 1 and 2, it's based off of the Super Metroid design.
Right. It's like designed off of the Super Metroid one, except it took the entrance from Prime 3. It's almost like they
Okay.
did that.
Okay, you know what pisses me off?
What?
They treat Samus's gunship as some kind of really important figure in Metroid 2, Super, the intro to this game, Other M, the Prime games.
Mhm.
In Metroid Zero Mission, she has a different ship, which is a little weird, but it does get shot down. It's like, okay, yeah, she got a new ship, and that's her famous gunship, right?
Yeah.
And then there's Prime 3.
Yeah. What the
I
hell
can
was going on
buy
with
all
that?
those other ships being the same ship, because they're very similar in design.
I like to think
Prime
that
3's is
Samus
not
has,
the same ship. What is that?
I like to think that Samus has
Where
multiple
did it
ships
go?
and
She got it
locations
on
somewhere.
loan from Admiral Dane.
What, was her ship in repair after Prime 2 and she needed to borrow one or something? Why is she putting stickers on it? It's a loan!
Well, I think like
You can put
Prime
stickers
3 is
on
meant
the Prime
for
3
assault
yeah.
missions, like in Prime 3.
After Prime 3, she goes back to the old ship.
That's true.
So, like, what's going on?
She
Why
probably
is
has
it just for Prime 3? Every other time her ship changes, it's a big deal. In Zero Mission, her first ship gets shot down.
I
And
was
in
gonna
the
say
opening-
Gore almost destroys the ship, but then it does do self repair. So
Like,
Here we go.
Oh,
in
be
Fusion,
careful,
it gets
Ron.
destroyed
It's a
in the
sniper.
opening, which leads to this ship. Samus has 3 major ships in the series, and then there's Prime 3!
watching
I
Prime 4, it's like a completely different design. I mean, I'd be open to it,
Just to fuck with me.
but just to annoy you, yeah.
Or maybe they explain the Prime 3 ship and bring back the old one or something.
Maybe they bring back the
What
Prime
kind
3 ship.
of Federation
They
Force.
bring back the
Who
Prime
knows?
3 ship, and then it gets trashed, and Samus is like, okay, time to bring back old reliable.
No, just to troll us, they bring back the Zero Mission ship and don't explain it, despite being
Okay,
shot down. No
here's-
explanation.
Here's my final theory. Samus got the Prime 3 ship from a shady ship dealer, right? Discount used ship dealer. Who was just like, oh yeah, this thing's way better than that old Chozo hunk of junk you got. You see, this one? Oh, this baby has ship missiles.
Chozo hunk.
It's a turbo!
Hey, what kind of ship did she have in Federation Force? Did they ever show it?
Yes, they do. Or wait, do they?
And then Samus is just like, oh, ship missiles, that's intriguing, that should be useful. And then she uses it like twice, and she's like, this is a piece of
Oh, that's
shit.
right. That's right.
And it requires motion controls to open.
The Prime 3 ship design is in Federation Force
Okay.
when she flies around in it.
Makes sense given where it is in the timeline.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind that game has a kind of chibi-ish art style. So, like, it's a little, like, softer and rounder, but I think it is clearly supposed to be the Prime 3 ship, for what that's worth, so...
Again, I want to
You don't see it
understand
much in the
why
game, though.
she goes from using the same ship to that one. She has multiple ships. You expect the bounty hunter who relies on ships to get around her to her targets would only have one ship? When her losing her ship in the intro of Fusion is such a big deal, yes.
Well, it's also a big deal in Zero Mission.
Well, yeah. At least in
different
that
reason,
case,
though.
she was stranded on a planet and didn't have an option. But she was like in Galactic Federation medbay. She could have just grabbed another ship of hers if she had one. She doesn't. The Federation's like, we'll give you a new ship, but you have to take our computer. If Samus had another option, she said, no, I'll take my other old ship, thank you.
How about this? I'll
She
take the
would not have
computer,
agreed to that.
but no ship. No mission.
She would not have agreed to that. So she clearly only had one ship. So what the fuck happened? Like, it doesn't work. So what's Prime 3?
The boss music for this guy's always been very catchy. What's his name again? It's
Yakuza.
Yakuza.
It's also
Yakuza,
Sarah's.
that's right. Oh yeah, Sarah's as well. That's true.
I find it really interesting. He's
So
named
close.
Yakuza, and he has like that depiction of like the scarred eye, almost like he's from like a mob family.
So close. Yes. Just the Corex.
Red.
Her losing her
Yeah.
mission shows the importance of having. The Prime 1 and Hunter ship is not different. It's just a redesign of the same ship. Artistic liberty.
Yeah, I'm with Lorraine on the Hunter ship. I think that makes sense.
If we can accept Samus's suit being the same with different design iterations, we can accept that ship being the same. It's less different than Samus's suit is.
Yeah, good job, Ron. Space
Thank
Jump
you.
is yours.
I like
Quite the
how
ability it
Federation
is.
Force Space Cop.
I like how it feels to use in Fusion.
I am very passionate about Samus's ship not making sense in Prime 3.
You should make an editorial about Samus' ships, the evolution. Oh, that'd be interesting.
I want
And
Prime
you can talk
4
about
to answer
that.
this, or I am rioting and boycotting Metroid forever. Okay, I'm not going to do that. I'll go down to Retro Studios with a Molotov cocktail and proceed to not burn anything.
Guys,
The
I think we got to
fuck
distance
is
ourselves from this guy.
What? I said I wasn't going to do anything.
Oh, okay.
Then why bring the Molotov
These guys.
cocktail?
It's the image. I mean, I'm not a monster. I'm not going to actually do anything.
My favorite part of Federation Force is where Samus saves the day and validating the arc that Fed Force guy goes through. Haha.
That is true. Fed Force guy was right. I love Metroid so much.
I love how
Yeah.
Ron was actually, he's climbing up the side when he could just space jump directly up.
What?
Like you were on the power grip wall and on those platforms on the left, where you could have just space jumped right up.
All right,
Are
be
there
careful.
collectibles in Federation Force?
Yes. But not like in the normal Metroid way.
Alright.
If that makes any sense.
Also, are there black holes in Federation Force?
No, you'll be safe. So was
There's
I.
black holes in any Metroid game?
No, I don't think so. Thankfully. God, please don't start adding them.
That becomes like the central plot point of Prime 4.
Oh god.
I love how the SAX, when it walks into that room, just looks at the tiny tunnel at the top of the wall and it's like, I'm gonna go back.
Meanwhile, the Emmy would be like,
Right?
crawl.
I
up.
love that the SAX is animated almost identically to how they did with Super Metroid, with the same posing and design and color and everything.
It does feel very deliberate to be like Super. Yeah. Which makes sense.
And that Samus in Super is Samus at one of her strongest. She is confident. She is very collected. She is very powerful at that moment, and
That is
that
true.
is a lot of stuff that she isn't right now.
I would actually
Yeah.
argue that that must be one of the most powerful states she's ever in. Is by the end
The
of
only
Super.
stronger point she is in the series, I think, besides if you want to just say like Metroid Suit or Hyper Beam,
Right.
is at the end of Other M, where it's the same thing, but she has like the fucking diffusion beam, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Prime 3, you could also argue, except that there's also so much risk of her like state, but she is technically extremely powerful at the end of Prime 3. Like when you enter phase, but then you're also just as as powerful as you are, you're also that close to death. So
The Prime 3 ship is a different ship because it's not even based on the same design, unlike the other ones. It's literally just a completely different structure and shape.
and it has different.
That's not true
well,
for any of the other redesigns.
in my
That's
opinion,
why
Red,
I
the
don't
most
play artistic liberty to that.
I disagree with her, well, I agree with Harain, but I think the most important distinction is that Prime 3 ship blatantly has actual different functions that the first two ships cannot do.
It doesn't
That's
really
the big
fall
thing
under
to
the
me.
scope of artistic liberty of design, if you ask me.
No other ship has the grapple, the missiles, the bombs,
It just
you know.
functions differently.
Yeah.
Coming from
It's-
someone
it's-
who's less familiar with these ships, though, couldn't they just be explained as upgrades that Samus performed on the ships?
It just doesn't even seem like the same ship, and then why would it go back?
Maybe Tommy, but I just don't think it's the same. I don't know. I just don't think it's the same
I
ship.
feel like there's more hoops you'd have to go through to justify it being the same ship than saying it's a different ship, and only that one.
You know what, Harain? We need an encyclopedia for Metroid, and we need the official answer.
We need the answer on Samus's ships and what they are, and why she had none left if there were multiple of them when fusion happened.
Shipgate.
What? This is the real lore issue. It's not
Spaceship Gate.
It's not Fusion's fault. It's not Other M's fault. It's Prime 3's fault.
God damn it, Prime 3. You excellent game.
It's like her suit. Its appearance changes, but then she discards the updates.
Actually, this
Thanks,
Core
Red.
X is fine.
Thanks,
It's
Red.
just another beam Core X. And you know how those go.
No, I don't.
I bet he's actually never played Fusion. He's been bullshitting this whole time.
I've been lying
Damn.
for years.
I've lied for years!
IKG has always been in love with the idea of Metroid Fusion.
Is that why it can't truly be my number one? Whereas Prime 2 is the thing I love?
Okay, I half lied. He did play the game, but there's a dirty little secret he doesn't want to get out on the internet.
What's
He
that?
couldn't beat Arachnus.
I couldn't beat Arachnus, you're right!
No.
I didn't know that the R button fired missiles!
How could you, IKG? I trusted you.
I'm sorry.
You were like a brother to me, Anakin.
Well,
IKG.
as we'll find out soon, this beam upgrade is actually the first upgrade that the Federation was not expecting us to get.
And it makes sense it was a plasma beam. Like, that beam is
Yes,
really powerful.
it's also something they said would be powerful against the SAX.
That is a very good point. It's almost like the Federation are trying to keep Samus weak.
Is the Federation trying to keep Samus weak?
Yeah, like what
Impossible.
the fuck, game? It's terrible writing.
That couldn't
terrible
possibly be the story.
It's a plot hole, and you guys should
The written
also
text.
be ashamed of yourselves.
And are you telling me the game that precedes this in the timeline does a similar thing?
No, sir.
Ah, I can't believe it.
So wait, it's okay when Fusion does it, but when Other M does it, it's poopy?
Apparently it's this up.
Clearly.
This is clearly the Star Wars Episode 7 of the Metroid franchise.
Hey, the stream goes full circle.
That is absolutely a new sentence. A sentence that has never been spoken before by anyone.
Because no
You see,
human
it's-
being was ever
You
stupid
see, it's
enough
the
to
Star
say
Wars
it.
Episode 7 because Samus is a Mary Sue.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh, Maron.
Samus being a Mary Sue another M. Oh, jeez.
I am a Mary Sue. And a Gary
Yeah, you are,
Sue.
RPG. What the heck? You're too perfect.
My name is Gary
No.
Stew.
Damn!
No.
That's a fun name.
Rain, you sounded just a smidge like Palpatine. Was that on purpose?
No.
Now,
Chancellor Palpatine.
You will die.
No,
Save me all the gold.
The SAX. Unlimited power.
Save me all the gold.
So the SAS gets the hyper beam.
Everybody hide.
Gets. Oh, jeez. Oh, shit, oh, fuck.
No. The SAX gets hyper mode from Prime 3. Walls cannot secure you.
You are not safe.
You'll want to play the AM2R versus SAS mode.
Oh, yeah. I want to try that sometime, too.
Also, fun fact, you know what room the SAS starts in?
No. What is it?
The SAS starts in the room near the landing site, where Fusion's intro takes place, where Samus gets infected.
That's appropriate. Very nice touch.
Also means they're halfway across the map from the starting point for Samus, which gives her a bit of time.
The nightmare.
All right, Ron.
Also, the
There
SAS
you
starts
go.
off with every
Coming
ability unlocked
Coming up.
except for the gravity suit.
This is where the fun begins.
Everybody is good.
Every... You deliver it perfectly.
Everybody is good. This is your own masterpiece.
Good man, you're a good woman.
No. Mr. Dinkovich.
Love, he
You
just
good
says
woman?
that
I'm good
and
man?
just stares expectingly at Peter like that's the end of statement.
I know, there's like an awkward pause before Tobey Maguire keeps, like, responds. It's like,
He's just like,
You're a good woman?
okay, and
man?
you're
It's
a
like,
woman?
so what's
I'm
your
a good
point?
man.
Like,
And then what do I say? Well, that's it.
would you like some chocolate cake?
So I must admit, this area, post Nightmare, does a really good job of being destroyed. Like that thing just came.
That's a good job
Sure.
of being destroyed.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
It does look destroyed.
I mean, yeah. No, I agree with you. I just think that wording sounds funny.
I do agree. I do agree.
It's like, AKG, it's like the time you were praising
Oh,
Lacey
no.
Chabert's performance as Princess Elise, and you said you can really tell she's a voice actor.
I did accidentally say. I did say that
I
verbatim.
think I prefer what what the experiment does to Artaria.
It's very cool given right, like because experiment Z57 isn't even in Artaria. It's in Cataris, but ayo, we destroyed all the fuel. So the entire place is freezing.
Also, worth noting that the first time you fight the experiment is in Artaria. But what region is it in when you see it being worked on? Was it in Cataris then?
Is that Berenia?
No, it's neither of those. You see it in Dairon.
Oh, it's
Dairon,
Dairon.
the region after. That's right.
Oh, okay.
It was
Yes.
the region after.
After Cataris.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you see
so
it.
It
but you
was
see-
taken from Artaria to Dairon, and then it traveled to Cataris, which all those are right next to each other.
Yes.
That's perfectly believable.
And see, it'll be pretty obvious when we go into the room, given that it's in the center. But whenever I get to that room, I can always point it out. It's being operated on in the background of a random room in Dairon.
Alright, this is the moment I've been waiting for.
I remember. I feel like I struggled with this boss when I did my first playthrough.
Oh god, yeah. No, it's I think this is the hardest fight in the game. I still struggle with it sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Huge on its first phase. Honestly, I just find it a little obnoxious to try to dodge it and hit it when you really don't have much of a good option besides Morph Ball, and that still is really limited.
True.
For trying to dodge it.
The first
You end up
phase
just
I
kinda
do
taking a
find
lot of
more annoying
damage.
than the second. Yeah.
Also, definitely call it the nightmare for a reason.
Oh yeah.
I do like that it messes with gravity. Just
Oh yeah.
it's a little silly trying to.
Ron has
not
really
get
good
hit by
spacing
it.
here, though. I mean, yeah, it's hard not to get hit, but his spacing with the missiles is perfect.
That's kind of fun.
Do
Like
what I can.
you're probably gonna get hit anyway if you stick to the left side of the map, so might as well kind of just stay under it and be ready to instantly deal some damage.
Right.
It's the thing. Like,
Starting on phase
because
2.
of the gravity, you can't even really hit it from the left side, and its arm blocks horizontal shots. So you kind of just need to go under it, and when you're under it, there's like nowhere to
That's
dodge
nothing
unless you're
phase.
really good with.
I do
Morph
also
Ball.
like how this.
This phase, you
mhm.
have to really get lucky with this second phase. Not a fan of it.
I do like how it tests your knowledge of the space jump, though.
As I was talking about with Ron on his last run, I do think it would be much better if the ladder covered the entire wall, not just part of it.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can agree with that. It's a little stingy.
Yeah,
Right,
kind
like-
of just.
Because sometimes it just goes low and there's not a good way to get an angle on it.
Oh, come on, come on!
All right, one more. One more
It's
round.
dead, guy. Come on,
I
bro.
also love the way its face melts out of the machine.
Oh, it's iconic. It's so creepy.
Right, like it's literally only occupying the bottom third of that place for its face.
Good,
It's
Ron.
just
Good, good, good.
dripping
Keep
all
it
the
up.
way
Keep it
out.
up. Nice dodging. Okay. It's alright. It's alright. It should stop soon.
The other M fight's better. It's easier, but it's better.
Kind of like both equally. I don't know.
Fine!
Well, I guess it's not as
Stop it.
Why
annoying
did you
as this
just
one.
stop?
Okay, now it's being really annoying. Okay, the other one fight's better. Oh,
Are you serious?
that wasn't even your fault,
he
Ryan.
was literally going for like 40 seconds.
That was
What
that
the
was
hell?
obscene. That was not you.
You
That-
know what?
The AI
This-
was trolling.
you know, this is like a devil. This is like what the bad devil fights in Mega Man do.
I know.
Like,
Like Shadow Devil.
yes,
Obscene.
their invulnerability period can be really
You
randomly
can't even fight
long.
it like Raven Beak, where you circle around it and shoot pot shots.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right, because you could chip away at Raven.
and the opportunity you do get to attack it isn't always like guaranteed. It's basically just what all the bad devil bosses in Mega Man do.
I at
This is
least
also-
like the second phase has a clear telegraphed way to dodge it and deal damage, but it's inconsistent.
In fact, you know what? This is also opportunity to say that Mega Man 8 has a really good devil fight. Like,
Yes, I agree. One of the best.
yes. 8 and 11 have
8 and 11. I
really
was just gonna say that. Ron, you're a genius.
Yeah.
8 and 11.
I also find the mask for Nightmare really creepy.
Oh yeah.
Also, now that it's on my mind, Nightmare Mothers, while it's not literally a devil fight, it has the same issue as a devil fight, pretty
Mhm.
much.
Yeah.
Also, the Nightmare sprite is just so good.
It's very well done.
Mm-hmm.
It animates well, it has amazing color and lighting. Its detailing is fantastic.
And part of the unsettling, I think, on his face is like the mouth is like stitches almost. Despite the fact that this is
Oh, yeah, no, I
it's
love
metal.
I love the design. I love the theme.
This
It's
face just could be a little more fun.
Yeah, this phase is basically just the Metroid equivalent of a devil fight in Mega Man.
Right? It's again, right? It's an RNG fest. You have to be just lucky with how its patterns are and how quickly it ends this like the chase sequence
Sometimes you
here.
just make a decision of, am I willing to just take damage to try to get it to end this fucking phase so I can shoot it?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Ron gambled wrong. But like, right in that last attempt. But it was just like, really, dude?
Just let me shoot you.
Oh my god,
It
was
doesn't
literally.
even give you the courtesy of turning around when it's going backwards at you, so you could at least shoot its face.
Well, at least I got it now. Wasn't like last time where I died like 4 or 5 times to it.
Yeah, right. This was one death, and you were very close in that first attempt.
Yeah,
So
you
this-
still did really well.
I always hated this boss.
Because that that second phase, how much skill are you really putting into that to dodge it?
Not
It-
really
right,
much. It's
Greater than half
I
of your
do
survival
like that-
there is the RNG.
yeah.
From
I
its
do
movement.
like that it tests your
Well, it's
spatial
like
ability,
it's-
but it just wasn't super well
Dodging it's
executed.
fine, it's just having to do it again and again and again just to wait for, just as you wait for the invulnerability period to end.
I mean, it's just like you said. It's just like the devil fights from Mega Man.
I
The bad ones.
I
But
do
yeah.
There
still
are good
prefer
ones.
the I do still prefer the fight to the fight against the big Core X because it's at least more interesting and doesn't rely on bullshit as much, though it's harder, which makes it worse in some ways. But this fight definitely has some problems. I'm mixed on the machine boss because of your space for maneuvering around it, but it's pretty fun.
I
The
like
box.
Oh, box is great.
The security drone. Yes, especially the second one where you have the more cramped space and like the electrified
Mhm.
water. You have a lot of limitations that make it hard to just maneuver with a lot of damage being put out, but it's much more. It's still more reasonable to deal with that than some other fusion bosses can get. It's just sometimes I find it a little annoying.
Right.
I also think the SAX is unfortunately not the best made. And it sucks, because a lot of Fusion's bosses are actually rather good, but then I can nitpick all day. Like, Saris has some pretty blatant issues, too, you know? Like, Fusion's boss lineup is flawed.
Yeah, but I'll say this has a better track record than Zero Mission.
Oh,
Zero
yeah.
Mission has a really bad difficulty curve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not Fusion's problem. Fusion's not a difficulty curve, it just has a really questionable relationship with AI and screen space.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's the glass tube and he power bombed it! Oh my god! And it's also got a
Did the
missile.
thing. He did the
You
thing.
did the thing.
He did the thing!
This fish tank section is really, really cool.
I love the music.
The bosses are
Me too.
definitely really interesting in Fusion.
Hey, Hans Gretel's here. One of my most frequent viewers. Good to see you here. Happy you're here.
Super Metroid has a really polished boss lineup in general that is rather well structured. I don't think its bosses are the most interesting in the series, but they are definitely well executed.
Right.
I feel like Fusion goes a lot more in-depth and interesting with its boss concepts, but a lot of them are pretty flawed. Zero Mission has some interesting ideas, but Zero Mission's difficulty design is all over the place when it comes to the bosses. It's not exactly well thought out. Honestly, like, AM2R, Samus Returns, and Dread are the games that have the best boss fights. They're more interesting than Super, they don't have the obnoxious limitations of Fusion, and they don't have the questionable difficulty design of Zero Mission.
Well, yeah, Hans. At the very least, you're definitely one of my most frequent commenters, and yeah, I appreciate your support. I know. I still want to do that German AA stream. I think I will someday, but I just, yeah, I don't know. I'm glad you still want to see it though.
Do you speak any German?
I studied a little bit in high school. So did Tommy. Went through level 4 together, and then I did
Level 4.
level 4, and then I did 2 years in, or no, not 2 years. Big difference. 2 classes in college, but that's it. Yeah.
Isn't your mom like German, or is she just like a second generation German American?
Good question. So my mom's side of the family is German. She is a first generation American, but
Oh,
she doesn't know. So I'm a second generation American, but she doesn't
Yeah.
know a lot of German. Just some things here and there.
okay.
My mom still speaks German and knows it very, very well, as you can imagine.
Okay.
I just saw her yesterday.
How's she doing?
You know what? She's doing great. Bless her heart.
That's good.
She's doing great. You know, smart as a whip. Just wonderful. So, thank you for asking.
No problem. It's just like, a lot of my adult friends, they're lucky to have grandparents.
I know. She's my last one left.
Yeah.
So, I know the feeling.
I'm not going to go into specifics because we're on stream, but the entirety of my mother's my father's side on his mother's side, right?
Mhm.
The entire branch of the family there, that quarter of my family tree, with
Mhm.
one exception, is all Irish.
Oh.
Interesting.
Except for the namesake of his mother's maiden name, right? The namesake of the family was French.
That is weird.
Must be from the
Everyone else was Irish.
Very
And because
interesting.
of that, the last name was anglicized in its pronunciation, despite the fact that it's a French last name.
Huh.
So it's really kind of funny.
That's great,
Got it.
Hans. Yeah.
I've got a lot of mixed European heritage, actually. I think that side is the closest it gets to pure, with the pretty much universal Irish spread. There is some suspicion that we might
Ron,
be...
stop downloading items. You're gonna get so much
You're
data
gonna get in
that you
trouble.
don't want.
I probably have like at least 15. Samus's suit probably has like 15 Trojans in it.
Yo, it's the meme of discovering terabytes of like porn on somebody's computer, but instead of that, it's missiles.
The homework folder.
Ron, just so you know, we can see your mouse a little bit if you just want to move it to the right a bit. There you go. You're good.
Samus, are those terabytes of missiles in your homework folder?
So yeah, Hans saying all his grandparents are still around. Very blessed. Definitely.
Yeah.
If you keep downloading
downloading
items,
you might be...
interested in NordVPN.
That brings us to the sponsor of this stream. No, I'm just kidding. We don't.
You don't know,
Don't worry,
you
I
don't
have.
know what the Federation's putting
Samus's.
in your downloads.
You know what though? Samus's suit also has should also have antivirus software in it.
I will
Those
say,
Nord...
It
I
is
will
actually
say-
surviving the X.
I will say, if I ever do have a sponsorship for an in-depth analysis of Metroid Fusion, I would certainly hope it would be NordVPN, because that would be a really fun segment to write, for sure.
Yeah.
What's it called?
You upgraded your missile.
Samus
Even
is-
the computer's just like, Samus, you downloaded
Even Adam's like, what
missiles."
the hell?
Samus doesn't need antivirus, Ron, because she's like a Mac user, where viruses aren't designed for her operating system because people don't use it, except instead of Apple, it's Chozotech.
You know what?
Nobody uses
I
Chozotech.
I
How would she
hate
get a
that.
virus?
Harain, I hate that so much. I hate that, but that worked. Like, you stop, please.
I want to take this moment while Ron is upset at her. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to take this moment to thank everyone who's watching, all of our viewers concurrently. We really appreciate your support and your interest. Thank you so much.
Orion, you make me so mad at you sometimes.
He
You
just
know
doesn't like Samus being a Mac user.
Yeah,
The most
It's
dangerous
against-
warrior in the galaxy. Also
It-
the only person who uses Mac in
one of my
current year.
favorite, like, video game protagonists, also a Mac user. Like, that's against my religion.
It's
Yeah.
just Scott the Waz. Next thing you know, you're gonna find out Samus is colorblind and actually just a white dude.
Oh my god.
That would be quite the surprise.
I like how Scott always makes fun of his color blindness to levels I wouldn't even think of. It's like, you know, it's nice. It's great when they can, you know, they own up to it. You know.
Samus doesn't need
You have to wonder,
antivirus.
as somebody who has such an interest and proficiency with visual design,
Mm-hmm.
how people who rely on that as part of their career do so with color blindness. I would hate having color blindness. Oh my god. Like, just visual impairment of a significant degree in general, given my interest in my career path.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. I can't imagine it.
Did you know that
Then
her
again-
Japanese name is Dr. Eggman?
They say that like 1 out of 10 men are like born red-green colorblind.
Yeah.
I did
It's
hear-
really hot.
I did hear about like specially designed glasses that help them see colors like that.
It's a bit misunderstood. It doesn't make them able to see new colors. It just makes the colors easier to tell apart.
Oh, okay.
So they still are colorblind. They still can't see those colors, but it makes it so they're like different shades. So it's easier to say, okay, this is what that one is, and that one's what this one is.
Mm-hmm.
So that in a conversation they don't mix them up as much.
Yeah.
But they still don't see the difference between red and green like you do. You know? There's a lot of misinformation around that, especially with the reaction videos. Where
Oh
like, oh my
boy.
god, this is what color looks like. And
This is where the plot thickens.
as much as touching as those are, that's not what's happening.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, no, I got disappointed by that before, where I was like, oh my god, this is so touching, and then it's like, oh wait, this is kind of fake. Not necessarily intentionally fake, but they just don't get it. That's not how they work.
I really like the voiceover when it appears in this
Yeah,
game.
me too.
It gives a real
Yeah.
sense of urgency.
Warning in the game with no voice acting when the voice acting shows up.
Yeah, just like the Super Metroid intro, like having voice acting is like a really special thing. You know?
Mhm.
Just like a certain other game that I get you doesn't want to talk about it.
What?
Can Metroid crawl?
In Zero Mission, yes.
False.
False. Fake news.
Fake news.
Metroid can't crawl. Never happened. I still find it really interesting to think about the fact that the spider climb, or the spider, is that what I forget what it's called?
Magnet. Spider Magnet.
Spider Mag is basically just an expansion of the ladder system from Fusion,
Right. It's wrapped into one ability.
and it just has more to it. It
Yeah.
has interaction with the grapple beam, more platforming interactions and puzzle-solving utilities. Like, it's just... But other than that, it's just taking the ladder and, like, expanding it.
Exactly.
Come on, Ron, you got this.
The GBA has decent audio potential if it wanted to sacrifice literally everything to get decent quality and try to make its speakers not explode, but it's not realistically plausible most of the time to get good audio out of a GBA.
Yeah, that's what happened with the DKC3 remake, is that apparently putting the original tracks on there made the speakers explode.
Yeah, there's problems with the GPA's audio capabilities.
You don't say.
And as I've talked about before with some other people, it doesn't have audio hardware, like the 64. It uses the actual CPU itself to process audio, which means that the better the quality of the audio, the worse the game performance is, but the 64 has more resources to start off with than the GPA, so it's even worse on the GPA. Oh no, it doesn't explode, it just catches on fire. That's not necessarily an improvement.
I'll take fire over an explosion any day.
I don't know, that depends on the
Ron, be
explosion. If
careful.
it's just an explosion in the sense of the speaker, like, bursting, that has less chance to hurt you than the thing catching on fire does.
Well, I've been burned before. It's...
Yeah, electrical fires are hard to put out, and if there's anything flammable nearby, that could be your house.
Yeah.
Also, imagine that carrot catching on fire in your pocket.
I take it Ron lost because he's a loser.
Pain.
Wow!
Hey.
I'm kidding.
Whoop, whoop. That's
Well-
the sound of the police.
It's just
So the beast.
Warning, warning.
No authorization.
Is the sound of the police.
Guys, Other M didn't invent the authorization thing. Fusion did first.
Excuse me. Objection! Fusion's later in the timeline.
Objection sustained. You're correct.
No.
Just the Edgeworth animation of him, like, with his fist on the desk. Ugh.
I'll do
Edgeworth
better
out
than
here
that.
defending Other M, and Phoenix is like, haha, you idiot. It might have come out first, but it's canon. Takes place later. Edgeworth's like, I'm talking about from a development standpoint, you fucking idiot.
And then Suspense 2001 plays.
Maya's sitting there like, I don't know, Phoenix. Edgeworth kinda has a point, also he's kinda hot.
Wait, she never says that.
No, it's...
No,
I'm
Emma thinks
dramatizing for
Edgeworth
the
is
first-
hot.
I'm dramatizing the case 2 of the first game.
Okay. Fair.
Where she's just like, that other warrior was pretty cool too.
She did like
What
Edgeworth.
side are you
Everybody liked Edgeworth except Phoenix. Da, 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 da.
How old is Edgeworth?
In the
17.
first game?
Yeah.
What, 23?
Okay.
Oh, is it that young?
20,
Okay.
25? 20...
Yeah.
It's been a while. I need to check.
Like I know he's like Francisco.
Mid-20s?
I thought they were in
Late
their
20s?
30s.
Finished Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Only one of us who touched it, I think, is IKG.
Sorry, Hans. I still haven't gotten to it, but I want to. But it's probably going to be in summer, given all the plans I have, and then my next semester. It's probably going to have to wait until I graduate.
Unlike Super Paper Mario.
It'll be worth the wait. Well, I will. Super
I
Paper
know.
Mario is not as big a commitment,
I hate
but I am looking forward
It's
to it.
not
Hans. I
too
am.
bad, but one thing I really don't like is the missiles and how they push you down from the ladder. Or
It's annoying to
That
keep
can be a
jumping
bit
up.
annoying. Ooh, nice.
Keep jumping up there.
yeah,
This fight does expect a lot from you. It's repetitive, but it is consistently kind of tricky.
Your movement is incredibly limited. You don't have much option when you drop down to try to dodge things because of the electric water down there.
Oh, okay. So Edgeworth was about 25 years old at the start of the first Ace Attorney game. That makes sense.
I always thought he's like 3 years older than Francisco or something like that.
No, there's a pretty significant age gap between Franciscan and Miles, which is
I still
important
love
in
that
establishing
Francisco
his
calls
older brother persona.
Yeah,
Okay.
I still think I love that Francisca calls him her little brother.
Such a Francisca thing to do. Yeah.
And it's a great way of saying that. She
There we go.
loves
There we
him,
go.
You know, like a brother.
Just wait until you get to the
genuinely
investigations
does.
games, because Francisca in those games is even better. Like, her dynamic with Edgeworth is, like, similar, but it's evolved. I don't want to say too much, obviously, but...
It's like Francisca, at the same time, it makes it very clear that she cares about Edgeworth,
Right.
but she also absolutely has a inferiority-superiority complex going on here.
Oh, big time. Now, you know how by the time TNT ends, that's mostly resolved, right?
Yes.
So you'll see how Francisca behaves following that in Investigations 1, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah, isn't Investigations 2 like your favorite in the franchise?
Honestly, I haven't played Investigations 2 in so long, I don't even know where I'd rank it. But Investigations 1 is very high up there, I will say that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I revisited that 2019? It's relatively fresh.
How are the prequel games?
The Great Ace Attorney games?
Yeah.
I've only played 2 cases of the first one, so I have most of that to experience still, actually.
Okay.
Fans
so-
really like them, though. I'm looking forward to playing more.
Ah, that's good.
Yeah.
I have like the trilogy on Switch, but never really got around to playing it.
Oh, okay.
Like the
Something to look
original
forward to.
trilogy, I mean.
Yeah.
It's great.
No, that's good. Harain played through all 3 of them.
Also, Hans, you definitely get something, or Hans is talking about something that Super Metroid definitely does, and no other 2D Metroid game really does, and that's how aiming with the same controls that you use to move can be a bit restrictive at times. Whereas, right, like in Super, you have the dedicated up and down aim button. This Fusion? Bless you.
All right,
You
let's
still do have the ability to aim with the L button in GBA games, but it's a little more restrictive.
Yes, Hans. That was the last case I finished, the Unbreakable Speckled Band, case 2.
Something that is
Yep.
different is that uncurling doesn't slow you down in Super Metroid. As
Yeah, it
long as
doesn't.
you maintain jump, you can keep all of your speed from an uncurl.
Though unfortunately, you're unable to recurl.
Yeah, no,
Hmm.
it's a committal thing. Where like once you uncurl, it's a decision you make, and now you need to like work with it. But you can. Super Metroid is a very committal game to your choices. You know.
What do you guys
It's
think
like-
about the
Controls
decision?
wise.
Oh, I was gonna say, what do you guys think about the decision to have Samus actively talk with Adam starting much later in the game?
I
I like
actually
it.
rather like that. She's at first kind of playing the same stoic, keeping to herself act that she does in every game until something absolutely atrocious that she needs to speak out against happens, and she's like, "Nope, draw a line in the sand. This
Exactly.
is bullshit."
I like it too for the same reason.
Put another way, she is utterly unfazed by everything that has happened on the BSL research station up until this point.
Except that.
This is the moment that breaks her stoicism.
Yes. See, Fusion is a game that just really
dialogue.
builds and builds. It's the kind of story and atmosphere that just keeps growing. And this is the part where it gets, as they say, it gets really good. Like, this is the part where the drama really comes to the forefront. And it's no coincidence that Samus getting more personally involved is a part of that, I think. You know?
Yeah,
God, I love this game.
I do too.
No such compassion could exist in that computer. Also, there goes her eyes, to lens visor to being green again. I'm never gonna just stop noticing that, you know?
Right.
I also do really like how this area looks like Torian.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
The silver metallic look.
It's also got a bunch of Zabesian enemies in it instead of the SR-388 Hulk.
It's the we're gonna see the elite Zabesians from Super again, except
It's
again
kind of
they're
like the
the
reverse Torian of the game.
It's Torian, but they crammed Ridley in there. Except they didn't.
and,
Because
and the
Ridley wasn't in here.
Zabesians.
He was in cryo storage.
These specific Zabesians feel like a Super Metroid reference. So like Lower Norfair and how you this is
Yeah. And
like
you fight
all
them right before Ridley here as well.
yeah.
And also just how there are two of them. There's specifically two yellow Zabesian space pirates.
They have the same general philosophy and how
I
you
love
beat
how
them,
they're-
except instead of a specific attack, it's their back.
I love how it's not the ones in Zero Mission.
The ones in Zero Mission are just kind of ridiculously strong.
Which made it even funnier back, 12 hours ago when Alec just sat in front of them and killed them. He did not, right? He just sat
Alec
there and
just
shot them.
I'll never forget
Alex
that.
just-
I'll
Alec
never
Just
forget.
parked his
Out of
ass,
nowhere,
hit
got-
fire, and killed them.
Alec out of nowhere just got like balls.
Alec was as stoic as Samus was. I fully believe that they were one and the same during that moment. Like he was just like boom, 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 boom. Like
Yeah.
I was eyeing your health. Like, is he gonna make it? And you were so confident. Like, yeah, I'm fine. It's
Yeah,
like, okay.
It does help. I've done that several times, and
Ridley
I've always
gives
kind
you
of
the
botched the cover.
Yeah, practice makes perfect. Or
Yeah.
at least it helps.
Ridley gives you the screw attack, right?
Yeah.
In this game, I think he does. Yeah.
They're doing the same thing here with the room after the screw attack in Super Metroid with the Ripper enemies.
Oh right, and then you get to blow them all up. Yeah.
I want
And learn
cosplay
what the
as
screw
Tim,
attack
just
does.
not gonna lie.
Right.
Then do it, Meg.
Oh, that's rather interesting.
Oh, that's interesting too. Hans has a cool thing. Do you want to read it, Tommy?
Yeah, you apparently don't have to hit the golden pirates in the back. The game only checks whether or not the player is facing the same direction. And if they are, you deal damage. So you can actually just shoot forward and then turn around and it'll deal the damage. Which I did absolutely
That's
not
a really
know.
cool exploit.
That's really cheeky.
Yeah.
I can absolutely see how a game code could get to that and make that mistake. That happens in a lot of games.
Hmm.
That actually happens in Zelda 1. Fun fact. You know how the Dark Nuts, you can use bombs to hit them?
Yeah.
If you're facing the wrong way when you put down a bomb, it can hit their shield because the game thinks that you're facing in a certain direction that should be blocked by their shield. It's a pretty common oversight in games that have directional things like that, to check where the player is facing when something hits. There's actually a similar exploit in TF2, but instead of facing, it's damage. So, in TF2, you deal more damage the closer you are to an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
In Soldier, when you're playing as Soldier, there's a technique known as bombing, where you rocket jump towards an enemy after you shoot a rocket at them. And the reason for this is it lets you shoot a rocket from farther away for the safety of not being in their face. But the problem is a long-distance rocket does less damage, but it doesn't check how far the rocket traveled. It checks how far away you are from the enemy when the rocket hits. So even if the rocket travels from across the map, if you rocket jump to be right next to the enemy when they get hit, it counts as a close-range shot because you're close to them, even though you shot the rocket from far away.
That's really cool.
It's the same kind of, quirk of game coding, where it checks the player state at that moment and not, what the projectile is actually doing or something.
Right. Which, for one reason or another, was probably implemented because it was easier.
Yeah, although it's the kind of thing that's so integral to playing Soldier nowadays that you just wouldn't want to remove that.
Right. By this point, right, it's like, okay, this is just how it is, whether or not that was how it was originally intended.
And
Right.
it encourages skillful play. It takes effort to rocket jump with your rocket to make it so that you travel close enough to a similar speed to get that max damage. And still hit your shots,
Hans is wondering if any of us have ever tried to play Fusion 1%.
No.
No.
What ability do you grab for that 1%?
I've never even heard of Fusion 1%. What is that?
I'm guessing it's the minimum item completion for the game.
I guess. Yeah, what would it be?
Because that's interesting that only one
might just
item is going to
story
be counted
mode.
there. Because I mentioned much earlier in the day about Metroid Dread 0% and how the major upgrades don't count towards the progression counter. But if Fusion apparently works the same way, what is that 1%? What is the 1% that's making it up?
Ah, okay. So abilities don't count.
There
like
might be
Dread. Okay.
there might be a pickup that you can't really avoid or something.
Yeah, it looks like that's what it is because, and I see Hans says abilities do not count. Yeah, you pick up one missile tank that's in the way.
Okay. That
So yeah,
explains
just
it.
minimum items.
Wow. That's interesting, Hans. I mean, that sounds very hard. Like, Yakuza can be tricky normally. I can't imagine what it would
That
be
sounds
like.
harder than Dread, minimum percent.
Yeah. Oof.
Because Fusion is still designed like the older 2D Metroids about out-surviving your opponent.
Oh, interesting. So there's a missile tank in Sector 3 and a morph ball shaft you have to go through. Okay.
That's so unfortunate that it's in a morph ball shaft, because there's
Huh.
absolutely no way around that.
Yeah, that is a little...
Right, it's like, great, we can't be 0%, we gotta be 1%.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, why?
Oh, gosh, can you imagine fighting Nightmare with 5 missiles?
That actually just, for whatever reason, reminded me of a talking point about Super Metroid I didn't bring up because I didn't go there,
Oh, go ahead.
which is kind of the point. You know the east side of the wrecked ship that leads to Meridia?
Yeah.
That entire path from the wrecked ship to Meridia it's a long path that takes extra time. There are 0 items in it, no pickups. If you take the secret path with the power bomb tunnel, you miss nothing and can 100% the game as normal without ever taking the long route, making it easier to both 100% the game and speedrun it at the same time. Which is honestly a really nice piece of world design.
Yeah.
I do have a question for Hans. So if that's the case, then is it theoretically possible or has been done, like with a TAS, to avoid the missile?
That's, I would say, definitely.
And then theoretically doing 0% fusion?
Looks like it.
It's the kind of thing that
Hmm.
if it becomes human possible, you definitely want to keep it as a separate category, the same way they do with
Sure.
1 star, 0 star, 16 star, and like 50 star from Mario 64 and 70
Right.
star.
Because then you could just have a fusion 0% and a 1%.
Yeah.
Open the hatch.
No!
I've been ordered to confine you until she... Adam? I love this moment so much. Especially once you've played Other M, this part hits home so much harder. You know?
Yeah.
Biggest reason I recommend people play Other M after this, though, is because this game definitely feels like it's built to play off of Super Metroid.
Yes, that's true. That's
Yeah.
true.
But it is the kind of thing where after you play Other M, it definitely has that retroactive appeal for this.
Because they definitely wrote Other M with Fusion in mind. You know, so...
And I think playing Other M, having played Fusion, does elevate it
Yeah.
as well. Because, like, you know what Fusion's like.
All
and
three
so-
elevate each other. Like, I like looking at Super, Other M, and Fusion as a trilogy. Now.
Honestly, I actually meant to bring up earlier. I know we're doing the Metroid 1 through 5, but the real pentalogy isn't this. It's Samus Returns, Super Metroid, Other M, Fusion Dread.
That's
Zero
true.
Mission's not really that significant to this story.
That's correct.
It's- The significance of Zero Mission is that it's the first game, which is the same significance it has to the Prime games. You know?
Yeah,
it's
I guess.
kind of just... It's important because this is where it started. It's not really tied to this arc. You don't need Zero Mission specifically to go and say, gee, the Metroids are a problem. Maybe we should do something about them. You know?
Also, Hans clarifies that yes, speedruns do apparently exist at 0%, but it's just like insanely hard. Does that make sense? Also, hi, Mama Luigi. Turner.
9,000 Turner.
That's Mama Luigi!
That's Mama Luigi, you Mario.
It's a me, Mario.
It's...
That's not the Mario voice.
That's not Charles Martinet. Man, it's been
It's
forever
me,
since we've seen this area.
Mario.
It's a me.
Remember when
Oh,
this all looked
Mario.
so pristine at the start of the game, and now you're here and you're like, oh.
Damn.
Lots happened on this PSL station.
I love that name. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
The Hello Mario?
What
A
a
few years
game.
ago.
What a game, honestly.
Hello Mario.
Mario.
I'm honestly kind of shocked that Hello Mario hasn't come back, but it's Chris Pratt playing Mario instead. The whole meme was that in that one skit, Luigi just had a normal voice and Mario was overacted to fuck.
All right, folks, we're nearing the end of Metroid Fusion.
All right.
I can't believe we're gonna finish all the 2D Metroid games.
Wait.
This is it.
Yeah.
This is it?
This is it,
The
right?
final of 5 2D Metroid games, Metroid Fusion.
Number 4, Metroid Fusion.
We got all 4. I really hope they release Metroid 5 one day.
Look, I totally agree about that pentalogy idea, but hey, we're doing Zero Mission instead of other M's, so sorry. Actually, no matter how you slice it. No,
We're
actually,
just gonna have we're just gonna have to add other M, make it 5 games.
All right, I'll boot up Dolphin now.
We probably should have done it in between Super and Fusion, but whatever. Here we are.
I mean, who really cares about the order, right?
Ah, yes. Let's play Prime Hunters next and strap her into a chair and make him do it.
canon? Other M doesn't. Ayo!
Boo.
Becca shit doesn't.
Hey, Harain, do you want to play Prime Hunters for us?
Don't die. I don't.
You sure?
No.
You sure? Don't you love that control scheme? It makes your hands feel so comfy, right?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, Hans, ideally, we would have loved to be able to include AM2R in this event. However, we have been going for over 12 hours at this point, and we still have Dread left to go, so it's not really viable to do it in a single day event.
Genuinely, we really wanted to include AM2R and Other M, but we can't. We couldn't include
That
both.
just doesn't. No.
But Other M would not work, sadly, due
Other
to
M
its
is the
length.
first game I would add because this is kind of like a story thing, and Other M is the only part of this plot line that's not
Yeah.
here.
It kind of
There we
stinks,
go.
but we can't work it in. But it's okay. And AM2R would have been
just
cool.
a great game.
Or
It
Yeah.
fits alongside these. It's
Right.
just, again,
But we weren't
We
going to
can't
do it over
add
Samus
another game.
Returns, so...
yeah, and I wouldn't even do it over Other M because of the theme of this, you know.
Right, right.
Oh, I know you were kidding. It's no problem. It's just.
Oh, no,
you
it's
know.
fine. We just gave you a serious answer anyway. Because we did actually think about it, you know. We were planning this for a long
we
time.
love
And...
those games. It's just.
Yeah. No, we love both of those games, but we just... Yeah. This is what we got.
I mean, hell, even the AM2R
believe it's
prefer
been, like,
12
hours
to
and I'm
Samus
finished.
Returns. I still said we should do Samus Returns and not AM2R because it's about the storyline, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just can't believe it's been 12 hours and I'm just like finishing up Fusion.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple things went slow today, but it's fine. We're not really
Including,
that far
like,
behind
the-
schedule.
Like the SAX fucking with IKG's computer. and
Yeah,
power.
that was probably the most notable instance, but there was a lot of small setbacks for me and Super.
Right.
Oh yeah, no, that is true. Luckily, Fusion generally
I think
went as
every-
planned.
I think yours is the first run to not be like super unpolished in some
Ron
spots.
had the best run.
Alec was resetting a lot at the
So far.
start. IKG's
Well,
computer crashed,
pressure.
and I had a lot of little crush points.
But everybody did well, which is what
Yeah,
mattered.
no,
And everybody's gotten the
fine.
best ending so far, which is our real goal. Oh boy.
This is the Mother Brain Super fight again.
It
Basically.
is.
This is the Super Metroid from Super Metroid.
It's the Super Metroid, but it evolved.
Well, I mean, think about it. It's the only one that was cloned, so.
And all of them were. All of those Metroids in the sector that the SAX destroyed were clones of the Super
Kill
Metroid.
it.
Also, it's worth noting that the cloning probably doesn't involve much of the it growing big thing, because that was from experimentations the Space Pirates did to it, not like the Metroid naturally being that way. So I don't think that would be inherited through taking its genetics. That depends on what they did, but I don't think that would be the case.
Poor baby.
But if you
dude.
think about it, this Samus is killing her baby Metroid this time by her own hand.
That's sad.
In a
Yeah.
certain line, yeah.
And this is
You
why
also think about
Samus
it, she
never
is
loved
the baby
again.
Metroid.
Just like James Bond.
She never
'Cause,
loved
like,
again.
By the same logic of taking the
He
genetic
was
code
married
and
once.
because if you're like with what the baby Metroid is by the fact that
Maybe
it's the
James
same
and Sam
DNA.
should get together.
Samus has that.
They
too.
both have trust issues.
That means Samus is the baby.
All right.
She is
Time to
truly
reflect.
a Super Metroid. You know, this isn't even the first time she killed somebody whose genes she has, or not. I meant last. There might be a one before this, but I don't think. I don't know.
Well,
Did she-
Ridley killed Grey Voice during the second attack on Zebus, and yeah.
God, what's his name in in the other Chozo in Dread?
Quiet Robe?
White Robe.
Mhm.
White Robe is one of the other Chozo Samus has DNA from.
Not Quiet Robe himself.
Do not worry. One of them
Oh,
will
specifically
understand.
quiet.
One of them must. I like that quote.
It was... Well, yeah, it was not Quiet Robe himself. He was just of the Mawkin tribe. Or, not Mawkin. The Toha.
I thought they showed like a flashback to it that showed him, but I could be misremembering.
There is a flashback, and we will see it, but it was not... The fact that you're questioning it is making me question myself. But I'm
That's all right,
pretty
we'll fact
sure,
check it.
right? We will
Like for
fact
Dread,
check.
then
I
have.
played it a year ago. I'm hazy on Dread, so
Yeah.
yeah, I've only played it once.
I'm relatively certain that it was not
Also,
Quiet
for the
Robe.
first time, Samus actually has a green visor, but it's
Right.
supposed to be green this time, and a red helmet.
You'll never let that go. No, but I'm glad you're pointing it out.
Just think about it.
What a great ending.
Wait, but how was the ship? How did the ship get moved?
The animals survived despite Harane's neglect.
Right?
Despite my best efforts, the animals survived.
Oh god.
Harane's negligence. Yeah, fuck you too, Harane.
The perfect military mind. Ah, yes. This is where Samus got her modus operandi of blowing the bejesus out of everything.
Well said, Hans. Well said.
I mean, it works.
Ron, what are your overall
What?
thoughts on Metroid Fusion?
I love it. It's my favorite Metroid game.
Awesome. And you had a really nice run. You did a really great job.
Very solid.
We'll see what the time is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Usually,
I mean-
oh jeez,
What, Harane?
game's great. I adore Fusion. So I like all of these games. I just keep saying this, but
Why?
All 5 of these games are amazing.
Oh yeah, Dread
Fusion's-
didn't include the animals. 0%. 0 out of 10. Cringe.
there's only 2 good 2D Metroid games. That's Super and Fusion because they have the animals.
Only 2 good Metroid games, period, I'm afraid.
And you know
That's it.
something like that ostrich had like an egg with her, so by abandoning them, you left her and her child to fucking die. I hope you're happy,
I do love
Harane.
that she has an egg in Super Metroid, and then when the animals show up, they all show up together. And then a brief moment after they all show up, you see a baby little ostrich thing shows up,
Yeah.
showing that not only did the animals survive, but she took her egg with her too when it survived.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that's the Dakara, right? They're the Edakuns and the Dakara
Yeah, it's
Um,
the Dakara.
is the ostrich one.
Oh, Sawada. Or Itor...
How many
Satoru
times
Iwata.
do you play a Nintendo game and see localization? Nate Burdoff.
Nate Burdoff,
Bill
Leslie
Burdoff.
Swan, and Bill Trinan are in, like, everything. I love that.
I mean, if you do it well,
Yeah.
they'll keep
Yeah,
right.
keep translating, please. All right.
Think about how many Nintendo games you've played. Various different genres, various different series, like gameplay, etc. But all of their scripts have been passed over by the same like 3 people for the English
Ooh.
localization.
Nice job, Ron.
Thank you.
146.
That actually might be my best.
That's awesome.
Also, can I blame Nate Bildroff for the one tiny mistranslation that made us go crazy?
Well, we technically don't know which one of the 3 or 4 of them did it.
Well, the other ones I believe are the European translators.
Oh. Nate! No.
Right.
Nathaniel.
No, we love you, Nate.
Daniel
Thank you for your
Mandy,
work.
get over here!
Excellent job, Ron. Very nice run. Very clean.
Thank you.
146. All right, folks, we're going to take a intermission, still on the same stream. We'll be back once we have Metroid Dread set up. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, and we're back for the final game in the 2D Metroid Relay, Metroid Dread. Spaze, also known as Tommy, is going to be playing through it, and we're just going to check a few more technical things before we get started here. Woo!
All right,
The
so,
legendary Metroid Dread.
so I have muted you, Evan. Then we can pull up the stream.
Excellent. Go ahead.
All right. So I think we're gonna just gonna
Hearing
be
the
on
echo.
the menu for a little bit and just waiting to see if the audio is coming through fine for Evan.
I checked on stream. It didn't sound like there was an echo.
Oh, there isn't.
Doesn't sound like it.
All right, very good.
Sounds good so far. I don't hear any echoes.
Awesome. Evan has separately confirmed, so I think we are good to start with the audio balancing, or the not balancing, but the audio input issue resolved. I can quick set
You
this up.
seem to be good. All right, so we're finally here, performing for you.
I knew you were
Yes.
gonna say that.
If you know the words, you can join in too.
Yes, and finally, we are on to the final game of 5, Metroid Dread. Gonna breeze through the opening text as fast as this will allow. But in that one, we cover what the Metroids are and the X-Parasites. We know that the Metroids were created to as a weapon against the X by the Chozo. Samus gets infected, and we go through this wonderful little, wonderful artistic recap of the events of Fusion in particular.
I like how that's been a tradition since Super Metroid, having the recaps.
Yeah, and they're all very well done too. Even the Metroid in the center of the screen, the Metroid and the X, like there were tiny little thumbnails of them, and they're little pixelated.
Yeah, no, it's specifically the Metroid 1 sprite for Metroids and the GBA sprite from Fusion for the X.
Right, that is just another artistic, a little artistic detail that's like, oh, this was totally unnecessary for them.
It's cute.
But it's right, it's adorable, it's cute, it's very fun.
Yeah, the quality of the recap in Dread is just fantastic.
The artwork is really good.
It is. All
I
of
also
the
love Mercury Steam's redesign of the Fusion suit. It looks so good.
it does while she's on the table, right?
Yeah, yeah.
She's waking up on the table, and even like this artwork, this Nebula and ZDR itself. There are so many scenes in this recap that are like wallpaper worthy. They're so high quality. It's very nice.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the uncompressed artwork from the opening of Samus Returns?
I don't think I have.
They're really nice too.
That might help. I imagine it's much higher resolution.
Yeah, no, they were made in full resolution and then compressed for 3DS.
I would honestly go as far to say that Dread, I think, is one of the most beautiful looking games on Switch.
I know. There are so many games, I swear. Every time a major Switch release comes out and I go, oh my god, this is like the best looking game on the Switch.
Yeah, I know, but even then, Dread is just up there.
It happened with Link's Awakening, it happened with Luigi's Mansion 3, it happened with Dread. It's like... It's like, oh, this game looks amazing! It's the best looking game on the system! And I don't even necessarily think that's wrong. It's just, oh, it's such a good looking game.
Dread is my I've said it many times today, but it's my favorite 2D Metroid for quite a few reasons.
Hell, Dread looks almost as good as Hollow Knight. Okay.
Wow, I wonder if I like that game. Don't look at my profile image.
You mean the one that's really big on the left?
And has my name under it? No.
Space? That's for Spazer Beam, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But
He's
you
on
play
brand.
Dread. That doesn't have the Spazer Beam. It has the Wide Beam.
Da 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 da.
Treat our lost assets with care, lady.
I always thought it was weird that they basically renamed it, even though it's pretty much the exact same beam.
Yeah, it doesn't tech right. Spacer is a damage upgrade, right?
Yeah, and Wide Beam is slightly different. I guess the projectile is not elongated in Fusion.
It's like, well, that's the thing, and at least the difference from Wide Beam in Dread to Super, is that right? Spazer is a damage upgrade and that larger hitbox. Dread is not technically just a damage. It's not a damage upgrade, but if you hit multiple shots on something, it deals the damage for all of them. So it is a damage upgrade, but also not.
They're also, I believe the Spazer Beam in most games that have it don't count them as technically separate projectiles, though I think Samus Returns does.
I know Super Metroid definitely does. Doesn't it?
It kind of does, but you can, like, hit the center of the shot and, like, delete the... It's weird. They don't really separate, generally.
Anyways, Wide Beam in this game is a damage upgrade, even though the individual damage per bullet, or beam, is not actually increased.
I'd love to look at the damage numbers for every Metroid, like, all of the 2D Metroids, because the only one I've looked at is Super.
It's funny. I know some of the damages for Samus's equipment in this game, particularly because of the Ravenbeak fight at the end. I'll go into a little more detail when we're closer to it, but he has a certain annoying phase that we can deal with by doing specific amounts of damage. And his different phases also have different multipliers on her different weapons. So like in her first phase, beams are really good, while in the latter two, missiles do the most damage. And this opening cutscene with Samus encountering Ravenbeak is awesome, because you don't notice it really while you're watching this, but on further rewatches, you see Ravenbeak does like half of his moveset in this cutscene, and then you subconsciously see a little of how Samus deals with it.
And you can see actually some of the strategy of how you fight it, like going under
Exactly.
the wave attack and the counter for the dash.
And even the thing as simple as the super missile cracking his visor, it's a subtle hint that, oh
part
hey,
of the action,
right.
And then you get the tease with
Right.
I know I'm behind, but with like Samus going all Metroid mode on him, which you don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Right, you see her...
Especially
Yeah.
his
That's an
Especially-
interesting storytelling device, because like the entire cutscene is kind of foreshadowing how the ending of the game is going to go, but it is not like a flash forward. Like it's exactly what just happened. It's just foreshadowing.
It just doesn't make sense until the future.
Exactly.
And because of he shoots a red beam at you. And when Samus goes Metroid mode, the screen flashes red. So the natural assumption for a new time player is, oh, the screen went red because he shot me. But when you go back, it's like, wait, that's not the
Okay,
screen
that
going red
was
because he shot. That's the
fast.
Metroid thing.
So let me just say for the audience, Tommy has actually been speedrunning this game, so yeah. But actually seeing it, I'm like, what the hell just happened?
Hopefully.
It's so smooth.
Hopefully I'll continue to live up to that.
Oh, you'll do fine.
You know what I fucking love about Dread?
What's that?
I love the classic Mega Man slide they put in
I
the
know.
game. I love how it becomes your morph ball for like a large portion of the beginning of the game.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
sit down and tutor people on just various 2D Metroid game tech and how to play them. Not even because I love speedrunning them. I like speedrunning, but I play them this way especially because I just find it fun and I like sequence breaking.
Yeah.
So like, I love learning this tech. And it's just, there's so much depth to these games. It's just like, okay, so you want to learn how to use the dash, so here's this thing where you can extend your hitbox and get like an extra jump distance with the slide. I assume, Tommy, you're going to be getting early bombs, early grapple beam?
I'm actually not getting early grapple beam.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Early grapple is definitely the most intended speedrun skip in this entire game. It's very obviously in there from Mercury's upon design by Mercury Steam. But my route is it doesn't really benefit actually from going and getting it early.
All right.
All
Also,
right.
Harain, if you wouldn't mind just testing the stream just to see how the game audio is now that we're in gameplay, just let me know if I need to make any adjustments.
Sure.
Thank you. Look, we all help each other out. Woohoo! So here's the melee counter tutorial, like the one we saw in Samus Returns, but do you want to talk a bit about how the melee counter works differently? Kind of like how we alluded to earlier?
Yeah, it's a lot more fluid. There's the addition of the dash melee, which is a moving melee counter like this. But it's also just very... it really is a lot more fluid altogether.
I think myself and maybe Ron are a little quiet.
Okay.
Other than that, it's pretty good.
The game audio seems good where it is.
Yeah.
Okay, I can raise you both. Thank you for mentioning that.
And what we just kind of glossed over is the first real exploit in the game, and that is the pseudo wave. It is you are mimicking the effect of Samus's wave beam by essentially just shifting Samus's hurt box or her arm cannon into a wall, and if the arm cannon is in the wall, you can shoot through the wall.
It's actually pretty similar to Gate Glitch in terms of how it works and
It
what
is.
you do to do it. It's although Tommy's a lot more practiced at it than I am with Gate Glitch, of course.
Yeah, I also think, I'm very. I understand how gate glitch works very well, but I'm not very practiced at executing it. So comparing how pseudos in Dread are in terms of difficulty
Gate Glitch
to
is a
gate
little
glitch.
specific, yeah.
But yeah, like the first pseudo waves to skip the very first Emmy are really easy, but that second one, the early cloak one, the very second one that I did, is a lot more specific. And there's even a little piece of tech, Paul, that'll showcase later, that makes it makes pseudos against a wall essentially free. It's this little motion, which I will use later in the run.
Oh wow.
And something you'll see me do absolutely everywhere is Samus in the air runs slow. Samus on the ground runs fast. So every time I find a ledge, I'm really quickly mantling over it. I mantle and then I do a very small jump. That is the fastest way to get off the ledge and into the onto the ground.
Something that always was fascinating to me about this game is that it reminds me a lot of Super Metroid in terms of the tech, how it integrates with the gameplay, the philosophy of how people approach it. But the actual gameplay is so radically different. It's just... It has so little in common in what you're actually doing. But it feels very similar from just like a vibe. It's really fascinating.
The red guy says, I'm not a huge Metroid fan. I do like the series, but I rank a lot of other Metroidvanias higher. Dread, however, I like quite a bit more than the others. It's easily my favorite Metroid game. That's awesome, Red.
Definitely my favorite part of Dread is the controls. It's right, it's definitely the tightest feeling Metroid game, 2D Metroid game at least.
Oh yeah.
And it's right, Samus is so fluid.
Dread is one of those games where when people say, I don't know if I could imagine a 2D game playing on a stick. And it's one of those games like, I can't imagine playing this without a stick.
Right.
I would not want to control this with the D-pad.
It's funny,
honestly.
in games like Celeste and Hollow Knight, which I also speedrun and play very prolifically, I use the D-pad. But Dread, I would never.
No stick. Ugh. But Dread on D-pad sounds like horrible. Oh my god.
Yeah, I would never try and do this on stick or on D-pad.
Ugh. It's games like Metroid Dread that just really show that you can make a really competent 2D game control scheme that's built on the analog stick.
And again, it feels so great. It feels
never
very
feels
good.
A lot of times when I play 2D games, the analog stick just feels imprecise, but not with this. I never feel that in Dread.
I've also really enjoyed playing Samus Returns with a proper analog stick, moving to Vim's console.
Yeah.
But nothing is quite like how nice Dread plays with an analog stick. It's buttery smooth. I mean, I say that about Zero Mission, but Dread is a whole other level. I mean, this is one of the best feeling 2D games I think I've ever played, honestly.
No, I've played games like Hollow Knight.
Seems like we've seen this before, Tommy.
Yeah, something some of the more astute viewers might have recognized is that was the melee counter tutorial. We saw that once, and usually you don't see it again. That is the setup for a very, very important glitch later on in the run. And it's actually why I'm going to be restarting from checkpoint the moment I enter this fight again. That is to manipulate the trigger on that cutscene. And so I've now reset from checkpoint in that boss fight twice. So we'll now walk in and get to be introduced to the first boss fight of the run, and that is Corpius. Yeah, Dread's...
Yeah, Corpius looks a lot like the experiment.
That's funny. Wait, what's that? I don't know what that is.
It looks a lot like a Chozo statue. But wait. So Ron, you've been a little quiet. What are your opinions on Metroid Dread? What do you have to say?
I love it. It's like I know I said I love Fusion and that's my favorite, but like I think just from like a pure gameplay standpoint, this is definitely like peak Metroid.
AKG Ron and I sitting there chanting with the pitchforks up, going second best Metroid game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What's the first best Metroid game? Wait.
Now that we cannot agree on.
Yeah. It's
Really fast mashing. Nice.
Why, thank you.
He was number 2.
Is it actually
know, it's
slower
def-
to counter him?
I think
It
it's
is.
definitely like
Okay, that makes
the
sense.
second best
That makes sense.
second best Metroid game and like just mechanically like one of the best games I've ever played.
And you know what? The crazy part of me still thinks we can even get a better game. Like, not to put Dread down at
Yeah.
all. Just imagine, like, if we can just keep building on this, because I know Sakamoto said he already has ideas for Metroid 6. So just imagine what we could get after this.
I'm so excited to explore the Metroid powers in future Metroid games. I really hope that's something that they do, which...
What if that's the replacement for Aeon? Is Metroid powers?
That would be awesome.
That actually sounds great.
That would be
like,
really
what if you had
cool.
3 or
Yes.
4 different Metroid-esque abilities that you, like, swapped on the D-pad or something?
Which
That-
I'm...
That
They
sounds
have
great.
They have like a starting one where it's a life leech ability.
That'd be perfect.
They
And
basically
right, and
add
she
glory
uses
to
it here. She uses it here in cutscene only, but
Right.
Like imagine
There
it
is precedent
becomes
for that.
imagine it becomes like an upgrade to the counter.
that would be so cool.
Like, you hold them, like, with the choke, like, at the end of this game.
It costs like a meter, but like you can use the counter to instead drain health from enemies.
And that would probably
It
be another
basically just
case where there would
becomes
be
Doom
some... There'd probably be some balance where you could get corrupted like a Metroid, which, again, that's kind of building on what, like, Prime 3 did, what Fusion did, but that's still a new context. that you
Metroid
could do
Prime
something like
3 Dread. Wait.
that. Metroid Prime 3 Dread. The sequel. But no, but, like, I still think
Metroid
that...
6 Corruption.
But I still think that idea has potential. It wouldn't necessarily feel like a retread, but it could benefit from the same things that Prime 3 and Fusion had with that. But now it's just building off of, again, what did Metroid 5 do? So I'm very excited. Given
Samus
the
Returns, Aeon
given
is
the
consumable.
great
In
success
Dread, it's a
that-
recharging meter. In
Hang on,
in 6, it corrupts.
so what I was saying is, imagine though what we could get, because the great thing about Metroid Dread that we couldn't be too comfortable with as Metroid fans is that this game was actually a huge success. A huge success.
Massive.
So that is also worth celebrating for what we could get next. Not that I don't want to seem like I'm worrying too much about the future. I am perfectly happy with this game. This game is my second favorite, maybe third. I love Fusion, but it's 2 or 3, and I only played it once, just once, just for now.
You think they'll finally be they'll finally make the game that IKG will say is better than Prime 2?
I don't know. We'll see. I didn't think Prime 3 could be beaten, but then my opinion of Fusion went up, and then Dread came out. So I mean, you never know what happens.
You didn't think Prime 3 could be beaten? Huh.
Not by a 2D game.
So from Corpius, we got the Phantom Cloak, which is the first of a few Aeon abilities in this game.
Unfortunately, not as useful for speedrunning.
True.
But it is still. I think it's the most underrated ability in this game.
Yeah, with
IKG. What is it about Prime 3 that you hold in high regard so much, though?
Well, I mean, I like its exploration, I like its upgrades, I like its areas, its atmosphere, its story. I mean, I just think it's like Fusion. It's a great package with some flaws. Nice. Very cool.
Yeah, most of the Emmy fights have a very specific spot that you want to get to very quickly, and from there, they go very well. So the way as you saw, the way the fights work in this game is you beat the control unit, close to an Aurora unit, which is essentially connected to each Emmy, and it's like overriding their normal programming. And by defeating the control unit, you get this the Omega Stream and the Omega Cannon, which allows Samus to bust open the otherwise impenetrable shell of the Emmy.
That's such an interesting implication, though, right? So the control units are heavily implied to be Chozo technology.
Oh, yes.
Because it uses the exact same defense mechanisms and structures as Mother Brain, which was the Chozo supercomputer, right?
Which isn't even addressing the fact that, you know, Ravenbeak is in fact behind it.
Right.
So
These aren't coincidences.
but
Slide.
the Federation sent the Emmy. It's not tied to Ravenbeak directly. But Ravenbeak took over the Emmy.
Exactly.
So did he hijack them with those computers or something? Like, the Federation didn't intend for those units to be tied to the Emmy, because it's not like they made those computers. Those are Chozo tech, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, clearly the Emmy are not supposed to be tied to them, but yet they are. There's a lot of implication that comes with that.
Part of how I see it is very centered around the Chozo's technological superiority. I feel like, right, like a computer or an artificial intelligence creation of theirs is going to be, right, naturally a lot more advanced than some of the contemporary counterparts in, like, the Federation. And so this technology being able to, you know, for lack of a better term, hack into the Emmy, you know, take control over them in that way, isn't terribly far-fetched.
It's basically what Mother Brain did with the Metroids.
Right. So that's at least how I always ended up seeing, you know, that little facet.
It's just interesting, because if you're paying attention from the start and have that Metroid experience, it should immediately be throwing red flags. Like, hey, if the Emmy are supposed to be Federation, then why are Chozo computers tied to their operation?
Yeah, that's a good point. Also, I wanted to highlight, I didn't want to interrupt, but I wanted to highlight earlier, Tommy did this really cool tech where he slid and activated the Phantom Cloak at the same time, so that he could still be speeding along but not be detected by the sensors. And you did that a few times, actually, which I didn't actually realize you could do, so that's really cool.
Yeah, it is by far the fastest way to traverse those zones. And it's easy to mess up. The ones that I got were very clean. They were timed very perfectly. I'm sure I'll mess it up at some point. But even if you only get like half the way with the slide, it's absolutely worth it.
Right.
So, yeah, Tommy, I remember, now that we're on Dread, I remember IKG telling me a while back that, before Dread you never played any Metroid, but then this game came out and you just suddenly became a speedrunner.
So, yeah, that's not 100% correct. But
Well,
it's...
that's how I remember.
Yes, it's the actual story is very similar.
Go ahead.
I was not really, I was not a massive Metroid fan, pretty much until like right around the Dread announcement. I got really hyped over the announcement of Metroid Dread, and that almost kickstarted the desire for me to really get into the Metroid series as a whole. And shortly after the announcement, I ended up playing through all of the 2D Metroid games that were released at that point. Right, so the first 4 that we saw today, and then AM2R on top of it. So very similar to what you described, slightly more nuanced, but it's no exaggeration to say that my interest in the Metroid series was absolutely kicked off by by Dread.
It's always so amazing when a game like this that you're so excited for not only pays off, but like with absolutely no remote compromise to the point where it redefines your enjoyment of the series. And
Right.
like the thing, like that was already crazy for me, somebody
like-
who's grown up with Metroid and adores it. But I can only imagine the absolute hype of playing an entire series for the first time because of excitement for one game, falling in love with the whole series, and then putting all of that experience of a series you just experienced and fell in love with all at once with 5 other games, putting
was-
all that ride on this game's back in that short span of time, and
know
then
what?
it just runs with it anyway.
Well, yeah, but
You know.
it's amazing. But you know what? The thing that really blew me away, and I guess the way I was describing it to Ron at the time or something, is because of college. I mean, we were so busy. I wasn't really, I don't really talk to a lot of friends that much during the semester unless they're, in my degree program because they're right there. That's just seems to be just how it goes, unfortunately. I wish that were the case. Thankfully, that's coming to an end, but not after this really intensive semester, mind you. But it just, so for me, it kind of like I blinked and like Tommy became this huge 2D Metroid fan because he was so inspired by Dread that with the hype that he played all these games and really liked them. You were always into speedrunning. I mean, you were always into 2D games. You were a big fan of Hollow Knight well by this point. Like, you liked this formula. But I remember in the past, he was like, oh yeah, I really want to try Metroid. I was like, yeah. And I probably said like, yeah, start with Zero Mission or whatever. And then, I didn't know. But then he gets Dread like when it comes out, and I'm waiting until December. Waiting till break to play it. And he just became this Metroid guru overnight. And now look at what he's doing. I mean, like, I always joke like I've created a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. No, but like, yeah. I mean, I'm very impressed and beyond proud of like just what you've accomplished because like you're finding a way to connect with the series that I really like in a whole new way, and I think it's amazing to see.
This trick is a pain in the Atom save skip.
Pain in the ASS. Yeah, this trick is Atom save skip. It is a frame perfect melee counter against this wall to bounce Samus up just high enough to ledge grab. As I said, it's frame perfect, and there's not really a good setup, so you have to have pure muscle memory or anticipation with visual cues. And I am definitely not well enough practiced with it, so I should be able to get it.
Better
But
than me, because I've still not achieved it.
As I was saying, I've seen people have very similar experiences with Zelda that you did with Metroid, Tommy. Like once Breath of the Wild came out.
yeah, I feel like it's a relatively easy thing to do, particularly for those older and more beloved franchises. Particularly because there's a lot of games, and that person has probably for a long portion of their life has heard from other people, like their friends, about how good these games are, and maybe just never garnered the motivation to play them. There we go. Very nice. I was worried about that taking like 5 minutes, so that is like 2 or so, and I'm very happy with that. But yeah, for back to the game discussion, I think it's very easy for some of those longer standing franchises to engross people like that because, again, like, I mean, Evan has talked my ear off in the past about, like all this Metroid stuff, and I just never ended up playing any of the games.
Which happens. We all do that with all sorts of franchises all the time. So, I still do that with franchises.
And then I just needed the motivation to kickstart.
Like I've known people who did exactly that with Zelda once Breath of the Wild came
I
out.
scream at IKG about how cool Thousand Year Door is, and he just doesn't play it for a while, and then he does. He's like, I don't know, it's kind of big. No, I'm kidding.
Nah. You know what? I know a lot of friends who got into classic Sonic through Sonic Mania. Same kind of thing. Sonic Mania was announced. They saw the hype for it. They went back. They played the games, and then they liked them. I've seen
Not
that.
as not as straightforward as that, but that's kind of what happens with Red.
Yeah, I mean, Red gave the classic Sonic games a real try.
After
I'm trying to think of any time that
Yeah,
happened.
yeah, there you go.
I'm trying to think of any time that happened to me because of it, due to like a new release.
It happened to me. It happened to me with Shantae. When Pirate's Curse came out, when I was a teen, and and everyone was going crazy about another Metroidvania. I played it, loved it, and then I went back to the first two. Now, in that case, it's a smaller number of titles, but that was sort of an announcement that piqued my interest. That was also almost 10 years ago, which is kind of crazy to think about.
That almost happened to me with Ratchet and Clank with its remake, but
Oh my
I
gosh.
never ended up playing any of the other ones.
Oh, Tommy, you can speak about that.
I am
Because you're a lifelong Ratchet fan.
Ratchet and Clank 2 was my first ever like actual video game. I had played this random odd Pokemon thing. It's a game built into a Pokédex. Like this red Pokédex. I have absolutely no idea what it's called.
Like
or
a
where...
Game & Watch kind of thing?
Kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have absolutely no idea what this is called, but like that was pretty much all of what video games were to me. And then one of my cousins wanted to buy a PS3 and like sold like all his PS2 games and his PS2 to me and my brother for like it was like $40 at the time. It was great. And so I got like Battlefront 2, the original, and Ratchet and Clank
that game.
Going Commando, first and foremost. And that was like my first real video game, and the Ratchet and Clank franchise in the time since has become a franchise very near and dear to my heart. I've played all of the games. Absolutely played Rift Apart. I was motivated to get a PS5 exclusively for Rift Apart, to be completely honest.
And it delivered.
It did. I was very, very pleased with that game.
Actually, you know what? You know what I think kind of did it for me? Like, it's kind of an example for me. Sonic with Sonic Generations.
Oh, is that so? Okay. Generations
Like,
is
I
kind of the
played-
catalyst for that?
I played other Sonic games before that, but the release of Generations was when I started like paying attention and like going and looking back into like the series before it.
That's cool.
Have I had a series like
I also remember Sonic. If you can believe it, I remember Sonic 06 playing a pretty big part in my getting into Sonic.
Well, I
Not
can believe
because
that.
not because I liked the game, but because I was really fascinated by its reputation and reception and and its development history. Because the game, in my eyes, by all accounts, looked like it should have been good.
Right.
So
In fact, it should have been outstanding. That's
Okay,
a whole other thing.
This might be a little bit cheating, because in this case the new game is the old game, but the Spyro Reignited trilogy completely sparked me to go and play through Spyro and get obsessed.
That counts. That definitely counts.
But yeah, no. My fascination with 06 actually ended up just turning into a fascination for the adventure era, just because before that I mostly like really loved Unleashed and Generations and Colors, but like I played Adventure 2 once before that, and I thought it was just kind of okay. And I never played Adventure 1 until that point.
Actually, on retrospect, I was young, but I had that experience with Metroid, with Super Metroid.
I was
Not as a
really
new game, but with it being on WiiWare.
I
Where
was-
I originally
what, though?
played it. I played Metroid originally with the first game in Prime 3 and couldn't get into it. But when I played Super Metroid, I became Metroid obsessed like instantly and wanted to play all of them. I played other M as soon as it was out. I went back and got my hands on Fusion on the
I guess I did the
3DS
same thing
thing
with
as soon as I
Fusion,
could.
Yeah.
I went crazy as soon as I
Back
played
in 2011.
Super Metroid.
I was really young, but I had this with Star Wars with Revenge of the Sith.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, Star Wars. I was introduced to that from my dad at a very young age, so I was destined to be a Star Wars fan. Absolutely.
What? Watching Revenge of the I think watching Revenge of the Sith was like my main gateway to becoming a Star Wars fan.
Me too. Did I tell you that the first Star Wars scene I ever saw was the immolation scene from Episode 3, and it gave me nightmares?
I think you did.
But then I was still kind of fascinated by it, so when I saw it on TV, I saw it was playing on TV. I watched the whole thing. Didn't understand a single thing of the plot, but I was like, oh, this is kind of fascinating. And then my brother, who was really into it, told me like the story and stuff, so he helped me get into it. But,
I also was with Zero Mission. Nintendo just took too long putting it on Wii U for me, so I ended up playing it emulated like a full year before they put it on Virtual Console because
I do remember that specifically taking a while. Like I was specifically waiting for Zero Mission as well. I remember that.
I
have
want
it on
Zero
Wii
Mission
now.
Where is it?
Yeah. Where is Zero Mission?
Like they put Fusion on it relatively early.
Fusion was
when
like
they
one of the
added-
first GBA games they put on the Wii U, which makes sense.
Yeah, and I was just like, that's great. Fusion's great, but I've already played Fusion. I want to play Zero Mission.
Two halves of Metroid GBA, right?
You know, like I already had it on my 3DS. I
have
want
enough room
Zero.
for this, Tommy?
More than enough.
Oh my god, that makes me so nervous.
Wait till we get to Wave.
Whew. Good thing I couldn't hear the audio. I would be doubly terrified.
So yeah, that is
yeah, no,
second Emmy done.
Good.
We are now able to transition into a more exciting part of the run. Particularly Cataris is pretty boring, but now we have some abilities, we can go places,
Morph ball.
and it opens up.
That's
Yeah,
great.
I think my biggest critique of Dread in terms of sequence breaking is that it's kind of restrictive for the first bit.
Yeah, the first 20 minutes or so are you have a very linear path through Arteria as far as speedrunning is concerned, and then Cataris, it really has Adam save skip and optimized movement, and that is absolutely it. There's
really
I mean, there are a couple hell runs you can do to save like 10 to 15 seconds, and
You really don't even feel the ramifications of Adam's save skip until further in the run anyway.
exactly Adam save skip saves about 2 to 2.5 minutes of running around in Cataris, and then it saves about a further minute from not needing to skip through Adam dialogue in network stations throughout the rest of the game, because network stations they lock until you speak with Adam, but when the Adam trigger, we skip an Adam trigger, and so the trigger, the trigger never moves to lock other rooms. So you can just walk in and walk out without them locking you in. But if you do interact with the room, the trigger updates, and you'll lose it.
I can't help but see Dark Samus in the Dread teleport animation. I just can't
agree.
help but see it.
Yeah, there's the very definitive blue.
Yep.
And also the pose
The
of her being
pose, the
floating.
floating. Yeah. I like it. I know this is more of a superfluous thing, but again, to Dread's amazing art direction, the transportation, the elevator, or I shouldn't call them elevators. What are they really called in this game?
There are elevators.
Tram.
Yeah, elevators.
Tram.
Shuttles.
Oh, shuttles.
The official
Shuttle,
name is a
yeah.
shuttle.
Okay. The shuttles and their rooms are beautiful. Like it zooms out, and it's just
They have these awesome
gorgeous backgrounds. Like what's the water? Oh my god, it's
Berenia.
embarrassing.
The
Berenia.
crashing waves
The crashing-
on the surface.
I literally have a video on my Switch of just that. Like I screen record it because I was just sitting there, just like, this is so awesome.
Berenia,
And Berenia in general, I think is my favorite area in the game. I'd have to
for-
think about it more, but
for many fans, particularly with the music of Berenia, it stands out among the rest of the areas, and I do have to agree.
yeah. I mean, there are a lot of great areas in this game. I also really liked, is it Berenia?
That is the area name. but-
Yeah. Berenia, I really liked. I like them all.
Don't
It's
know
Metroid
what my
Dread. What do you
favorite
want
area
me to say? It's Metroid Dread. It's like, you know, it's not a perfect game, but damn, is it really good.
This game does so much right. Like even my little small quibble about the sequence breaking
It's also
takes
such
a
a-
little bit to kick in.
Yes, it's also such a confident game. Like it feels like they were proud to make this, and they should be. You know, it's just a very
Yeah.
confident game. Like the same thing I said about Fusion. You know, Samus Returns was an amazing game, but they were still, you know, Mercury Steam was still trying to find their footing, right? But like Dread is just like, I don't know, it's just something.
It's just kind of the same thing I get every time they make an original Metroid title. When I play a game like Zero Mission, even AM2R, as much as I like it, it's not quite the same. Where they're taking a game that's rather flawed, and while they're improving the hell out of it, it's still kind of just a little rough, a little weird, a little unfocused. But then when you play Metroids 3, 4, and 5, if you ask me, you just get the fucking ball rolling, all thrusters forward. They know what they want to do. They're making a focused vision. That's the game in your hand. Holy shit. I love that.
Can't argue with that.
That's what I love about the latter part of these games. The back half of this marathon, I guess you could say. You know? I adore these games.
I do want to comment on the soundtrack. I do agree with a lot of Metroid fans that for the series standard, Metroid Dread soundtrack is a little underwhelming. I can't lie, I do feel that way, but I do think it's still good. I do think it especially fits in the moment.
Needs to.
Something that a lot of people don't tend to understand, and if they do understand, they don't articulate it. It's that the difference in Metroid Dread soundtrack compared to a lot of the other ones is it definitely takes a more focus towards creating atmosphere or ambiance.
Yes.
Right? It's a little more focused on the sounds of an area as opposed to a distinctive melody that's gonna, earworm like Green Bryn Star.
Like a Zero Mission. Or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I like my Metroid soundtracks being a little more melodic. I felt they always did a great job striking a middle ground between that melody and a strong, potent atmosphere. And I feel like Dread just tips a little far for me there.
I kind of agree, with you and Tommy, but here's my thing. If it's a matter of comparison, which we've been doing a lot of comparisons today, so I'll add to that. If you want to look at the more atmospheric, and less melodious games, I think here's what you have. You have Prime 1, 2, and 3. And yes, I know they have their melodious moments, but overall I'd say the Prime Trilogy, Prime Hunters, Other M, and Dread. And I really do feel that Dread maybe feels different because it's the only 2D game that takes that direction. And the reason I feel Dread soundtrack is just slightly lacking is because I prefer the soundtrack of all of those games I mentioned except Hunters.
Hunters, I might prefer Dreads to Other M, maybe. No, I'd have to think about that.
I could not.
But not I definitely.
No, Hunter's soundtrack's not even good, so it's not.
I like the Prime Trilogy soundtracks more than Dreads.
Yeah, I think that's just the thing.
Prime Trilogy nails that.
So unlike what a lot of people are saying, I actually really like the Vision of Dread soundtrack. It's just an execution. I just think the series is done better with this atmospheric stuff. But I still like them. I listen to the soundtrack. I put it in videos. It's good. It is good. But the problem is just Metroid has just had an incredible lineup. It's kind of like with Sonic. It's like when you get kind of a mass Sonic soundtrack, it's like, well, it only feels that way because they're usually out of the park. I mean, it's the same thing with Metroid. So I guess in a way I do kind of agree with the consensus on Dread, but to Tommy's point, it's not for the reason.
Harsh.
Yeah. I like the direction of Dread soundtrack. I would not mind if they did. I would not even mind if Metroid 6 took the same direction. I just want higher quality samples and a little more experimentation. That's all.
Also, hi Ben. Thank you for saying that I'm your hero. I appreciate it.
Aww, Ben.
Been having a pretty killer run so far. Can't complain.
Yeah, I mean, we're already on Kraid.
Also, I adore the Kraid fight in this game.
Yeah, Cradley.
The intro cutscene with Samus being ready to fight an unknown threat veiled in fog, and then she suddenly realizes, oh, it's Kraid. Never mind.
She's just not even phased. She's just like, okay, I fought this guy a million times, or twice, but you know.
Kraid is a sick boy in this game.
Oh, yes.
I mean, if you've been chained up, unable to go anywhere this long, and you've been sitting in lava...
I did not realize you could counter that. I need to play Dread more.
This is not optimal to do, but we'll do it.
That's awesome.
It's a fun
It goes,
cinematic.
ow, my belly button. I love the animation on Kraid's, like,
Rip.
cheek, or not cheek, it's like, the pouch in his throat.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
It's got really good secondary. I love it.
So Ron, what do you think of Cradley, as you put it?
Fun.
Best Kraid fight in the series.
Oh, definitely.
I would have to agree with that.
100%.
It's so cinematic as well, which, right, it's not at all indicative of the gameplay, but it only really adds to it.
I love the subtle move.
It really does build off of the Kraid fights in Zero Mission and Super. It's
Yeah.
not like a completely different fight, but it's so much more interesting than them, while still just being the same idea.
Yeah.
It's
sure.
awesome. It's honestly, it's just incredible how much they improve it without actually changing that much in retrospect. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Because you would think with how much better the fight is, like, it must be completely different. It was like, well, I mean, he does this attack, and that's the same attack. And he does that, and that's the same attack. And, like, it's laid out
yeah,
pretty
man.
similar.
Metroid Dread is a beautiful game, and it runs silky smooth. As well. We were
Something-
just praising the visuals earlier.
This game runs on Switch, and unlike the previous games, this one's not being emulated.
Yeah, this is authentic hardware. No joke.
Something I have not pointed out yet, although I've been using it quite frequently, is a fun little piece of combat tech with the charge beam. And that is, if you start charging the charge beam just by holding the beam button, and you turn around or spin jump, you instantly charge the beam.
I know about that.
Yeah, if you just do the spin jump or the turnaround, it doesn't show that it is fully charged. But if you release the button, as if you're going to instantly fire it, it shoots a charge beam.
Feels like
So-
Other M.
It's really cool, and that's why you might have seen me doing shots that are a little bit faster than you might have seen, like that, right? Like,
Yeah, that's cool.
this
I
is the
did
normal
not
charge
know you
length.
could do that.
Yeah, it's fun.
Tommy, what do you think of the diffusion move? Since I know you haven't played Other M, and it already does kind of work a bit differently in this game. So, what do you think of it?
It's a very fun weapon. It does a lot of damage, and
Oh, yeah.
I also really enjoy the audio, the VFX or the SFX associated with it. It's got a really, really satisfying sound.
I love what they did to it from Other M, where they took basically its combat utility, but then made it also have a puzzle utility of being a diet wave beam, and that's really cool.
Exactly. I like it. I like it for the exact same reason. And that's something else I think Dread does that I actually really appreciate, is it almost has these kind of incremental upgrades, in a way, but it's so well balanced that nothing feels like it's wasted or becomes useless at the same time. I don't know if that makes any sense, because again, I only played it once a year ago, but I remember
The only
getting
one that does
impression.
is the spin.
Is the what?
The spin boost. Is
The
the only
spin
one that really does.
Yeah,
Simply
I
because-
guess. Right.
It's literally space jump at one.
Right, I guess that is true. But it's also like, that's
I've already
fine.
said off this stream, I prefer it to the high jump anyway because it doesn't fuck with your jump height. Like, remember in Super when I was turning it on and off for those different jumps?
Right.
If it was a
Wouldn't
double jump
worry about
instead, I wouldn't even have to worry about it.
That's a good.
Because my jump height would stay the same for the whole game, and if I wanted to go higher, I'd just push jump again.
Which
Your
is
jump physics stay the same in Dread.
which is a cool. It's cool that like that upgrade is there in the previous Metroid games to increase Samus's jump height and be able to get to new places. But it does create those instances where it's like, well, now I'm being rather slow going and doing all of this menuing. Where if it was a double jump, I could get something to a similar effect without needing to worry about
Or
that
if
at
it's a
all.
game where you don't have it, now you just have to deal with. You just have to deal with adjusting to the new controls, even if it's unoptimal. That's it. No ifs or
Foreshadowing.
buts. Like, but in Dread, because it's a double jump, that's just not a non-issue. The jump from the moment you turn on the game to the moment you're fighting Ravenbeak has the exact same arc and trajectory. It never changes.
Welcome back to the Emmy Zone. I mean, the
Oh
Twilight
yeah,
Zone. I mean,
now
the end zone.
experiments on screen for me.
Yep, I paused there a little because I remembered us talking about him. Again, operated on there.
I really like those enemies. I don't know what they're called though.
The ones with the like the tentacle, like the floaty ones.
Yes. They remind me. They look like they come right out of Xenoblade Chronicles X. In fact, actually, a lot of the enemies in this game remind me of Xenoblade. I don't know why. Just they do. So this is Berenia, right?
Yeah, so we are continuing to progress, just getting a bunch of upgrades.
Gavran is after Berenia, right?
Berenia,
Did you go
is
for any
saying
Not
we're
yet.
still going.
There are different
Yes,
places
we
you
are.
have to go.
Oh, okay.
Berenia might be my favorite of the water areas.
I'm
I'm
so
not
rusty
sure
on
though.
Dread.
And I'm also taking a slightly different route compared to normal.
Well, that
We
makes
have to
sense.
actually return to Dyron to get speed booster.
I think honestly, I might need to sit on this take more because I'm kind of formulating it now. But I feel like Berenia might be the best designed of the water areas in the two Metroids.
Real quick, just take a look at this water
Oh, this water.
and the soft rain. I love this area.
Me too.
We
Hor-
take the time lost for these views.
Yeah, oh, of course. Ron will understand. Ron will understand. But the first time I went into Berenia, I immediately thought of Aquatic Base from Sonic 06, which is another really stunning area.
Yeah.
Not like this, but you know.
Ron was fine at Fusion. We were expecting it to take this long, Zach.
No, Ron was excellent at Fusion. He actually had probably the cleanest run out of the 4 so far, I would say. Because I tripped up a bit. Alec tripped up a bit at the start. I got slightly lost in Area 3. Harain died to some of the really hard sections, but like we all did really well still, and we all have gotten the best
It's
ending.
pretty
by
much
far.
what we thought was going to happen.
Yeah,
In
so far we're doing great, and I've no
I mean,
doubt,
it was the
honestly.
worst case scenarios, but it was pretty much what we thought.
Fun
Yeah,
fact,
alright.
that damage boost was completely accidental, but he interrupted the normal strat and it got me there anyway.
I'll take it.
Moraine died a lot trying to be Mr. Speedrunner. He also killed the animals.
Yeah,
It
and
was
somehow
projected to
Ron
end
used
after
necromancy
11,
to save the game.
so we're still fine. Yeah.
The projected end was approximately 11. We knew from the start that it could end earlier or later.
Yeah.
And due to some technical issues and a couple just spots along
The technical issues were definitely the biggest time sink.
The SAX
Because
showed
that-
up before Fusion. That was a
That
little
is the
confusing.
only thing we didn't account for was the technical issues.
Was it the SAX? Ever since Ron said, that's just canon now, in my opinion. That's just what happened ever since Ron said that.
Look, Zach, all I tried to do was make it so that Ron would die at the end of Fusion because the animals were dead. And it didn't work. He somehow used necromancy and they came back.
And now look, we're already on Metroid 5.
Yeah, Moraine. Get fucked.
Oh,
You,
Tommy, do you want to talk to
piece-
us about this awesome ability?
Animal killing piece of shit.
But yeah, so this is a
Okay,
fan favorite
meat eater.
ability, newcomer, a new Aeon ability, the second in the game after Flash Cloak, and this is the Flash Shift.
Excuse me, it's Phantom.
Yeah, the Phantom Cloak.
Close enough.
Shut
But
the
it
fuck
is it is just a dash, and its utility is immense.
Just a dash. It's not like a really awesome addition or anything. Yeah, it's just a dash.
up. The only real twist it has on the dash mechanic, and it is a good one, is the 3 burst thing.
Right.
And I really do like it.
And I like that you can dash, like, you don't have to dash in the same direction. Like, you do 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, or, you know. Like,
Friday, when he played Dread recently, was talking how he loves how it can be an impromptu air stall, but the risk of it is that you have to be safe not just in one position, but both of them.
that is true.
Something interesting about it as well is you are able to actually fire beam shots between flash shifts. You can delay and do an action if you are quick enough. There's a bit of leeway time on doing the next flash shift. So there are certain spots where I'm not sure I'll get it, but with fast enough timing, you can exit rooms very quickly.
So, what's your next item, Screw Attack?
We're actually going to go to Speed Booster, but then we're going to mosey on over to Screw Attack.
I knew Screw Attack was coming on soon, I didn't remember exactly.
And a little minor exploit that I did just there is a water bomb jump. Normally, Samus goes absolutely shit distance in terms of verticality if you try and bomb jump underwater without gravity suit. However, Dread has a very peculiar interaction that I don't fully understand, where if you morph and you do a bomb jump, just a single one from the ground, you get normal bomb jump height for the next one.
That's really cool.
It's a very odd interaction, but it simply allows you to get height underwater without gravity suit, and that it's actually used in like 4 or 5 different places.
Understand it, but it has something to do with the code for trying to limit your second jump, not expecting you to unmorph before you hit the ground. And because you do that and jump, you basically trick the game into not knowing if it's your second jump, even though you're already in the air, and just applying the vertical momentum of a bomb jump anyway.
Yeah,
it's an oversight.
The morphing part of it is a absolute necessity. The trick does not work if you do not.
If you hit the ground in morph ball, then it doesn't work.
Yes, it also, if you do the initial setup, but then touch the ground in morph ball, you also lose the setup. So it's a really odd interaction.
Something about landing with morph ball resets it.
Exactly. There's a fun technique that you might have caught me using a little bit called missile weaving. There are 2 main variants, but this one is particularly fun. The way you charge, right, a charge beam shot is by pressing the beam button and holding it. The way you do a missile is by holding the right bumper and pressing the beam shot. So this missile weaving is firing a charge shot and then a missile right after. And what I'm doing is just a very specific set of inputs, or a correct time, to align the start of my next charge shot with the missile shot. So the input to start charging fires a missile. And allows you to follow up every charge shot with a missile right after. And that increases your DPS a ton.
That's interesting. I always loved when you kill an enemy, how she just goes bah, 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 boom, and then when it comes to investigating, she just gently walks up, slowly crouches and investigates it with like the slightest touch.
Right?
It's just such a nice duality to the character where she goes between an
I had to practice
inquisitive,
that so many
gentle
times.
demeanor.
Only played it.
Going between the inquisitive, gentle demeanor to immediate badassery, I'm going to fucking destroy you. Immediately. And she has so much control over it that she just, it's not like she struggles with one or the other. Which is actually really effective for this game building up to the Metroid twist, because they do such a good job showing how in control Samus is all the time of how she expresses herself, that when she almost, just starts to, like, suck the life out of a creature and, like, has to resist it, and, like, you never see Samus not in control of herself like that.
Right.
So it's really weird,
Ooh, nice.
So we are making our way
I saw that slide jump.
Yeah, another piece of casual movement tech that I've been using a lot, but haven't really mentioned, is that sliding and melee countering, dash melee countering specifically off of ledges, allows you to traverse the game faster. If you want to head down, you slide off of the ledge just using the slide, and that gives you a little burst of downward acceleration that lets you move downward faster. However, if you're trying to go horizontally, dash meleeing and instantly doing respin to get a spin jump, like the spin of a spin jump.
Yeah.
It is better to do that. So it's absolutely not what these two abilities were intended for, but it is absolutely ubiquitous movement options on levels similar to, like, arm pumping in Super. It's just, if you can do it, you're going to do it.
That makes sense.
I mean, I still don't play Ocarina of Time without running backwards across Hyrule Field. I just do. It's what you do.
So here is what Harain was surprised at earlier. We're getting Grapple Beam rather late, considering there is a skip intended by Mercury Steam to get Grapple early. It's just from the routing that I take, and the ability we're going to next, it's more advantageous to get it here, because otherwise we'd be backtracking a lot. And that ability is Screw Attack. While I was routing this game, my route for today, the very first thing I decided on was what I was going to, how I was going to get Screw Attack.
Right.
And I decided on a strat that is not nearly as fast as the one used currently in any percent no major glitches, but it is a favorite of mine in terms of execution. And so that is why, that's what I started from here. I'm not going there.
That speed boost in ball, that was nice.
Yeah, the ball spark has or the normal shine spark has some interesting camera properties with Samus. And it's faster to either melee counter and then do it, to cancel this little this fun camera, the cinematic camera, or to ball spark. And so now we are coming up on that glitch to get Screw Attack. This is called Cam Lock. It is why I reset in front of Corpius. We are approaching the melee counter cutscene from behind, and we kill the enemy. So we hit the cutscene trigger again.
The third time.
What do you think is going to happen when I melee counter an enemy that doesn't exist? Boop. Samus, the camera, gets absolutely stuck here. It does not know how to regain normal movement, so we get this really close-up view on Samus, and it has some interesting properties for the world. Mostly that, destructible blocks and enemies do not spawn. The normal collision spawns, but the rest does not. So what I'm doing now is simply navigating by audio and memory all the way from here to Screw Attack, which is in Arteria.
I can verify he is just going off of audio. He is just looking at the screen and just listening.
We get to look at those bugs in the back, pulsating and
Roach.
doing whatever they do.
Zach just says OMFG. Well, for what, Zach?
This.
Oh.
The camera
Probably
being locked, I
cam lock.
imagine.
Yeah. Ben loves this part. Yeah, Tommy showed this to Ben and I and our friends. Yeah. We still think he's a wizard. Yeah.
One of my favorite glitch party tricks is still making two Ravios show up.
Oh, in A Link Between Worlds?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that
adore that
glitch.
one.
I actually did that one once.
And we have it.
There we did. All right.
Yeah, I saved right before, because this is a very easy soft lock place. There is only one way, or I guess there are two ways to gain control of Samus in her normal camera after this, and that is to either use Shine Spark, which again has a special camera, and that special camera resets the funky stuff that happened due to the cutscene. And the other, if I can't charge a Shine Spark, then I'm totally screwed. So instead, the other way out of that is to quit the game. And if I would probably have needed to do that, and it would be good to have a save right before.
You also want to explain what you just did with the pausing trick?
Yeah, what I did there, there are a lot of tricks in this part that are really closely grouped together. But what I did there was called a pause buffered pseudo. That pseudo wave technique makes its appearance again, and I'm using the pause menu to get the right angle that I want.
So, alright. Zach says Dread blindfolded run when.
I mean, I'll have that part down, considering it's only audio.
Oh, this part hasn't changed.
You'll be like, yawn, same cam lock skip, so easy. Yeah.
Yeah, the other common variant of getting screw attack is this thing using a technique called short charge, which is an interaction of flash shift and the analog stick. And there's this weird animation that you can interrupt by flash shifting backwards and rotating the analog stick in a weird way, and it causes Samus to briefly be shifted to the right or to the left, depending on which way you're facing. And by timing it correctly, off of a ledge, Samus is able to start charging a Shine Spark. So right in the room, like the way I exited the Shine Spark room, or the screw attack room, you're able to charge it with this tech, just barely on that ledge.
It's kind of crazy that this game also has like a near instant screw attack or shine spark strat. And also, I have no doubt it's intentional that it's also called short charge.
Oh yes.
It's so interesting to me. I don't know.
It says
It feels like the
Frozen.
bizarro world of what I'm used to of obsessing over Super Metroid, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But because this game only came out last year, it's like...
Yep.
It's new, but it's
Yeah.
already the kind of thing I obsessed over for years with Super, and now, like, here it is again, and it's completely different, but it's, like, also kind of the same.
It's right. It's rooted in what you love, just in it, just right.
It's just
executed in a different way.
but it's the same kind of thing.
That also reminds me of something. There were just a few, like, I believe just a few bugs when the Dread released that, like, actually could impact, like, a normal player's, casual run-through that they did patch, but they deliberately left other things unpatched. And I think that was such a good middle ground that they took.
Almost everything, that was used for speedrunning was left untouched.
Yeah.
Beck does also Mercury's Steam not patching these tricks is based in chat film.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's what Evan was responding to there. And the one thing that they patched out was invincibility.
That's right. That's what.
Yes, they.
Yeah.
I don't actually fully agree with them patching it out. I see why they did. It's very powerful. But the reason that they gave was it was easy for a casual player to do this.
Right.
And I don't agree with that part. The way you activate it is simply by doing a frame perfect unmorph while going into an Emmy door. It's a very simple idea of what you do.
Happen,
Say that again?
but it can happen.
Yes, right. So,
Casual
right,
fun.
it's one, it's frame perfect, and two, it's unmorphing while near an Emmy door, which I feel like is very infrequent. The way you lose it is by entering a cutscene or going into an Emmy door. Also, like, quitting the game. And what I'm pretty sure happens is, like, Samus's, like, hurt box ends up essentially getting desynced from her model itself. So she has collision with the ground and stuff, but enemies just don't damage her or interact with her. And that actually enabled a suitless run of the game. You were able to skip both Varia and Gravity Suit and beat the game using only the original Dread suit.
Well, that makes sense because you're invincible. Yeah. So what's stopping you from? Like, why would you need the suits?
It applied to Elder runs too, right?
Yes, that is part of why Varia is not needed, because you don't need to get Varia to get Diffusion Beam. Variants of that route didn't even get Diffusion Beam, but there are.
Samus Returns illustrations.
Yes, and, they look so pretty.
I know.
And yeah, real quick responding to Zach, that is pretty much the only important speed tech that they patched. It is invincibility. That propagated to a couple other techniques that were used in that run, but that is the only big thing that they've patched out, and that's amazing.
Samus
Yeah, that's
Returns
why
was the
they're
second game you streamed today, and it's all coming full circle.
right. And yeah, Zach, that is exactly why there is a legacy category
makes sense.
on speedrun.com. It's for people who are able to run 1.0.2 or before.
That's perfect then. So everybody wins. Look, it's bird. It is bird.
A very
It's,
good character.
It's D. It's a bunch of D's from It's Always Sunny. It's a whole tribe of D.
Can we all agree Dread is the best Metroid game? Second best Metroid game.
No.
Yeah, Aiden, you'll find a little bit of opposition among this crew. I definitely find that Dread is the game that I enjoy the most.
I adore
But-
Dread. I have no opposition to people saying it's their favorite. It's
Oh,
just my
I
second.
completely
do I.
understand.
Neither do I.
But the personal experience I've had with Prime 2 and how it's shaped my entire life, as you see with that poster back there, can't really be touched. That's just a personal thing. But no, Dread is like 2 or 3 for me. I mean, it's a masterpiece. It really is. I can't wait to play more of it at some point, probably over the summer. Because again, I've only done one playthrough. There's so much I have to enjoy. And it's been great to see all the tech that you've done. Like, this is really impressive.
You have replayed the hell out of Samus Returns, and it's just good to remember this game's shorter.
Yeah.
Not by much.
All-
Not by much, at least in terms of like a casual completion time.
In
Right.
a casual playthrough, it's pretty similar.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what I
the
remember.
more-
Yeah.
The more you play this game, though, the more you realize this game's fast.
Yeah, really.
I think my 100% playthrough I did for Dread, the only playthrough I ever did, I think was 10 or 11 hours.
That was my first playthrough, yeah.
Which makes sense. That's about how long it took to do Samus Returns. For the same. Maybe like a few hours shorter if you were slow, like I was my first time in 2017.
I might have done like a 13-hour for Samus Returns first time,
Yeah,
something like
something
that.
like
13,
that.
14.
Yeah. When I
Like-
play Dread again, I do want it to be 100% again, actually. So it'll be another casual playthrough.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just this game is so fast. You just can do so much. Like again, the good ending for this game is sub 3 hours, but Tommy's doing it a lot faster than that.
She spoke Chozo.
Her only
Actually-
voice lines in this whole game, other than some yelling,
Screaming.
right? But the like language, spoken words, and they're in Chozo. I love it so much.
I'm gonna
It's
unmute
perfect.
the stream just for that. Hold on.
Yes, Zach. The
I
Mercury
love
Steam
that.
devs are very, very aware and support the speedrunning community, and that is a wonderful thing for a game to have.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Also, I can't help but notice that Chozo sounds suspiciously like Spanish.
Just a tiny bit.
Something tells me you're not supposed to have the screw tag.
Yeah, I also think the
I think Chorizo sounds extremely Spanish.
Like,
You
it's
know,
not shocking that the Chozo language sounds similar to Spanish, but
I think the word Chorizo sounds really Spanish.
I also think the voice actor who voiced Samus in this is also Spanish.
yes, Mercury Steam is a Spanish studio.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
it all makes sense.
And
I'm
I
cool
believe
with
she's
it.
I think she's a voice actress that Mercury Steam has used before. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
she picking a native Spanish speaker where their studio is in Spain makes sense.
And she did a great job.
Samus
She's-
in goblin mode.
In
I
her,
think all of the voices in this game are good. Even Adam, which you know I kind of found a little grating at times. I think I've warmed up to a bit.
I like
Even
Adam's
as-
synthesizer in this.
It's just so
even
low.
as
I don't know.
short as her performance is for Samus, I already know she's my favorite voice.
Welcome back, Dormio Studios.
Yeah, saw you a little earlier in the stream. Definitely a couple
And I'm not
hours
even
ago.
one of the people who dislikes the I don't even dislike the other M voice. I'm not one of the people who goes, her other M voice is
Oh,
trash."
I like her too.
it.
I actually do
Like
like her a
this
lot. I just think some
voice.
of her direction is just a little stiff. That's all.
It's definitely a direction issue.
She was
not
good.
The actors.
I would
this
actually.
voice
I hate to
Samus-
say it, but I actually. I mean, well, it's hard to compare with quantity, right? Because Other M has so much voice acting. This game has like almost nothing.
Yeah,
But I would say I prefer the Other M voice. But
it's fine. I
I
do really like that
perfectly
voice.
happy with
This
actor.
voice to me just sounds like Samus.
If they want to just keep going with her, I'm more than happy with that. though. I do really like the other M voice a lot.
Yeah,
I also agreed with Friday when I was talking to him about the whole Spanish voice and my concerns of English, and he's like, I have no issue if she sounds like, you know, like she has a mild Spanish accent. Like, yeah, no, I'm totally fine with that. I just don't want her to sound like she can't speak the language natively. I'm fine if she has like a slightly different delivery from like a typical American accent.
Well, you know, with a series like Metroid, I really don't care what the accent is because there's no context for that.
I don't want it to be super heavy because I think
Well,
Sam
of
should
course,
speak clearly
of
and
course.
cogently.
Right,
But
of
other than
course.
that, I don't care that much.
But like Metroid Prime 3 had very American English voice acting. And it
And
was
if
also
Samus
great.
was raised by the Chozo, right? And if
Oh.
Chozo sounds similar to Spanish, then it wouldn't shock me if, you know, the accent would also be somewhat similar to Spanish.
Oh, well, thank you, Dormio, for saying that. The game, this is Metroid Dread. The end of this relay we were doing, where we're playing
It's
through Metroids 1 through 5.
on the bottom right corner of the screen.
Yep,
Yes.
we're here. It's the last game. The last game is in
We
captivity.
deliberately skipped that because it would take just a second longer.
Yep.
Didn't you? We're
I
going
remember
back.
watching you
My
skip an
heart.
energy part earlier in the game that was like right next to you.
Yep.
I know, but that time was like, sir, especially like, damn.
I normally would not do this, but I want to see if I can get this swag strat.
Oh,
I missed the unmorph. That's fine. But yeah, I did very deliberately skip an energy tank part. I don't really even pass near two others, which I would really need. And it would, you know, that's four. That is 4 collectibles for 1 E-tank, and I'll end up with 5, and that's more than enough.
This is that was a really good speed boost there. I know you missed the last little unmorph, but that was good.
it was a really good timing. Also, again, I really like how the grapple beam feels in this game to connect with things. It just feels really, very like slingy almost. I don't know how to describe it.
It's got a very nice feeling.
Yeah. Gavaran, okay. Now,
Yep, now we
Gavaran,
got Gavaran.
Gavaran has like the same kind of aesthetic as Area 5 from Samus Returns, but it's like on crack,
Yeah.
like fully fleshed out in HD.
On
It's kinda
cocaine, you
similar.
might.
Oh my
And yeah, Zach brings up a very good point here. In the pre-rendered loading screens of Samus going to Ravenbeak's lair, similar to a loading screen like this, where it's pre-rendered and not actually rendered in real time,
Right.
Mercury Steam made variations of it with all different suits. So either they were prepared or they knew for a fact that players could get to Ravenbeak and accounted for that.
It's awesome.
Which I lean a little more towards the fact that it was a catch-all, because actually if you do beat the game, like if you do beat Ravenbeak with
Novaria.
yeah, with no Varia or any suit, the claw animation in the Metroid suit is actually like her hand doesn't spawn.
Oh really?
Yeah, there's a
That's funny.
there's part of the cutscene that just does not spawn because it's
You're not
For one
supposed to do this.
Oh, okay. Then in that case, it probably was a catch-all. But still, good on them. That's cool.
right. They took the little extra effort to render it
Just
just in
re-render
case.
the animation with a different model, just to be sure.
Exactly.
You can tell from Samus Returns that Mercury Steam were big fans of Metroid. And
They know how Metroid fans think and what they play like.
then with Metroid Dread, they like fully commit to that. You know, and that just really shows. Like not just
I think
Metroid fans,
that's-
but the speedrunning community. Which you know,
Because
not all Metroid players are us. You know, like
Yeah,
there are
like-
Metroid players who don't get all the items. There are Metroid players who, you know, enjoy just the games. They don't speedrun, but they like the mechanics, all that, right? They are pleased with how Dread works because Dread is designed as a fantastic game, but then they went the extra mile to make sure that the community enjoyed the game to the extent that they do. And that should be
weren't
applauded,
sure
I
if they were
think.
going to commit to that or do a good job with it because
Yeah.
Mercury Steam has their past repertoire never looked like Dread. their interest was in making a Fusion remake, and they made a Metroid 2 remake, and all of those are restrictive games that don't work like this. So, like, does Mercury Steam have the chops to make, like, this open-ended speedrunner's dream of a game with this infinite depth, given what they've already done and wanted to do?
It's a worthwhile
And then they
question
just do
going
it.
into Dread, right? And then they just
do
pass
it.
with flying colors.
It's almost
Like,
casual
holy
how they
shit.
do it, right? They're just like, oh yeah, we got this down from the get-go. Right? And obviously there are many improvements made from Samus Returns to Dread, but Mercury Steam had an incredibly solid grasp on the core parts of of Metroid gameplay that fans want to see.
Right.
And it only got even better into Dread, and it's so nice that they're kind of
Not
like
a salty Super Metroid fanboy like me who is still whining that Samus Returns and doesn't have the classic wall jump. Totally accept that it's still gone because I love this game. Because, like, I was saying, I really hope Dread has the classic wall jump. I don't think I could accept them not bringing it back. They don't have an excuse, and I'm fine with it. I still
Look
ended
at
up
the
being
use
fine
of
with it
3D
because
space in these cutscenes. I love it.
this game's so good. And it totally surprised me. They nailed it. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, I normally I'm a cutscene skipper, but there are, especially for this marathon, there are a lot of really cool ones to be able to take in again.
Yeah.
It do.
And this is a moment of the game where some particular revelations are unveiled. So
We are in Elon,
Elon.
which is a very small
Elon Musk.
area, but not unimportant by any
We
means.
found it. We found Twitter HQ.
Elon, oh god. I get it. I guess.
What if Elon Musk was just like a chozo this whole time?
Fun fact.
He's not a reptilian. He's a
Malkin.
bird, which is a reptile. Wait.
A Malkin tribe member.
In case you are not aware, all of the there is an area in Metroid Dread. Each area covers like the first 8 letters of the alphabet: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I.
I never.
I didn't realize that.
It is there. You want to list them in your head?
Yeah, no, I get it. I can see it. I didn't pick up on that.
It goes through H, right?
Yep, H, I.
HI, and then I is what's that one again?
That's the little
The
station.
The small station.
Itarash.
Itarash. Okay.
H is Hanubia.
And Hunubia, I had.
You start at A and then you go to Cataris and
C,
Ren's
D.
right there.
And then B, and then back to D.
D.
So, did they intend speedrunners to go just area A, B, C, D, and just be like,
That is, I don't think there's any way to get to Barania immediately from Arteria.
Yeah,
not
that
not
seems like a
without other
stretch.
tools, but
But
that would be
were they
really
expecting-
fun.
Were they expecting speedrunners to go and say, okay, so first we're going to go to A, and then we're going to go over here to C, and then we're going to go to D, and then we're going to actually go to G? Yeah, and just talk about the game like that?
That would be funny.
Itarash is such a cool name. I like all the names actually.
Yeah, the names feel perfectly in line with the classic Metroid.
As much as I love
scheme.
Samus Returns, Area 5, Area 3 is not, I mean, it's SR388. It's not really habited by anything remotely intelligent. So
Meanwhile,
it's
right, this was a strong seed of Chozo civilization.
exactly.
for the
It's a big difference. Yeah, it's civilized.
Like,
at least a little
I
bit.
feel like
Civilized.
Prime 1, Prime 2, and Super Metroid, I feel like, / Zero Mission, but it's the same planet, are the only ones I can think of that we got different area names within a planet, So it's been a while. Because, Prime 3 went different planets, and then they went, sectors for the other games, and then, Area 3, And so, going back to it after so long, and with so few games doing this, Dread it really fits in like a glove with the other ones. Especially next to Zebes, which is another, Chozo planet. It feels right in line with, Corian, Brinstar, etc. And you go Artaria, Itarash.
Right.
It's great.
Madonna Drifts. Oh wait, wrong game.
Which is also another Chozo planet, actually.
That soundtrack.
Yes.
It's so good.
Classic.
It is a classic bop.
Classic approved Metroid piece.
It is a little different in Prime 1, of course, because they are like two-letter or two-word names, where one of them is like an original word and the other is like what it is.
Yeah,
Magmor
that's
Caverns,
its own trope. Torvus
Pendrana
Bog.
Drifts.
Yeah, Sanctuary Fortress.
So it's a little different, but even if we just broke it down to like Magmor and Torvus and
Oh yeah. Then you'd have the 2D.
Pendrana, it still doesn't feel out of place next to those.
That's true. I didn't actually ever think about that. Yeah. Aegon. You know, just Aegon.
Good job, Samus. You killed the planet. I mean, she really did. Though she also didn't
This wouldn't
intend to
be
do
the
it, really.
It'd be the first planet she killed.
Right. And won't be the last.
Not until
See,
Metroid
were
is
those
over.
the... Oh, I still love the meme. Oops, all X-Parasites.
Yes. that
I love that too.
that
Oops.
Photoshop is so well done.
It's so
I
well
love
done.
it so well, so much.
Oops, all X parasites. Good luck.
We have not commentated about it, but Samus goes
bought
into
the X
Elon and she
with
finds more X. Oh boy, this is great.
No. No. No.
And then we get an X, unfortunately, reanimate Quiet Robe, and the first thing he does is give a cryptic warning, and then re-enable the Emmy, which a lot of people see as a lot of people see this as an antagonistic action, and it's actually really not. This Quiet Robe X is not speaking to the Emmy that he's re-enabling. He's speaking towards Samus.
Yeah, that's how I interpret it too.
Quiet Robe X is 300 IQ. I don't know what everyone else's interpretation is, but in Fusion, they pretty clearly state the X don't have any intelligence or morals or emotional reaction.
Right.
And they do not get emotional or moral standpoints, but they do inherit intelligence from their hosts. So if they inherit an intelligent host, they don't get their humanity, but they do get their knowledge and their sheer intellect, which makes them if they get a really intelligent host, they become a cruel thinking machine with no emotional baggage, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like with Quiet Robe, they got his specific knowledge of what the X are, what they're capable of, and the X somehow realized that on the path, if Samus doesn't succeed, the entire universe would be destroyed one way or the other, and that does include the X. So I don't even think it's an emotional response or them going morally like, oh, this is wrong, we should help Samus. I genuinely think that Quiet Robe X is playing 300 IQ play of saying Samus needs to succeed for anybody, including the X, to survive.
And that is why it chooses to help her at the end of the game. Even there, too.
I'm still wondering if the reason it did that was to hitch a ride with Samus so that the X-Parasites could survive using Samus.
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe.
And that's why it did all of that.
That might have been why Quiet Robe X is in her gunship to begin with. But then, why she becomes unable to operate the controls of the ship.
Like, sacrifices himself, but did he?
I guess we'll have to find out in Metroid 6, baby.
Did the X 300 IQ this and hijack a ride on her ship?
So I'll speak real quick a little just about this Emmy in particular. It's it's pretty much the first Emmy where you can like completely dismantle using Samus's like shiny new abilities. There is a charge beam door right before you drop down. It's very important to open that because if it's open, the Emmy is able to go through there. And then you can charge a Shine Spark to instantly destroy the cover on the core unit, and Screw Attack to just instantly kill its next phase. So with the combination of those two abilities, you're able to instantly just take out these control units. And then the fight is luring the enemy through that top door, the charge beam door that we opened. And the fight is very smooth. Definitely my first playthrough, it was not.
My first playthrough, I accidentally did one sequence break without even realizing I sequence broke. And it was getting the cross bombs early using the Shine Spark.
Ooh.
I didn't realize that wasn't the intended way when I did it. I thought it was like just a really elaborate setup to get a cool ability. And then I came back later with like the space jump. It's like, wait a minute.
I'm not supposed to have this. And yeah, that will be a sequence break that I will do in a little while. But first, we want to take a detour back to Barenia, this convenient teleportal, in order to pick up gravity. Yeah, if we didn't need wave, we could skip gravity entirely. But unfortunately, wave beam is a necessity.
For now.
For now, yes.
What is wave beam used for?
There are several blocks, like wave beam blocks. Not specific, like they're not, you know.
Well, like
wave
that
beam.
pseudo wave doesn't cover.
Oh, a pseudo wave does not work if you like don't have a convenient wall nearby.
Yeah.
And so there are just a couple in the later areas of the game, and I'll point them out if you would like as we get to them. That pseudo wave is just not viable for because of the angles. If the one thing in particular is that pseudo wave only works if there's like if the beam has like an uninterrupted path from the wall that you're firing it to, right, to the destination. So if there's odd geometry or like another wall in the way, it'll get blocked there and you won't be able to get the proper angle.
I love how the background interacts with that section there.
It's very fun, right? There's a tube below that gets destroyed.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not with power bombs, but that comes later.
No, that's later. That comes later.
Yes, and now we get gravity. The wonderful purple.
I still love
Wonderful
the
101.
subtle detail of the chest lights getting longer with each suit.
Yeah,
Me too. Yeah.
the progression of suits in this game and like their design, how they evolve from one another, is very fun. I also really do like the white base with the colored accents on them. I think it looks very nice.
It does.
It was
works
a
with
slightly
all-
risky choice with that kind of a deviation from the core Samus design, but it really pays off.
It does, and I think the white base, as Tommy said, works well with all of them. I think actually with purple is my favorite. I think the gravity suit is my favorite of the
The
three.
gravity
looks.
suit is my favorite of the three. I slightly prefer the base one to Varia. But Varia is
I
still
do too. I don't know, but I still like all of them.
I really like how it's in between Samus's typical suit and the fusion suit. And you can still see elements of the fusion suit from the design.
Oh yeah.
Being able to like, I'm saying this now, but like, being able to wall jump during a Shine Spark is like the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, I actually
Yes,
I
yes.
like as I'm in that like the missile pickup cutscene, it provides a very opportune time for me to actually transition into claw really quick, so I can melee counter out of the spin jump animation. Normally,
I do something very similar with the first Mach Ball in Super Metroid, where the slow door transition gives me a moment to go, okay, I got the jump here, gotta push this button, then do the...
yeah, the reason why that grip is necessary for me at all is because you're normally supposed to be able to just space jump all the way up to the top of that shaft, but I don't have space jump, and I can't. And unfortunately, I do have screw attack, which is necessary to break blocks, but all the blocks in that shaft area are screw attack blocks. So I need to be able to unmorph, or like unspin midair in order to, in order to get past it. and that's why that claw grip is necessary, so that I can melee counter to get out of the animation.
Curious, would single wall jumping also work? It would be slower, but
The top
get up there?
part of that area is sloped, so I actually don't think it would.
there is a platform there you could land on. Would you be able to reach that and then like land on it?
That's smart. Use that time to charge up the strength bar.
Oh, dumbass.
Oh, you turned at the last second.
The speed boost strat is just definitely better, so it doesn't matter that much. I'm just curious. Yeah.
You might be able to do it with single wall jumping. Definitely gonna be very difficult.
I just want to say how much I absolutely love the cross bombs as an addition. I think they're really fun,
So good.
and they have some cool puzzle utility too. I like them a lot.
As somebody who doesn't care much for bomb jumping, I love it.
Oh,
Cross
bomb.
Yeah, as an upgrade.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not gonna.
No, I love it.
I'm not gonna complain about what they did in AM2R. I'm just fine with them making bomb jumping less of something I have to worry about. I don't.
I love cross.
Bomb jumping's not
This
even a
is
bad
some-
mechanic. I just don't like it.
Are you kidding me,
Yeah.
sir? Oh, that's
And this
unfortunate.
is
That's okay.
and this is coming from somebody who does
Well, I didn't know we were playing Fusion. Ron, is that you? Core X.
I actually am really impressed that they didn't
I like.
limit bomb jumping and Samus Returns.
Okay, I
it's
guess
linear
I'll-
like Fusion.
I guess to be more accurate, I like bomb jumping in Zero Mission and AM2R. Not so much in Super. I think in Super, I think that's one of the areas where I would rather have the faster, heavier falling speed of
Get that.
Zero Mission.
I actually like bomb jumping the most in Samus Returns. It feels the most natural to me in that game.
Alright.
And I think by extension, Dread, I just never worry about it in Dread.
Yeah, Dread's wall jump or bomb jumping is similar, right? Similar in mechanics, obviously, same engine, to
Yeah.
Samus Returns, and they're both very natural to do. Right, you just match the rhythm of the bombs exploding. Simple.
Alright.
And this is technically, right, this is what area you think is the final area. We won't be here long. It has an elevator down back to Ferenia. So we unfortunately are here for like a minute.
They really do. It really does seem like it is going to be the last area in the game.
And then
On
you're
your
like,
first playthrough. Yeah, and there's more.
They tease you with
They do.
Yeah, I remember.
Also, you can actually figure out that you're not quite done yet on a normal playthrough if you paid attention to the alphabet thing by going, "Where's F?"
well, we have been to Ferenia already.
Fair enough.
Right, it's just the lower part of Ferenia that we've been to before, and the upper part is just straight up not accessible from the lower part until now.
I agree with that, Zach.
Oh, the grapple from the opposite side.
Yes, so that the weird turnaround thing that I did, I teased the inclusion before, and I did it in order to skip Dragaiga, the main boss of Berenia. And that's called the DT slide, a double turnaround slide. By sliding very close to a wall and then doing that double turnaround back and then forward, Samus's arm cannon gets very, very far into the wall. And as I explained earlier about pseudo waves, the whole point of them is getting Samus's arm cannon into a wall and then just shooting. And it really makes them like super easy to do. If you have a vertical wall, you're pretty much guaranteed to be able to get a pseudo wave. You just have to get the proper angle. And they're very commonly used in for the pseudo waves, but it does work for the grapple beam. And I can get around that one grapple beam block without doing it, but it's just nicer to do it and save some time.
what's it called? I know I compared this game a lot to Super Metroid, but there is actually something with Zero Mission in particular, where Zero Mission really loves its fake blocks for exploring areas and finding secret passageways. And Dread does that too, to an extent, though not quite as much. But I really like how it does it more, because Dread never hits that point for me, where it just replaces a fun challenge of learning how to get better at the game with just hit, pin, block, and find new area. It has such a nice integration of it for secrets to pay attention to the world, but the harder challenges still come down to getting mastery over the game.
Very nice.
It's very well balanced, and I really like how they... I just like the way they incorporated that better than they did in Zero Mission. It's really good.
Something that I briefly touched on before, but Shine Spark bosses in this game is very overpowered. You pretty much do 50% health to any boss with Shine Spark.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So I missed it for the Cross Bombs boss, which was a little unfortunate. I actually think that boss is one of the most, probably, at least for me, it's more difficult than Ravenbeak.
Really?
I die to that boss so much more often than I die to
He hits
to Ravenbeak.
really hard.
He hits so hard. He hits for like 2.5 to 3
I did
E-tags
die
a
on
hit.
him
It's
quite a
terrible.
lot. Yeah.
Like, his patterns aren't harder, he's not, like, more difficult to learn, but if you just fuck up, you can die.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that he has a ton of health, and your real only option to fight him is... Your only real option to fight him is the missiles. Turn off.
So what do you think about the storm missiles?
Oh, they're super fun.
I agree.
Have you played the Prime games?
I have not yet. I definitely want to. I just have not gotten
Because
it.
the storm missiles are very similar to an ability in Prime and Other M.
Yeah, the secret.
The Seeker
They're
missiles.
not quite the same, but they are
Very similar.
very similar. It's kind of like the Spazer versus Wide Beam kind of thing, if that makes sense. Where it's like,
Yeah, a little more
slightly
different, but it's
different. I'm
similar.
sure it's worth a different name, but yeah, similar purpose. It's actually one of the new moves introduced in Prime 2. It's in Prime 2, 3, and Other M.
It's actually probably the most significant contribution Prime 2 has to the series in terms of abilities.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. A lot of the other games, a lot of the other abilities introduced in that game were like a one-time only thing. The storm missiles are. Oh, there we go.
Not only was it in every 3D Metroid game from that point, it even got into a 2D Metroid game.
True, more or less, yeah.
I mean, in spirit at least.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sure it was inspired by the secret missile for sure. To the point
So,
where
like-
when I saw it in a trailer, I was like, "Oh, that's the secret missile." It's like, "Oh, not quite."
Well, no, but actually, yes.
But no, but it was. Anyway, I like how it works in Dread. It's cool.
Space,
Good combat,
where's
good
the spin
combat,
boost?
especially combat.
Why, you skipped one. You're not allowed to do that.
Where'd it go?
It's a cold area.
Seymour!
Aurora Boreal.
Spin boost, may I see it? No.
No.
Good lord, what's happening in there? The spin boost.
In this place, at this time, you're entirely local.
In your kitchen.
In the middle of Perennia.
In the middle of Perennia. Yes.
May I see it?
No.
No. Mercury Steam watching you activate invincibility with an unmorph timing.
Yeah. This
Good lord, what's happening in there?
it's oh my god, it's so fun. And it's funny, the follow-up trick, getting invincibility, right, is a frame perfect unmorph on an enemy door, and then you use that invincibility to do a frame perfect turnaround and then a frame perfect melee counter on an enemy against a wall in order to turn Samus 90 degrees towards the camera.
Run towards the camera and go out of bounds. Oh, jeez.
You actually don't go out of bounds. It's simply used to charge a Shine Spark in place, which then allows you to get up the water without having gravity. That is this, like the section that I just completed before going into the CPU room, or the control unit room. That is the only reason why we actually need gravity suit. And that is because that little shaft filled with water is there.
Oh, yeah.
There's no good way, there's no way to get around that if you do not have gravity.
We're a few minutes late to noticing it, but as they pointed out, 24 hours left in the year.
Hey, that's awesome. Alright. Oh, this is scary. Oh, you weren't kidding. That was really close.
Yeah, I unfortunately missed the power bomb, or the morph ball bomb.
Oh, but we're good. Oh boy.
Normally it's not that close. That was a little
IKG
tight.
develops an Emmy phobia.
Oh, stop. No galaxy black holes here.
Fun fact, I put the Emmy, like the high-pitched chirping, I turned it into a ringtone.
He did. Yeah.
I can imagine going up to a Metroid fan and then just absolutely
Just
triggering
like-
them.
Yeah.
I haven't tried it like this, but part of me wants to try using it as like an alarm in the morning and see how effective it is.
It might be too
Like the-
effective though.
It's like the Metroid fan equivalent of Minecraft cave noises.
That's actually
You know,
pretty good
The
analogy.
creeper noise.
Yeah. Or like the spider noise.
Imagine, you know the liminal space memes? Imagine just going into like some small abandoned space and suddenly behind you just hear the Emmy chirping.
Oh no.
I would be uncomfortable.
Very.
Oh my god. That is a... It sounds like a bitch to set up, but that sounds like an amazing prank to play on a Metroid fan.
Right? So yes, we now have gravity suit. We have gravity
We
and
have
wave,
the wave beam.
and that
we
is
have Ravenbeak's balls. What?
yeah, that is. I mean,
Wait,
we're
what?
going to get those.
We are.
They're the last big
The
abilities
last Metroid.
that we need to collect.
The galaxy is terrifying.
Ravenbeak grabs Samus by the throat and says to her, "The last Metroid is in captivity."
Oh.
That's really funny. But yeah, we gotta go through 2 bosses, and then we go to Ravenbeak.
Ugh.
No,
After
almost
all
here.
of the planning for this event to happen, we're really close.
Yeah,
we are.
feels crazy to just almost be there.
This event's an accomplishment.
Oh, absolutely.
Wasn't. I mean, it's just one of many like events we planned, but.
Oh, I know, but it was definitely the biggest one.
Yeah, no, it's the one you guys definitely
A lot
wanted
of work
to do the
went into
most,
this.
and I enjoyed doing it with you guys a lot. I really did.
Likewise.
I think it paid off really well.
We have literally spent every normal waking hour of this day playing
Pretty
Metroid.
much.
Yeah.
By the time this
Either-
will be done, it will be basically 8 hours away from 9 a.m. tomorrow, so a full sleep. We're, we spent the entire day dedicated to Metroid. I don't think...
I
Either
absolutely am
watching-
as well.
Be it watching or playing Metroid. Metroid was just like the whole day.
It wasn't that much for me because I only played one of them.
I was definitely
Well, I mean-
feeling it a little during Fusion. I was like, oh man, I'm getting a little tired.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling it now. Even
And then
though
I,
love Dread.
I am kind of feeling it now that my game's out of the way, but
I feel like I played Samus Returns literally like yesterday, like the day before.
It was yesterday, I think.
Oh shoot. Okay. Yeah.
But I mean, like,
Yeah, no, it's bad.
Holy shit! I didn't even phase transition him,
Wow.
and I missed the counter because I was. There we go. I have literally never done that before.
Well, congratulations.
That is absolutely insane. But yeah, similar to Samus Returns, Samus's beam just has pretty much no upper limit on its fire rate. It's pretty much just how fast you can press the button. There is a limit. There's like a physical limit where the bullets just won't overlap with one another, but that limit is not really. It's not conceivable for a human to constantly like meet that on a single button. So.
I really like that the two newest games did that. I hope that's something that carries forward.
Yeah, and it's
It's a nice touch.
it causes a lot of these bosses to be easily taken care of via missile weaving, which is that spamming the beam while firing missiles at intervals.
It's also just more fun casually too. It's just more satisfying knowing that each of your button presses is resulting in a faster shooting. So even if you're not like frankly like flat out button mashing, it does have a good game feel even casually too, which I think applies to this game and Samus. It's just a nice little touch.
The inverse of the Metroid Prime, every weapon beam has its own shot interval.
Yeah, it is like the immersive. How close do you think we are, Tommy?
We are absolutely less than 20 minutes away. And I forgot to spark. That was unfortunate. I actually didn't know that that ceiling there was blocked by speed booster packs.
Adam's sitting here like, are you gonna talk to me?
Well, really, Ravenbeak's like, damn it, it's not working. She's ignoring all the navigation rooms.
Ravenbeak waiting in one of the navigation rooms, like, where is she?
Right?
Yeah. My plan is failed.
I love to imagine Ravenbeak just has no idea where Samus is right now because he still thinks he's over there in, like, Dairon.
Right, because he hasn't had an update from her.
He has no
Samus
idea.
is doing worse
Like,
than I thought. Still stuck in diary.
wait, are the X free? Shit.
Meanwhile, from Samus' perspective, it's kind of funny to imagine like a parody version of Dread where Ravenbeak is completely incompetent.
Still talks shit.
Because it couldn't be farther from the truth. Actually.
That's the thing, like, he talks mad shit, but he backs it up pretty much constantly.
He does. I mean, he kicked Samus's teeth in at the start of the game.
I mean, that's the first impression.
Honestly, Ravenbeak going easy on you is part of the only reason you can win.
Because if he
If
reveals,
he just killed you at the start,
exactly, he reveals that he easily could have killed Samus, and he left her alive. He could have just ended her.
he wanted to use her. And because he wanted to risk
teleporter.
that, when he admitted he didn't even need to,
Or transport.
he said, I already got the DNA I needed. I don't need you alive, but I
I really
wanted
like how
you alive."
content she looks there.
God damn. It literally is his ego that brought him down there.
It's
Right.
true. And that separates him from previous Metroid villains. We've never really seen that before, which is nice.
It reminds me of Ganondorf and Ocarina of Time.
Yeah. Oh, for sure, for sure.
Remember when he, like, knocks Young Link on his ass? He's like, he's just a kid, I don't care. Bye!
7 years later.
And he gets the fucking sword through his face. Where did I go wrong?
So we are now, finally, at the final boss fight.
You say finally,
of
but this
game.
was a quick run.
Yes,
I mean, I'm
also,
exhausted
well,
because
yeah,
it's all
finally.
day, but yeah, no.
But
But the run itself.
yeah, this run has been very, very clean on my end. It's probably one of the fastest runs I've done in a while, and it's very nice to have something like that happen on stream. It's actually slower than on RDA runs because I'm not skipping cutscenes, but it's going very well.
Yeah.
You see, you and Ron are just making up for the first half of the stream. It's okay.
Hey.
I mean,
I'm including myself in that.
We did
Oh,
make
that's
much more
Play
mistakes
Bell.
than Ron.
look, the first half of the stream, IKG, there wasn't a lot you could do. Your game was just long. Harain just
And it
kept
crashed.
on.
That
Harain
wasn't
just.
Oh,
Your game was long and your computer crashed because fuck the SAX. But like Harain thought he was like Mr. Speedrunner.
Look, I'm
Embarrassed-
sorry if I
embarrassed
just
himself.
wanted to do something fun for the audience and also kill the animals.
No, Harain, I thought it was awesome, and you accomplished a lot of amazing things. So don't worry.
Yeah, you did. You did.
And
Even if you
Alex
killed those.
started shaky, but his second half was like top tier.
Oh yeah, no.
That was really.
Oh yeah,
awesome.
no. He really pulled through in the second half, but like. Rain,
Something I'd like to preface this fight with real quick.
Also, Alec did all of that without killing any animals, so I mean, best ending for him.
Something interesting about the Ravenbeak fight is that there are technically 4 phases. The second phase is a gold phase, with a gold aura around him, and it sucks because doing damage to him doesn't do damage to him. You hit him and it does not deplete his health pool, you just have to wait. So I'm going to very carefully deal damage to him to actually skip it entirely. That is the only real piece of quote-unquote tech in this fight. Otherwise, it's just very optimized playing.
Just optimized playing. Well, here we are. I think most people would agree with me when I say this is one of the best final bosses of the series. That's coming from
Yeah,
good series final boss.
I like how they have the short hair Samus in that flashback sequence, much like her early days in Federation.
Yeah, it's like right out of the other end. Nice. Which one
Well, missed the instant one cycle, but if you get another missile in right after you get this. So, skip the gold phase, the annoying one. Because it likes to just string you along for 2 minutes and not progress the fight. But you can only do damage to him in that phase by doing counters. And he really likes to not give you counters.
They rarely appear. That's how I remember. Oh,
Yeah.
how did you?
This is
Placement.
this is perhaps the other piece of tech in this fight. If you do the a dash melee and enter in this free aim animation, Samus is by just the way that she is shaped, the way her body contorts,
Right.
just
Especially when you're aiming like backwards, like.
That looks so badass, though.
Yeah.
Right, he's aiming towards Samus's like center of gravity, we'll say, like her center of mass, which is
Right.
just not in the place that it's supposed to be because she's so low to the ground.
I just love the image of Samus seeing that bullet stream and confidently ducking right under it to shoot at him.
Right, she just stays there. And we'll get a counter in for the fun cinematic.
Man, everything has so much weight. It's perfect.
I love that he rips off his own wing as soon as he's like, this is useless. Like, as soon as I saw it, it was like, oh my god, it's the one wing angel.
Power of the sun. The pump.
He didn't even keep the one wing. He just looked at it like, what, you think I need the goddamn one wing? Bitch, I don't need any wings. Ravenbeak is so fucking cool. Even if it's fun to make fun of him for calling himself so fucking cool all the time.
And that is Ravenbeak, everyone. That is a, I think that was hitless. I don't remember.
I think so.
I think it was,
think so.
it was a solid,
Looking at
very
it now,
solid
you're
fight.
still full health at least.
Yeah, thankfully the sun, the big sun, destroyed by power bombs, and the little black holes that he shoots out.
The Doc Ock part.
Yeah, they help refill Samus's missiles and health, and they're
Right.
the only reason why you're able to do this entire fight with something as low as even 50 missiles. I ended up getting definitely a bit more at 75 because of the double-sized Missile Plus expansion packs. Just for safety, but you can do it. I think the lowest I've done it with comfortably is like 43 missiles. All thanks to those other attacks refilling her health. And now she's dead. Goodbye.
Strike!
The scene is so well directed.
Yeah.
But yeah, right here, there's a close-up on her hand. And I mentioned it before, but that hand, the clawed hand, just does not appear in the prior like if you sequence break and do no suits here, that hand just does not render. It's kind of funny. It's literally like someone just chopped off your hand at the wrist. Like her model is just a flat plane there. And yeah, she's just sucking the energy out of the whole station.
That's powerful.
It's to be completely honest, it's absolutely amazing how Ravenbeak didn't die from that, considering how positively lethal Metroid's energy drain ability is.
And falling from the sky.
And falling from the sky, yeah. She's got most of her suit, but she busted his up.
Where's my super suit?
It's there. It's green. It's cool. It's got lasers.
I love when it gets up and they just give you a really clear look at the suit.
It's awesome.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Spaghetti.
Sorry, not sorry. We kind of hated you.
Oops, all Ravenbeak.
I'm not getting sick of that cereal. Thank God, this thing is disgusting.
I know, it's
the
like...
Ravenbeak X. It's an amalgam of many of the other ones she's fought.
This is such a cool cinematic moment. It's like ripped from
So
right from Metroid Dread.
yeah, you're right. What am I saying?
And a little bit of a fun fact in this fight. If you actually delay starting your charge of the Hyper Beam here to coinciding with Ravenbeak's 6th step on the ground, you will still kill him, but it'll be about 8 to 9 seconds faster than if you had started charging immediately. That's because the contact hit of the Hyper Beam on him slows him down a little bit. So if you delay it to approximately that point, you're still going to get all of the damage that you need in order to kill him, but you're going to get it without any of the any unnecessary slowdown.
Oh, okay.
Also, they were willing to shrink the shoulder pads just a little bit for this suit.
Right. I mean, it's got so many spikes on it.
Yeah.
It's sick.
It's just touching it would just hurt you.
It looks like the same thing that the body armor of the higher level Metroids in Samus Returns is.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Parain and I mentioned this. Professor Rain brought it up particularly earlier in the run, but this is another parallel to Super. You get a very good beam upgrade for the escape. The latter half of the Mother Brain fight.
Absolutely.
But ooh, look at that! And once again, using Ball Spark there in order to have a much faster, much faster ascent.
One of my favorite pieces of optimization visually for this game is that the beam here is just a 2D graphic.
It is.
Is it really?
Yeah, no, it's not modeled. It's completely flat.
Dread is also, I know we didn't talk about much, but Samus Returns and especially Dread are just really smart on resources to keep a stable frame rate.
This game looks beautiful, and a lot of the corners it cuts are just unnoticeable.
It's true.
One of the most noticeable ones is that the output is actually a 900p.
Right, that's right. It's 900p.
It's a little unfortunate, but
It looks super crisp anyway.
It still looks very good, and I will absolutely take it for the stable frame rate outside of a couple rooms.
Oh, amen to that. Yeah, it's mostly mostly
The power
And
bomb.
honestly,
is the biggest
the game
spot.
Yeah.
900's not that far from 1080.
Yeah,
It really isn't.
Right. The
They
game.
struck a great balance.
It still looks absolutely incredible. Even like right, because I'm playing it on. This is upscale.
This is a 2K monitor.
So, but it's not. It shouldn't be upscaling the game at all.
It's not.
So this is still a
You're
900. Right. This is a
You're
900p
looking at
on
a
a 4K,
Exactly. 900p on a 2K monitor.
and it
it
still looks
doesn't
great.
even look that bad.
Exactly. It
Like,
looks
looks
fantastic.
really good. Yeah, that's pretty telling.
And so yeah, there is Metroid Dread. We're gonna, unfortunately, sorry Yoshio Sakamoto, we're gonna skip the credits so we can, view
Go to
that
bed.
sweet completion screen. And I love how it gets this close up.
To her eyes.
Yeah. Which is, there are actually two different meshes here. One which the helmet has just the visor, and the other with her face modeled under it. It's pretty fun.
149.
So there we go.
Very nice.
That is absolutely on pace.
Great.
Yeah, my estimates for this were in real time, and we absolutely met that in real time. We can even take a fun little capture
Yeah, go for it.
to commemorate.
Item collection 12%, one of the lowest I've seen. That's awesome.
Boom.
And I did a 131 in Super Metroid, I believe, but that was with a 51% item completion. So,
Hey.
I
Perfect.
love these art rewards.
Me too.
They're
They
all
are
done
so-
very well.
That's
like
like
it more
3
than-
minutes. Tommy, that's like 3 minutes longer than my Fusion run.
And the odd part about this game as well is that time is not the time with cutscenes. It's not the time with cutscenes and ones you skipped. It's not cutscenes with like the optimal advancement of Adam dialogue. Both the two times that are shown are super cryptic in how they're calculated, and neither of them is how long it took in real time. So it's... The community doesn't understand how that number is calculated. I don't understand how that number is calculated.
Do you know why it is the number is larger for the in-game time than real time on the up-level speedruns?
It's real. I don't know, because again, as I said, that time does not match up if you play out
makes
all the
no
cutscenes and do
sense.
real time.
That's
It makes
weird.
absolutely no sense.
Because, like, you expect the in-game time to be the shorter number, you know? Because
Right.
it's cutting out things you're doing, not adding in.
And it's funny, they actually released a patch at one point to change how the timer was calculated, and it still did not update it to either of those numbers being real time.
Only thing I can
Which is
think
funny.
that the timer just can't be accurate, you know?
Right, so it's
Something's
just like
gotta be wrong.
it really is funny that number just ends up being like a nothing number. It's like, oh yeah, right, this is my nebulous completion time, because it's not
the better
anything
you
I can
get
tell
at the
you.
game, the less accurate it seems to be. Is the worst.
Really?
Like, it's just
It really is, because like even like some of the world record runs, like I think the any percent glitch time, or the all major glitches, is like it's 44 minutes in real time, and the time in game is like in the 50s.
like, but why? How?
Right? It's just like makes no
Where's the
sense.
extra 10 minutes?
I have even had the timer be faster than the RTA time, like once or twice, which makes absolutely no fucking sense considering all of them are usually longer, but sometimes they're shorter, and it's like, sir, I don't get you. But enough about that oddity. Dread was
No, it's been confusing me for a
All
year.
right. We could talk for probably another 24 hours, but I'm
Mhm.
falling asleep. We have to end this. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have a good time.
So I'm going to switch it back to the stream thumbnail view for this closing segment. I'm going to stand up so I can talk closer to the mic.
Oh,
I want to thank every one of you who participated in this with me. This was planned for Dawn of a New Holiday 2022. We had to scrap the event. We wanted to keep this because we already started working on the preparation for this. We've been practicing these games a lot, all 5 of us. Harain, I need to thank you especially. You designed the stream layouts. You designed the thumbnail. Thank you for that. You did all of the management early on with scheduling and keeping everyone on track. So I want to thank you for that as well. and I was happy to host it and pick it up from there, but you did a lot of that work, so I really want to thank you, Harain. It means a lot
No
to us
problem.
that you did that. I also
This
want to
event meant
thank...
a lot to me.
Yeah, I know. It means a lot to all of us. I want to also thank my good friend Tommy. I wanted to thank Ron. I want to thank Alec, who wasn't here for Dread, but Alec, thank you so much. And you, Harain, I want to thank all 5 of us, really. This was really a big thing. I mean, this was a big deal. We had a lot of fun, and a lot of work went into this, and I think it really paid off. I also want to lastly thank anyone who stepped in during any 3 parts of the stream that went live. And I also want to thank you if you're watching the uploads, which will be processed and they'll be preserved on my channel under the live tab and also in the playlist. So I'll have those up. But I want to thank you guys. I'm just going to wrap it up. I'm going to give everyone here a chance to say one last thing, and then I'll wrap up the stream. So that was my piece. So Ron, do you want to go ahead and say anything?
Yeah, no, when I started this, I admittedly kind of got saddled to Fusion, and even though I liked the game, I was told I'd have to get the best ending, which I never have before for preparing for this, and I was really worried about just like screwing up really badly and holding you guys holding everyone back on this event, but I learned a lot about the game, and that kind of just became my favorite Metroid through that, and it kind of sparked some it kind of re-sparked some my interest in the series from this. I'll probably still have that after the stream, and
I have a weird desire to kind of just play more Metroid.
yeah,
After all of this,
It's
I
very easy to
actually
do
do
so.
have a weird desire to play most of the games again, thanks to this.
Me too.
I mean, I literally,
Super.
I literally just a few days ago just popped in Zero Mission.
I look at Dread's gameplay and I go, "Oh, I want to play Dread." I look at like
Oh, yeah.
Samus Returns and I want to get better at it. I look at Fusion and go, "Oh, I love this game," and I want to play AM2R again. And it's like,
Yeah, that
Exactly.
too.
Yeah.
That too.
So, I'm honored to be a part of this. I really am.
Thank you for sharing that, Ron. Tommy, is there anything you want to say? Close out?
Yeah, I definitely mimic Ron in that appreciation at the end. I'm very happy that you approached me to run Dread for this event, Evan.
Of course.
Obviously I was speedrunning Dread before such an event was like even a possibility for me or anything. I just speedrun it because I enjoy the Metroid franchise and this game in particular so much. And being able to run this game that I love, and possibly inspire other people to either pick it up or take an interest in the series or the speedrun of this game is something that I really love to do, because speedrunning is near and dear to my heart, and being able to share it with other like-minded people, specifically the people in this call, having this environment to share this fun gameplay and the story and the organic conversations. It's an absolutely irreplaceable experience, and I'm so thankful to have been a part of it, because I mean, this stream was definitely long, but there was absolutely no part of it that felt forced at all. There was absolutely nothing. It was it was pure relaxation and having fun with everyone, and I'm very happy it was able to encapsulate
also just
that.
really pleasant the whole time. None
Exactly.
of us were, like, even though we all had to get up, like, in Dom New Day, none of us were tired or bitter, and even when the game was frustrating us about something, we all did a good job keeping our composure together.
Yeah, no. It's funny. I think Harain
pissed me off.
Harain had the most...
Harain definitely, especially was like you could have you had the most trouble out of all.
Man,
of
you
us.
just
like,
really fucked up. No.
in fact, Samus Returns may have been the longest, and I did kind of think, IKG probably has like the shortest end of stick here, but Harain, with like what all he was setting out to do, he really He
Yeah.
really
He aimed really high. He still
He
did
what?
really well.
Yeah, he still did really well, and he was
And
doing he was taking
yeah,
on some of the more challenging sequence breaks and speedrunning strategies of Super Metroid.
I'm kind
My
of proud of
favorite thing to
myself
do in
for.
this game.
I'm
Stuff
kind of
I
proud of
genu-
myself too for like not
stuff
flipping out
I
and holding my composure when my computer
stuff
blue screened and I saw it happen in
stuff
real
Oh my
time.
god, that was terrible.
I was like,
you know,
okay, it'll be fine. And I did it.
because
I
like
did it.
you know what, Harain? That was a lot of like I've told you this in private too, but that stuff that like that stuff in Super Metroid that I look at and I don't even like I don't even think about pretending like I'm that good at the game.
I just love getting better at this game, you
I
know?
know.
And I wanted to share that on
Yeah.
stream, so I really didn't even view me fucking up as that bad as long as it
It
didn't
really
take
wasn't.
so long that, we couldn't do
It really
this.
wasn't. You may
No,
have
it really didn't.
however
I wanted to humanize Super Metroid and show
I
kind of my middle stage here, like getting there, learning, getting better.
that said, Harain, you still killed the animals, you still fucked up, you still tried to kill my you still tried to ruin the canon of Fusion, the game I was playing next.
How
So
rude.
and I do not forgive you, but you
We'll
know
never
what?
move on from this.
You know what? You're pretty
live
good at
forever.
You're pretty good at Super Metroid.
You're pretty good. Yeah. And I'm just happy that we all kept our composure after the blue screen. I've never seen something like
Yeah.
that in my life. I hope to never again.
I mean, I wasn't there for it. I just got home like as that
It was
That's right.
as it
it was
just
definitely one of
happened,
the
so-
worst crashes I've seen, but it was immediately recoverable.
That's
It
Yeah.
just was a little weird.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But I think it was really great. Harain, is there anything you would like to say before we close out?
Yeah, no. I feel like one of the biggest things I wanted to showcase is just not even just with Super Metroid, but like with these games, the fun of learning and experiencing getting better with these games. All of us are at different skill levels with these games. Some of us have played these games to death. I played Super Metroid for literally more than a decade and have loved getting better at it. And I'm not even like speedrunner quality at all, even though I've played it longer than some speedrunners. Just because I just love playing it, and I casually, Tommy loves speedrunning Dread, and he's getting into it, and he's not at the top level of play, but he's better than the vast majority of people you'll ever see play Dread because he's put that time into it,
Mhm.
And we got Ron and Alec who've never done this before, or yourself with their game, haven't achieved this best ending. In Alec's case, it had been a long time. Same with Ron, and where you had been more familiar with Samus Returns, not in this context.
Not in
You
this
know?
context, no.
No, like it's such a different way of approaching and thinking about it, and we're all familiar with these games to a significant
Max
extent.
says Samus Returns is so bad IKG's computer rejected it. No,
No.
I still think it's the SAX.
Yeah, I think it was the SAX. It was just being impatient for Fusion.
But and I just really wanted to show that. I especially feel, as a fan of Super Metroid, I especially feel it, but it's not just that game. Like with this series, it does have that daunting reputation of like getting into it at a better level is like difficult or hard. I think it's fun. Not because like, oh, you're not going to be as good as these people, so why try? Not to get better times even. I played Super Metroid to sequence break and just do it for fun. Learn these skills because it let me do more with one of my favorite games. And just thinking about it that way makes you better at these games, and that's kind of just what we did. And we had fun.
Absolutely.
I wanted to share that with people. Part of why
I
I
haven't-
love these.
Not quite with Super Metroid, but there's plenty of games I felt that way about where, I got into the speedrunning side of it or sequence breaking side of it just because I wanted more ways to play it. And I guess by proxy it made me better at the game. It's how I'd like to think a lot of people get better at games.
I
Well,
know
people
Alec isn't here to share his final thoughts, unfortunately, but I know he did share with me that this event really did mean a lot to him, and he was really looking forward to this. So I just wanted to share that on behalf of him too. And I was really glad that he was
proud
here.
of Alec. Like
Yeah.
he has by far of this the least experience of attempting to play Metroid fast.
Mhm.
Like, the rest of us have at least gotten a good time in one of the Metroid games before, you know?
Yeah.
Alec hadn't really played Get Metroid like this. He loves Metroid, but he didn't play it this way. But
Mhm.
we pushed him, and we gave him like a little test. Like, yeah, do Zero Mission. You can beat it in this time, and he did, and he did it consistently by
He
a
really
significant
did.
margin after just a bit of
Yeah.
practice.
And he loved it too.
I
Yeah.
believe he talked about wanting to look at the other games too because of this, you know? And I think that's a takeaway that almost everybody in the call's taken the sentiment of.
Well,
Like,
I have a
yeah,
new-
I
I
kind of
have a
just want to look
newfound
at the other games
appreciation.
too now.
I have a newfound appreciation for Super Metroid, and I want to play Dread more casually, just in general.
Yeah.
And
Look.
I want to try taking Zero Mission a bit faster. Sometime.
I mean, yeah, no, I still want to get so much better with Dread. I've played so much Super Metroid and to a lesser extent the GBA games for so long.
Mm-hmm.
But the Mercury Steam games, I just haven't gotten as good at them as I could.
Yeah.
Samus Returns even more so, because while I adore Dread and play it frequently, when I feel like it, at least, like, Samus Returns, I admittedly haven't returned to as much, but I still love that game, and I want to get good at it, and
I'll be
it's the
honest,
hardest one to
though.
get that time down, you
I
know? And that's
still-
something to be proud
Yeah.
of.
Even after all this, I still don't have a strong desire to look into like Samus Returns speedrunning, but yeah, I still think of it as like a really chill game that I can like play over the course. I could probably, I'd probably always be down to play over the course of like a week.
I want
Yeah.
to at least get that good ending, you know?
Oh, you
Yeah,
will.
no,
Yeah.
Maybe even do those hard
I mean-
modes.
I definitely want to get the good ending. I would definitely be down to it, but I still at the end of the day view Samus Returns as a better game to just play through over the course of a week or maybe even just like a few days.
I get it.
Yeah, I get that. All right. Well, I pretty much shared my thoughts. So, yeah, I think it's
Metroid's
time to
really
wrap
cool,
this up.
and I liked playing it.
Me too. All right. Well, from all of us at IKG Productions and Dawn of the New Day and Associates, I don't know really what to call us. The 5 people who are doing this.
The 5 bozos, of 4 of which are here.
we say goodbye. So thanks for joining us, everybody.
Yep, it's been great. We'll see you guys later.